Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn Cybersecurity full course. In today's digital world, keeping our data and systems safe from online threats is more crucial than ever. Cybersecurity is all about protecting systems that are connected to the internet from attacks, ensuring that your information stays secure and private. With cyber threats always changing, the need for skilled cybersecurity professionals is growing fast, with salaries ranging from $90,000 to $130,000 a year. So in this course, I will guide you through everything you need to know, from the fundamentals of cybersecurity to more advanced topics like network security, identifying threats, cryptography, and many more. So get ready to dive and develop the skills needed to protect the digital world.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Also, if you want to become a cybersecurity expert, the course is just right for you. Ranked 1 by Career Karma, our program equips you with the certifications like CEH, CompTIA, and CISSP. You learn from industry experts and gain access to essential resources, including the official EC Council kit with hands-on labs and exam vouchers. Over 10,000 learners have rated this course 4.5 stars, so enroll now and secure your future in cybersecurity.
Meet Anne. She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyber attack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyberattacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyberattacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyberattacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the denial of service attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL injection attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyberattacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization. So, here's a question for you. Identify the type of cyber attack where the hacker's system takes over the client's IP address. A. DDoS attack. B. Man-in-the-middle attack. C. Phishing attack. D. Password attack. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. With the increase in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. We humans are highly tech-savvy in today's times. With the extensive use of the internet and modern technologies, there is a massive challenge in protecting all our digital data, such as net banking information, account credentials, and medical reports, to name a few. Have you heard about the deadly WannaCry ransomware attack? The attack happened in May 2017 in Asia, and then it spread across the world. Within a day, more than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry cryptoworm encrypted the data and locked the users out of their systems. For decryption of the data, the users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600 in Bitcoin. The users who used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the security update of April 2017 were targeted in this attack. The WannaCry attack took a toll on every sector. Top-tier organizations like Hitachi, Nissan, and FedEx had to put their businesses on hold as their systems were affected too. Now, this is what you call a cyber attack. To prevent such attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. We can define cybersecurity as the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital attacks. These illegal attacks are often referred to as hacking. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. This is a misconception that hacking is always wrong. There are hackers who work with different motives. Let's have a look at 3 different types of hackers. Black hat hackers are individuals who illegally hack into a system for monetary gain. On the contrary, we have white hat hackers who exploit the vulnerabilities in a system by hacking into it with permission in order to defend the organization. This form of hacking is absolutely legal and ethical. Hence, they are also often referred to as ethical hackers. In addition to these hackers, we also have the gray hat hackers. As the name suggests, the color gray is a blend of both white and black. These hackers discover vulnerabilities in a system and report it to the system's owner, which is a good act. But they do this without seeking the owner's approval. Sometimes gray hat hackers also ask for money in return for the spotted vulnerabilities. Now that you have seen the different types of hackers, let's understand more about the hacking that is legal and valid, ethical hacking, through an interesting story. Dan runs a trading company. He does online training with the money his customers invest. Everything was going well, and Dan's business was booming, until a hacker decided to hack the company's servers. The hacker stole the credentials of various trading accounts. He asked for a lump sum ransom in exchange for the stolen credentials. Dan took the hacker's words lightly and didn't pay the hacker. As a result, the hacker withdrew money from various customers' accounts, and Dan was liable to pay back the customers. Dan lost a lot of money, and also the trust of his customers. After this incident, Dan gave a lot of thought as to what could have gone wrong with the security infrastructure in his company. He wished there was someone from his company who could have run a test attack to see how vulnerable his systems were before the hacker penetrated into the network. This was when he realized he needed an employee who thinks like a hacker and identifies the vulnerabilities in his network before an outsider does. To do this job, he hired an ethical hacker, John. John was a skilled professional who worked precisely like a hacker. In no time, he spotted several vulnerabilities in Dan's organization and closed all the loopholes. Hiring an ethical hacker helped Dan protect his customers from further attacks in the future. This, in turn, increased the company's productivity and guarded the company's reputation. So, now you know hacking is not always bad. John, in this scenario, exposed the vulnerabilities in the existing network, and such hacking is known as ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 6 different phases. Let us look at these phases step by step with respect to how John, our ethical hacker, will act. Before launching an attack, the first step John takes is to gather all the necessary information about the organization's system that he intends to attack. This step is called reconnaissance. He uses tools like Nmap and hping for this purpose. John then tries to spot the vulnerabilities, if any, in the target system using tools like Nmap and Nexpose. This is the scanning phase. Now that he has located the vulnerabilities, he then tries to exploit them. This step is known as gaining access. After John makes his way through the organization's networks, he tries to maintain his access for future attacks by installing backdoors in the target system. The Metasploit tool helps him with this. This phase is called maintaining access. John is a brilliant hacker. Hence, he tries his best not to leave any evidence of his attack. This is the 5th phase, clearing tracks. We now have the last phase, that is reporting. In this phase, John documents a summary of his entire attack, the vulnerabilities he spotted, the tools he used, and the success rate of the attack. Looking into the report, Dan is now able to take a call and see how to protect his organization from any external cyber attacks. Don't you all think John is an asset to any organization? If you want to become an ethical hacker like John, then there are a few skills that you need to acquire. First and foremost, you need to have a good knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Macintosh. You must have reasonably good knowledge of programming languages such as HTML, PHP, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Networking is the base of ethical hacking. Hence, you should be good at it. Ethical hackers should be well aware of security laws so that they don't misuse their skills. Finally, you must have a global certification on ethical hacking to successfully bag a position of an ethical hacker like John. Few examples of ethical hacking certification are Certified Ethical Hacker Certification, CEH, CompTIA Pentest Plus, and Licensed Penetration Tester Certification, to name a few. Simplilearn provides a cybersecurity expert master's program that will equip you with all the skills required by a cybersecurity expert. You could have a look at it by clicking the link in the description. So, here's a question for you. In which phase of ethical hacking will you install backdoors in the target system? A. Scanning. B. Maintaining access. C. Clearing tracks. D. Reconnaissance. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. The endless growth of technologies in this area is directly proportional to the number of cybercrimes. Cybercrimes are estimated to cost $6 trillion in 2021. Hence, to tackle these cybercrimes, organizations are continuously on the lookout for cybersecurity professionals. The average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000 in the US and approximately rupees 7 lakhs in India. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified and become an ethical hacker like John and put an end to the cyber attacks in the world.
Picture an employee at her computer working with data. In the background, a hacker secretly accesses her company's or his company's confidential files. He or she steals sensitive information and sells it to criminals who then hold the company ransom for a profit. It sounds like something out of a movie, but unfortunately it's a common occurrence in today's online landscape. This is why cybersecurity has become such a vital part of any business strategy, and cybersecurity specialists are in demand now more than ever. Let me share you some fascinating statistics with you that illustrate the impact and potential of cybersecurity before we delve into the fascinating cyber world. According to Glassdoor, the average salary of a cybersecurity engineer is $130,000 in the US, and in India it's 7 lakh per annum. Learning AI offers numerous benefits ranging from career opportunities and innovations to personal growth and ethical consideration. It equips you with your valuable skills and knowledge that can have a profound impact on a various aspects of society and the world at large. But choosing the right course to excel in the field of cybersecurity can be challenging. With so many options available out there in the market, how do you know which one is the right for you? Well, we are here to help you. Without any further ado, let's discuss the top 5 cybersecurity certification for 2024. Number 1 on the list is Postgraduate Program in Cybersecurity in collaboration with MIT University. This postgraduate program in cybersecurity is designed to equip with the skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you stay ahead of all the latest trends in the cybersecurity as well. This course will help you learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure and securing data, including risk analysis, mitigation, and compliance. You will get foundational to advanced skills through industry-leading cybersecurity certification courses in the program. This postgraduate program in cybersecurity includes cybersecurity technology, application, and policy from MIT SCC. This program leverages MIT's academic excellence in cybersecurity and provides comprehensive understanding of the field. To ensure your readiness for the industry, you will also engage in multiple projects, allowing you to hone your skills and emerge as an exceptional cybersecurity professional. For admission to this postgraduate program in cybersecurity, candidates should have a bachelor degree with an average of 50% or higher grades, have a non-programming background, not required to have a prior work experience. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number 2 on the list is IIT Bangalore Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity. Become an industry-ready professional with an advanced executive program in cybersecurity and transform your career in 6 months. This course provides a high engagement learning experience with real-world application and is designed for individuals who want to start a new, more fulfilling career. This advanced executive program in cybersecurity will help you develop expertise in defensive cybersecurity, application security, malware analysis, ethical hacking, and many others. In partnership with IIT Bangalore and NPCI, the cybersecurity program provides you with a deep understanding of needed to spot the opportunity for disruption in cybersecurity industry. After completing the course, Simplilearn learners have made successful career transition, boosted career growth, and got average healthy hike of 70% and maximum salary hike of 150%. So why to join this program? So why? Triple IT Bangalore Advantage, virtual internship with NPCI, integrated labs, career mentorship. For admission to this postgraduate program in cybersecurity, candidates should have a bachelor degree with an average 50% or higher grades, have a non-programming background, are not required to have prior work experience. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number third on the list is Cybersecurity Expert Master Program. The Cybersecurity Expert Master Program will equip with the skills needed to become an expert in this rapidly growing domain. You will learn comprehensive approaches to protecting your infrastructure, including securing data and information, running risk analysis and mitigation, architecting cloud-based security, achieving compliance, and much more with this best-in-class program. Simplilearn Cybersecurity Expert Master Program provides cybersecurity professionals with foundational level, intermediate level, and advanced level skills that entail industry-leading certification like CompTIA Security+, CEH, CISM, CISSP, and CCSP. The program begins with industry level technology training, then progresses to intermediate level hacking techniques such as reverse engineering and network penetration testing. This course will enable you to stay up to date with the latest cybersecurity news and trends, and then make sure are implementing adequate cybersecurity measures in your organization using suitable hardware and software. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. Number fourth on the list is IIT Kanpur Professional Certificate Program in Cybersecurity, Red Team. Boost your career as a cybersecurity expert through this cybersecurity program in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. In just 6 months, you will learn advanced offensive cybersecurity strategies to protect networks and data from breaches, theft, attacks, and more. The Professional Certificate Program in Cybersecurity Red Team empowers you with a skill set to analyze the threat landscape and create strategies to ensure system stability and security. Master essential cybersecurity skills through hands-on training in real-world cases. Simplilearn's Professional Certificate Program in Cybersecurity Red Team leverages IIT Kanpur academic excellence in cybersecurity and equips students with key skills through a unique applied learning approach. These programs provide you with the necessary skills to leverage offensive cybersecurity to strengthen the stability and security of IT systems. You will benefit from and be better able to master the highly sought after cybersecurity capabilities owing to the comprehensive curriculum of the program. To gain admission to this program, candidates should have a bachelor degree in a related field, basic knowledge of programming, and cybersecurity 2+ years of work experience preferred. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below. The last one on the list is CEH V12 Certified Ethical Hacking Course. Learning advanced processes in CEH Certified Ethical Hacking course. In this online ethical hacking certification training, you will learn master advanced network packet analysis and system penetration testing techniques to build your network security skill set and prevent hackers. You will get access to certified expert professionals who will guide you throughout your learning journey. Simplilearn CES certification course provides the hands-on experience required to master the techniques hackers leverage to penetrate network system and fortify your against it. This certified ethical hacking course is aligned with the latest CEH V12 by the E-Council and will adequately prepare you to scale your skills. This ethical hacking certification verifies the skills required to thrive in information security domain. Many IT departments have made CEH compulsory for security-related posts. CEH certified ethical hacker professionals earn 44% higher salaries than non-certified professionals. This ethical hacking certification need to possess an undergraduate degree or a high school diploma in any discipline as may be prevalent and accepted in their respective country of residence and or work. So join now, seats are filling fast. The course link is in the description box below.
So today we will start our tutorial with an example. Imagine a world where every 39 seconds a cyber attack occurs, affecting businesses, governments and individuals alike. And in a digital age where data is the new gold, cybersecurity has become one of the most critical fields to master. And if you have ever wondered how hackers breach systems or how companies protect themselves against these threats, you are in the right place. In this video, we are going to take you on a journey into the fascinating world of cybersecurity. We will break down the steps you need to learn cybersecurity, from building a strong foundation in networking and programming to mastering advanced techniques like ethical hacking and threat analysis. We'll also share some of the best resources and certifications that can propel your career forward. And this video will provide you with a clear roadmap for you. So get ready to unlock the secrets of cybersecurity and start your journey towards becoming a digital defender. So here first we will start with the essential skills for an ethical hacker, or when you will learn cybersecurity, what skills you will need. So here we'll see the list, and the number one is strong understanding of networking. So ethical hackers or cybersecurity professionals need to have understanding of networking protocols, how data travels across networks, and the vulnerabilities associated with different network configurations. Then comes programming and scripting. So proficiency in programming languages like Python, C, C++, and scripting languages is crucial for writing custom exploits and tools. And then comes cybersecurity fundamentals. A solid grasp of basic cybersecurity concepts, including threats, vulnerabilities, risk management, and security principles, is fundamental. And then comes operating system. Familiarity with various operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Unix, is essential for understanding their vulnerabilities and security configurations. And then comes web application security. So knowledge of web technologies, that is web application vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and security best practices for web development. And then comes penetration testing tools. So the proficiency in tools like Metasploit, Nmap, Wireshark, Burpsuit, and other penetration testing tools used to assess system vulnerabilities. So these tools you should have hands-on. And these are the skills that a cybersecurity professional must possess. And then comes cryptography. So understanding of encryption, decryption, cryptographic algorithms, and their role in securing data. And then comes wireless security. Expertise in wireless network security, including Wi-Fi encryption protocols and vulnerabilities. And then comes security compliance and standards. Knowledge of security standards and compliance regulations such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, and GDPR. And then comes incident response. So being prepared to handle security incidents and breaches effectively, including forensics and analysis. And then comes social engineering awareness. So understanding of social engineering tactics used by attackers to manipulate individuals into revealing confidential information. And then we have the last, that is ethical mindset as a skill. So an ethical hacker or a cybersecurity professional must adhere to a strong code of ethics and prioritize responsible disclosure when vulnerabilities are there. And now we'll start with how to learn cybersecurity, and we'll see the roadmap. So the number one thing you should have is educational foundation. So ethical hacking is all about using your skills for good, that is helping to protect systems and data from cyber threats. And let's start from the very beginning and build a strong foundation together. Number one is basic education. So first things first, you need to finish high school, and during high school, try to focus on subjects like mathematics, computer science, and IT. And these subjects are essential because they teach you how computers work and how to think logically. Imagine you are building a house, and math and computer science are like the bricks and mortar you will need to construct a strong, sturdy structure. And then comes higher education. So after high school, consider pursuing a degree in computer science, information technology, or cybersecurity. Now you might be wondering, do I really need a degree? Well, a degree can definitely help. It gives you a solid foundation and is often preferred by employers. However, it's not the way to become an ethical hacker. And if you're passionate and committed, you can learn the necessary skills on your own. And many successful hackers or cybersecurity professionals have taken this self-taught route. And remember, it's not just about the degree. It's about the skills and knowledge you gain along the way. And employers are looking for people who can solve problems and think creatively, whether they have a degree or not. Now that you have covered the educational basics, let's move on to the exciting part, that is developing the essential technical skills you will need. And this is where you will start to build your hacker toolkit with essential skills and ready to gear up with some serious learning. So let's dive in. And here you'll see developing essential skills. Number one is programming. And if I tell you why it's important, so programming is like learning a new language, but for communicating with computers. So why it's important? And now we'll see what to learn. So start with Python because it's beginner friendly and powerful. Then pick up C and C++ for understanding low-level operations, and JavaScript for web-based hacking. And then we'll see how to practice. So write small scripts, automate tasks, and eventually build your own hacking tools. And after that comes networking. So let's see why it's important. So networks are like the roads connecting all computers. And understanding networking is crucial because it's where most hacking happens. But to learn for this, so learn about IP addresses, subnets, protocols like TCP/IP, and how data travels across networks. And how to practice? So set up your own network lab at home using virtual machines and experiment with different networking setups. Now coming to operating systems with the essential skills only. And the first thing we'll see is why it's important. So most hacking tools are designed for specific operating systems, especially Linux. And then comes what to learn. So get comfortable with Linux, that is distros like Kali Linux that are designed for security tasks, and understand the basics of Windows and Mac OS. And then comes how to practice. So use Linux as your main OS and play around with terminal commands and understand file system structures. And then we have security concepts. And we'll see the first thing, that is why it's important. So security concepts are like the rules of the game. Knowing them helps you understand how to break and fix things. And then we have what to learn. So focus on encryption, that is how data is protected, firewalls, how to defend networks, VPNs, how to secure connections, and IDS, how to detect intrusions. And let's see how to practice them. So implement these security measures in your own systems and try to bypass them to see how they work. So these are the core skills that form the backbone of an ethical hacker's knowledge or a cybersecurity professional knowledge. And it's not just about learning them, but practicing and applying them in the real world scenarios. Great. You have built a solid educational foundation if you are following this and developed essential skills. Now let's talk about certifications. And certifications are like badges of honor that show you have got the knowledge and skills to be an ethical hacker. And they can open doors to job opportunities and validate your expertise. So now we'll talk about some of the key certifications that you can consider. So number one is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacker. And talking about why it's important. So the CEH is one of the most recognized certifications in the ethical hacking world. It covers the fundamentals of ethical hacking and teaches you the mindset and tools hackers use. And now we'll see what it demonstrates. So by earning this certification, you show that you understand the core principles of ethical hacking, including how to scan, test, and hack systems, and how to get it or achieve it. So you can study the CEH curriculum, which includes topics like footprinting, scanning, enumeration, and system hacking. Then pass the CEH exams to get certified. Now coming to the next certification, that is CompTIA Security Plus. And first we will see why it's important. So Security Plus is a great starting point for a career in cybersecurity. It covers a wide range of security topics from network security to risk management. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so this certification proves you have the foundational knowledge required for any cybersecurity role. And it's often a stepping stone to more advanced certifications. And how to get it? So prepare by studying the CompTIA Security Plus material, focusing on key areas like threats, attacks, vulnerabilities, and security architecture. You can pass the Security Plus exam to earn your certification. Now coming to the next certification, that is OSCP, or Offensive Security Certified Professional. First thing we'll note about it is why it's important. So OSCP is known for its hands-on practical approach, and it's highly respected in the industry because it requires you to actually perform hacking techniques in a controlled environment. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so earning the OSCP shows you can identify, exploit, and document vulnerabilities in various systems, and it's proof of your practical hacking skills. And if I tell you how to get it, so you can complete the Offensive Security Penetration Testing with Kali Linux course, and then pass the rigorous OSCP exam, which involves a 24-hour hacking challenge. So this is all about OSCP. Now moving to the next certification, that is CISSP. So first thing is why it's important. So CISSP is an advanced certification aimed to those looking to move into higher level security roles like management or architecture. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, it shows you how to have a deep understanding of cybersecurity principles, and you can design, implement, and manage a best-in-class cybersecurity program. And how to get it? You can study the 8 domains of the CISSP, that is Common Body of Knowledge, which includes security and risk management, asset security, and security engineering. You can pass the CISSP exam and meet the work experience requirements to get certified. And these certifications not only validate your knowledge, but also make you stand out in the job market. They are a testament to your dedication and expertise in the field of ethical hacking. So next, we will explore how to gain practical experience, and this is where you will put your knowledge to the test and hone your skills in real-world scenarios. So ready to dive into some hands-on action? So let's move on. So the next part is number 4, that is gain practical experience. So I will say that's awesome that you have got your education, developed essential skills, and earned some certifications. Now we are coming to this part, that is now it's time to get hands-on and gain practical experience. This is where the real fun begins, applying what you have learned in real-world scenarios. Number 1 is labs and simulations. So labs and simulations provide a safe environment to practice hacking skills without the risk of breaking any laws. They allow you to experiment and learn from your mistakes. So you could use the platforms like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and Cybersec Labs that are fantastic resources. And these resources offer a variety of challenges and scenarios that mimic real-world systems and networks. So internships and entry-level positions provide real-world experience and a chance to apply your skills in a professional setting. They also help you build a network of industry contacts. You can seek out internships or jobs in IT, network administration, or cybersecurity. So these roles will give you hands-on experience with the systems and technologies you will be protecting as an ethical hacker. You can check job boards, company websites, and LinkedIn for openings. And don't be afraid to reach out to companies directly to inquire about internship opportunities. You can tailor your resume to highlight your skills and certifications, and be prepared to discuss your hands-on experience from labs and simulations. And after that comes the bug bounty programs. So bug bounty programs are an essential or excellent way to test your skills in the real world scenario. Companies offer these programs to identify security vulnerabilities in their systems, and they reward you for finding and reporting these issues. So platforms like HackerOne and BugCrowd connect ethical hackers with companies offering bug bounties. And these platforms provide a legal and structured way to test your skills. And you can create profiles on HackerOne and BugCrowd. And you can start by reading through the rules and scope of each program to understand what's allowed. And you can begin with lower risk programs and gradually move to more complex ones. As you find and report vulnerabilities, you will gain recognition and potentially earn money for your findings. And after that, we have practical experience that is invaluable and is where theory meets reality. And by practicing in labs, gaining real-world experience through internships, and participating in bug bounty programs, you will hone your skills and build a strong portfolio. And after that comes stay updated. So cybersecurity is a rapidly evolving field, and staying updated is crucial for maintaining your edge. And here's how you can keep your knowledge fresh. Number one is continuous learning. So the landscape of cybersecurity is always changing with new threats and technologies. And you can keep up with the latest news, blogs, and forums, and great resources like Krebs on security, dark reading, and the Reddit NetSec community. So make it a habit to read articles and participate in discussions regularly. And you can also subscribe to newsletters and follow key influencers in the cybersecurity space. And then we have conferences and workshops. So these events are excellent for networking and learning about the latest trends and techniques. And key conferences like DEFCON, Black Hat, and RSA conference are must-attend events for ethical hackers. And you can attend these events either in person or virtually. And you can take advantage of workshops, seminars, and networking opportunities to connect with other professionals. And then we have online courses. Continuous education helps you keep your skills sharp and up to date. And platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and Cyberready offers a wide range of courses on various cybersecurity topics. And you can enroll in courses that cover new tools, techniques, and concepts. And I have already mentioned a course with Simplilearn that is proven and technically guaranteed. So you can regularly update your skills and knowledge through these platforms. Now coming to sixth point, that is join the community. So being part of the cybersecurity community is invaluable for your career growth. And here's how you can get involved. Number one is networking. So networking with other professionals can provide valuable insights, support, and job opportunities. And the professional organizations like the Information Systems Security Association, ISSA, and the EC Council are great places to start. You can attend meetings, join discussion groups, and participate in events. And building a strong network can open doors to new opportunities and collaborations. And then we have mentorship. So a mentor can guide you, share resources, and help you navigate your career path. You can look for experienced ethical hackers who are willing to mentor you. You can reach out through professional networks, conferences, or online communities. And having a mentor can provide you with personalized advice and support. And now we'll see the companies hiring ethical hackers. So there are many companies across various industries. Those are looking for skilled ethical hackers. And some prominent employers include tech giants like Amazon, Accenture, Google, Apple, Intel, Microsoft, and Facebook. And cybersecurity firms like FireEye, Palo Alto Networks, and CrowdStrike. They're consulting firms. And then we have Deloitte, PwC, and KPMG. And then we have financial institutions like JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America. And we have also telecommunication companies like Verizon and AT&T, healthcare organizations like United Health Group, and government agencies like the NSA and FBI. So job roles for ethical hackers. And those penetration testers conduct simulated attacks to find vulnerabilities. Then we have cybersecurity analysts. They monitor and analyze security systems. Then we have security consultant. They advise organizations on best security practices. Then we have security engineer. They develop and maintain security systems. And then we have incident responder. So investigating and responding to security breaches are their role. And then we have the average salaries for these. So salaries for ethical hackers vary by location and experience. So if I talk to you about in India, so entry level positions typically earn between 4 lakhs and 6 lakhs per year, while senior roles can command between 15 lakhs and 25 lakhs per year. And in the United States, entry level salaries range from $70,000 to $90,000 per year, but with senior positions, earning can be vary between $130,000 to $170,000 per year.
Let's do the basics first, and then we'll come to the point of discussion. Right. So let's move on to our topic of the evening and our first domain, enterprise infrastructure security. Right. We'll be discussing about risk management. So let's start the tonight's topic and proceed. Right. So we'll be discussing about risk management in the information security, where we'll understand the concepts of cybersecurity, the CIA triad. We'll enumerate various factors involving risk management. We'll be able to understand the definition between quantitative and qualitative risk analysis, and also categorize various type of security control methods, right? And normally, we start with a scenario. All right, we start with the scenario. And the scenario is you have joined a major corporation as a cybersecurity specialist. In your new role as a cybersecurity specialist, you must help in securing the organization's information systems. Right? That's your job as a cybersecurity expert, a specialist. Now, your job entails in protecting systems from cyber risks, threats, and vulnerabilities by monitoring and detecting, investigating, analyzing, and responding to security events, right? Incidents, events. So the task you have been given are identify the potential threats to the organization's critical assets, identify vulnerabilities to organization's assets, determine risks, and for identified risk, perform something known as risk analysis and recommend appropriate response. This is what you'll be learning on the job as we proceed. The basics first. What is cybersecurity? Very simple. Every one of us knows. It refers to the process of securing sensitive data and critical systems from cyber threats. Right? We'll cover what is a threat, what is sensitive data, what is vulnerabilities, exploits as we proceed in our discussions. Right? The goal is to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We'll cover CII triad. That is CI. C stands for confidentiality, I stands for integrity, A stands for availability of an organization's critical assets. Now, the assets would be your networks, your computers, your programs, your data, your human being, your facilities. Anything is an asset for an organization. You agree with me, all of you? What is an asset in an organization? Anything which is a property of an organization. Anything which gives helps boost the organization's productivity per se. Right? Understood, right? Right. So that is the goal of cybersecurity: to protect, right, the organization, allow it to flourish, continue doing business. Right. So let's come to our blackboard, and I will start our topic discussions. The first topic we'll be discussing about security and risk management. Right. Would you want everything in white, or would you prefer a red font? How does it look? White or red font? Your choice. White is better? Okay, great. Thank you. So I intend to share this with you once every session is complete. Yeah, Juice says FFF. Wonderful. Okay. White background is it, or black background with white font? But this is what I do. I use black background with white font, but I can always change it. No problem. You can have it like this also. The white background with black font. Good. Let's start with that discussion. So what I do normally, okay, let's have the introductory discussions. Yeah. Okay, let's start with security and risk management. So I'll give you the introduction, then we'll move on further on our topics, right? So let's have this discussion completed. Okay, what is the issue? Right. So information security and risk management are analogous with each other. Analogous with each other. This is how I will create notes, share it with you at the end of the day. Now, as you see, it is clear. If we can increase the font a bit more for all of us to see, have a better look, right? The security and risk management domain forms the baseline for all information security concepts and practices. Now, in this topic, we'll be focusing on concepts and key areas such as the asset protection, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, security governance and principles, compliance, legal and regulatory issues that pertain to information security in the global context, professional ethics, personal security policies, risk management principles, threat modeling, business continuity planning, security risk considerations in acquisition strategy and practice, security education, training, and awareness. Right? At the primary, this is what we'll be covering throughout as we proceed, right? So we'll be discussing all of these one by one. Now, this is something which I'm covering through my own notes, through my understanding of what I have learned throughout the years, right? So remember, this is the practical part of it, which we are discussing. You'll have to go back and understand it during the weekend or week whenever you are free. Let's start with an illustration. So let's start with an illustration. Let me get my pen activated. Where is it? Please allow me a minute so that I can set up my white pen and writer. And just give me a second. I think I missed the connector somewhere. Okay, great. So let's start with a particular illustration. I think I will do one thing. I can't find my pen as of now, so I can create over here itself. Let's draw shapes and type it there itself. So first thing, I will cover the topics one by one. Black, yeah. Asset, insert. So consider this asset. I want to get this box over here. Right, yeah. So consider an asset in an organization, right? Now, we will cover the definition. Let me complete the diagram and I'll explain it to you. What do you mean by asset and why we need to discuss on it, right? So here's the asset. Then when you have an asset, you need to protect the asset, right? You need to protect. So assets, as I said, can be a human resource, can be computers, can be your facilities, can be anything, right? Let's understand an asset basically requires protection. So let's copy this, get it over here. Okay, I'm creating a diagram for ease of understanding over here. I think this should be good. Yeah, so it needs protection. Once the diagram is ready, we can talk about it in greater detail. Right? Now, this protection will be based on something. And what is that something? What is that something? Is, okay, the CIA triad, which we'll be discussing in our topics ahead. So the protection has to be based on, let's have this thing again, based, we need requires. This thing requires protection, and this protection will be based on shapes. Do I have a triangle? Yeah, will be based on the CIA triad, which is C stands for Let's make it bigger. Okay. C stands for confidentiality. Okay. Can I copy this? And the A stands for availability. Yeah, it would have been easier. I did find the pen, but connector to my yeah. So A stands for availability. There's an I over here. So let's have an I which says it is integrity. We'll be covering all these terminologies. So those who are confused, not sure what is happening, do not worry, we'll cover it. Right? This is your CIA triad. This is your CIA triad. So understand, we have an asset which requires protection, and this protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? So important, remember. So let's have this color coded for ease. And actually, I'm beautifying it, nothing else. So, right. So that's it. Make this as green so that you can see it better. Green, right? So you have an asset, it needs protection. The protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? Now, what is an asset at the onset? What is an asset? Asset is, it's not straight. Let's make it straight. An asset is nothing but, let me make it here. We'll increase the arrow's length so that I can add here. And what is an asset? Yeah, asset is your hardware, software, information, people, personal. Let me see, how can I get it here? Oh, interesting. Okay, so your physical hardware. Now this is creating trouble for me. I don't know. It should have worked. Normally it does, but I normally make these diagrams using my pen. I never use this. So this is what is causing the issue. And if I type, it is typing somewhere else. Yeah. So like I said, I assume we are out of the initial issues, right? So let's start. So like I said, the asset which we were discussing, what is an asset? His asset is nothing but your hardware. So your software, right? Then it could be, say it could be your people, right? And information, right? All of them are considered to be assets. Now, this is, yes, everything is an asset. Your facilities also can be called an asset. So assets can be hardware, software, people, information. And as is the case over here, all of them will require, excuse me. Yeah, all of them will require protection. All of them will require protection. Okay, so we need to protect it. Now we've already talked, the protection will be based on our CI confidentiality, integrity, and availability per se, right? So let's excuse me. It is misbehaving. No, interesting. It is not allowing me to delete this. Is the line visible? Okay, you are also able to see this line which has come up, right? Okay, yeah. My apologies, the team. It should not have happened like that. Interesting. It is a glitch. Okay. Now let's move on further and we'll discuss it if the issue comes up again. Now, this CIA will primarily be given or will be decided based on certain other aspects, right? And those aspects would be your security, compliance. So we'll cover this. So you'll understand it better. Compliance and policies, right? So This CIA will be primarily based on security, compliance, and policies. Now, again, this also will be ensured through the CIA will be ensured through. Let me move it a bit like this. Can I just use it like this? Yeah. It will be ensured through security governance, right? And through compliance. This will be demonstrated through compliance, right? Now, understand. Let's get these boxes in place. So here it is. Yeah, just trying to get everything in place. Second box is the compliance box over here. We'll make it slightly good looking, right? Yeah. Okay, here it is. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Coming back to our discussion. Understand this security governance will be driven through compliance. So this security governance will be driven through compliance. So driven through compliance. Okay. So as of now, most of you must be feeling that this is all gibberish, but we'll cover it as we proceed. So don't worry, right? So this is a diagram which we'll be referring regularly. Hence, I am creating the diagram over here, right? Now, this compliance will be primarily based on certain aspects such as, so the compliance will be based on certain things which we'll be covering one by one. That is legislations or regulatory. So let's say legislative, then regulatory, privacy related issues, right? Privacy related issues, right? Also, it will be, for example, let's say it will be based on PCI DSS. Now we'll cover what is PCI DSS as we proceed. Regulations, HIPAA, or GDPR. Right? So we'll cover this as we proceed. Now understand, the most important thing we need to understand is an asset. It is hardware, software, people, information, facility, everything and all of it, right? Now, this asset needs to be protected, right? The asset needs to be protected. And this protection will be based on confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? And now this CIA will be demonstrated using compliance, which is primarily based on legislative, regulatory, privacy-related issues and regulations. And the security governance will ensure it, right? Now, what is security governance? It is nothing but management practices, right? Standards, policies, procedures. That is security governance. So a few things to be remembered over here. Where's my pen? Here it is. So remember, security governance is nothing but management practices, right? Then it will be your standards, policies, and procedures. We'll cover the definition after this, right? You should remember that security governance can be ensured by proper management practices, standards, policies, and procedures, right? Basically, this complete stuff will give you or will provide insights. I need to slow down. Insights into something known as security controls, the protection mechanisms, right? Your personal security and professional ethics. All right. Okay. Now, all of this is interrelated. Hence, we are covering it like that. Now, this particular aspect of security controls, excuse me, I did select. Yeah. All these aspects of security controls, personal security, professional ethics will be controlled by or can be adhered using your compliance, right? We'll be adhering using compliance, right? Now each term will be explaining as we proceed ahead. So don't get confused, right? So this will be adhered through, right? Security compliance. Okay, is the diagram clear? Right? Is the diagram clear? Asset needs protection. Asset is nothing but hardware, software, people, information. Protection will be done through the use of CIA, compliance, integrity, availability. Okay. This is primarily, okay, one more box will create so that I can differentiate. Otherwise, my handwriting is, okay, here it is. So yeah, now this compliance CIA will be basically based on security compliance and policies, right? Now you can ensure the CIA by ensuring you have proper security governance, which is management practices, standards, policies, and procedures. And this can be demonstrated using compliance, right? And compliance can be added through security controls, personal security, and professional ethics, right? This is what we are covering all in all in this particular topic, right? So let's move on with the explanation for each topic mentioned over here. Any questions so far? Anything you would like to understand? Anything which you like to discuss right now? We can discuss. If you have any questions, we'll be covering it. Okay. Yeah. Anything you like to discuss now? Please go ahead. No? Wonderful. Wonderful. So let's come back to our primary discussion. And here we begin. Yes, I will share the topic notes, Dipti, with you. I will share this particular page itself. Yeah, this particular page I will be sharing with you. So do not worry. I'll share this document. You can go through this document whenever you want. And now we have a few questions. We'll address the questions one by one. So normally what I do is get the questions here itself. So let's say, can I just give me a second? I am setting up the question. So all questions which will be discussed, we'll add it here itself so that I can talk about it and give you an insight. So now all those questions which will be answered for the topic will be here. So the first question is, who does the rule? The question is, who decides? Okay, the question is from Kaushal, right? So let me just paste it text only, right? So the question is, who decides? Okay, the spelling, okay, that does not matter. Who decides the rule of compliance? Okay, so here's the answer for you. Let me dictate. Okay. So the rules of compliance are typically determined by a combination of regulatory bodies, industry standards organizations, governmental agencies, and sometimes international agreements. Yeah? Does that answer your question, Kaushal? Information in asset means what? So the question is, what information asset means? Okay, so let me give you the answer on it. Now, information asset typically refers to data and knowledge that is contained within an organization, right? So let's talk about a bit more. Now, this particular aspect of information can be either tangible or intangible, owned by individuals or an organization, right? Now, this information can take various forms and is often critical to the functioning of an asset. There are various types of assets in case of information. Intellectual property, financial assets, physical assets, digital assets, human capital. Do you understand? If you talk about information, all these can be called as assets, which are either tangible or intangible. What is tangible or intangible? Tangible is something which you can touch, intangible which cannot be touched, right? Like the air, you know it is there, but you cannot touch it. Same. If you want to touch a tree, it is there. Both are assets. Okay. Now, how can we ensure that the integrity is maintained as per a CIA? Now, this is a topic which we'll be discussing in our integrity discussions per se, but I can give you an introduction on it. Right? I can give you an introduction on it and what is it about. Now, maintaining integrity as a part of the CIA triad in information security is crucial for ensuring that the data remains accurate, trustworthy, and unaltered. This can be achieved by strategies such as data encryption, access control, data validation, audit trials, version control, security training and awareness, backup and recovery. So let's start with our topic discussion. So we addressed questions. Now we'll work on the terminologies which we used over here, one by one. Now, important things to remember, important points to remember here. Okay, let's understand this one by one. The first point, assets require protection. Right. So this is me typing now. There's too many typos happening. Second, protection is based on the requirements of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right, for the asset. Security is ensured through security governance that comprises rather management practices and management oversight, right? Security is demonstrated through compliance that could be legal or regulatory in nature. Let's try this. Now, compliance consists of adherence to applicable legal and regulatory requirements, applicable policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines, and personal securities and policies. Also, compliance can be affected by security issues. Now, these are some of the important points which we should remember before we understand each topic separately, right? Before we understand the complete terminologies which we saw until now, right? So as you see over here, we talked about this diagram as an introductory nature. In this diagram, we need to understand these important points and topics, right? This is something which will allow you to better understand what is happening and why are we looking into this particular aspect, right, in the diagram. This is important, you should remember, right? So let's proceed with our further discussion, right, wherein we'll be defining each of the topics one by one over here. So the first thing, let me just cover this question for you. I will not number it. I think numbering would be difficult. But let's have the question noted over here. So is CIA triad company or organization specific? So I should have asked you this question, but let's do it this way. Now, the CIA triad is not specific to any particular company or organization. Instead, it is a fundamental concept in information security that applies universally across various industries, sectors, and organizations. Also, the CIA triad basically provides a framework for understanding and addressing the core objectives of information security. And these core objectives are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These will be discussed as we proceed ahead. Yeah. Right. So I think not many typos. This should work. Right. So Azareen, does that answer your question? It is not organization specific at the onset. Wonderful. Your question is addressed and put into the notes for ease of understanding of everyone. Now, can you give an example of security governance? Can you give an example of security governance? We're slightly jumping the gun, but I can give an example. Let's say, let me think of an example for you. I will not type it. I will just explain it to you like this. Now, let's consider an example of a banking industry. Yes, Aditya. Aditya, you belong to which industry? Are you working or are you a student? I'm just asking it so that I can, it'll be easy for me to discuss. Yeah, working. In which industry are you? Now, let's consider an example of security governance in the banking industry per se or the sector. Now, if you talk about confidentiality or in case of the banking industry, ensuring confidentiality would be paramount for protecting the customers' sensitive information, right? Because it is financial. Now, banks implement various measures such as the encryption, access control, and authentication mechanisms to prevent unauthorized access to customer accounts and transaction data, right? So, for example, online banking platform will use secure web communication, right? Secure connection or HTTPS. Yeah. So you will be using HTTPS connectivity and multi-factor authentication to ensure that only authorized users can access this account. That is confidentiality. If you talk about integrity, you're basically maintaining the integrity of financial transactions by having checksums, digital signatures, right? To basically verify the electronic transactions. And availability would be ensuring that when a customer wants to access the banking platform, the online banking platform, it is available whenever it is demanded without interruption. That is the CIA. Now, in this example, security governance in the banking industry will incorporate the principles of the CIA to protect the customer data, maintain the integrity, ensure the availability by placing requisite processes, mechanisms, standard operating processes, your guidelines and policies in place. So you have to implement the CIA, protect the CIA, having a certain set of what did we call processes, practices, mechanisms, standards, guidelines in place, and we'll cover those definitions as we proceed. Yeah, Zareen, your question is answered. Okay, let's proceed with the topic which we were discussing. Let's start with asset. What is an asset? So we discussed about asset, but we need to clearly understand what do we understand by the asset, and what all does an asset compromise of, right? So let's proceed. Does that? Okay. Now this is something which always happens. I'm just checking it. And it has again happened. Okay, yeah, it is. Now, asset can be tangible, that is perceptible by touch. An example of a tangible asset could be a desktop computer or a laptop. Assets can be intangible also, which are basically not physically present. You cannot touch it. For example, corporate image or intellectual property, such as the patents, are intangible assets. Clear so far? So assets are tangible and intangible. Tangible is basically what you can touch, what you can perceive with a touch, right? Intangible is something which is understood. We cannot just touch it, right? Now, assets are used by the organization for business purposes or business processes. Every asset, whether tangible or intangible, has a certain intrinsic value to the business. The value can be monetary or of importance or of both. For example, a simple firewall that costs less than $10,000 may be protecting important business applications worth millions of dollars. Is that understood? So let's take an example over here. For example, if you have the Coca-Cola as an organization, right? What is the most unique selling point? Wonderful. See, Shaurya and me are thinking of the same line. So he's given the same example of Coca-Cola, which has Coke as a primary, what do you say, product which they sell, right? And it has a unique formula, which is kept secret for very, very long. Now, if your server, which is bought for say $1,000, $10,000, has this formula kept inside the server itself is 10,000, but the formula is worth millions of dollars, right? So what is the server? Is the tangible asset. What is the data which has a formula? Is a intangible asset, right? So every asset, whether it is tangible or intangible, will have value associated to it. And the value will be based on either monetary or the intrinsic value of the asset per se, right? So it is important for the organization. That is what you should understand. The weather is right. Right. I think that's the right weather. Yeah. Okay. Understood why asset and how asset is important, how you should understand an organization may get affected. Now, if this particular Coca-Cola's formula, Coke formula, is lost, as in it is available on the dark web, won't Coca-Cola lose its unique selling point, its competitive advantage in the market? They will, right? Yeah, they will, right? You agree with me, all of you? Yeah. So you should remember this is what is an asset. And when you have an asset, it needs to be protected. If you don't protect an asset, you will lose it. And if you lose it, that compromise may get you out of the business. You may file for bankruptcy. The organization may file for bankruptcy, right? So that is why we need to protect the asset. So if an asset is compromised, for example, stolen or modified, and that data or secret information is disclosed, it will have an impact that could lead to monetary loss, customer dissatisfaction, and or legal and regulatory non-compliance, right? So this is what is a problem. You may have loss of customers, loss of money, you may lose, regulatory issues may come up, you will be fined, you will be punished, there will be penalties. As an organization, that is something which will cause a lot of issue. Question says, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, thank you. Can you please explain how people are an asset? Now, see, understand, the people are the most valuable assets within an organization because they have skills, knowledge, experience, creativity, and relationship that employee possesses, which will contribute significantly to the success and competitiveness of the organization. Now, anything which contributes to the organization's success is considered as a asset. So, yeah. So, when you talk about human beings, right, and how information and skills of the workforce can be considered, it can be considered under, say, intellectual capital, right? That is collective knowledge, expertise, skills of an employees. Similarly, innovation and creativity can be considered such that our employees are able to innovate, to generate ideas, right? Uh, Customer relationship. Again, employees often develop very, very strong customer relationship. Let me just put it in the bullet points over here itself. So let's talk one by one on these points. So first one is uh, intellectual capital. So this is where the collective knowledge, expertise, and skills of the employees will represent intellectual capital. Innovation and creativity, where employees basically the ability of an employee to innovate, generate new ideas, and solve complex problems, again, can be considered as a critical asset for an organization, particularly where the industries are or the industry have a rapid changing scenario. Technology is changing regularly, right? So that is where employee can be considered, or human being can be considered as an asset, right? So this is where you need to understand why human being is considered an asset, right? Similarly, you will have customer relationship, wherein a lot of organizations have employees directly in touch with the customers. Now, customers trust these employees. They prefer to talk to these employees. This is where customer relationship this is where your employee becomes a asset, right? You cannot let go the asset because you may even lose the customer. And even your organization culture comes into play, and that culture basically significantly what do you say prefers the employees to be trained in a certain way, to be addressed in a certain way, making them an asset which becomes indispensable, or at least a big time uh, have big time importance to the organization. Yeah, does that answer your question, Zareen? Okay. Why do you consider them an asset? Because there are a lot of things which they handle. And this is all these things which they handle can be considered as something which allows the organization to grow in long term. Right? Okay. Until he types, let's proceed. Now, assets are basically grouped or generally grouped in a certain ways. And so, how are assets generally grouped? So let's have this one by one. So first one is physical assets. So let me tell you what are physical assets. So physical assets again are tangible in nature, and our examples could be, say, your buildings, uh, furniture, right? HVAC systems, right? And so on and so forth, right? So these are considered as assets, which are physical in nature or physical assets, right? So these are how you can group assets in various segments. One is physical asset. Let's move to the next one, which is hardware assets. Right? Hardware assets. Now, when you talk about hardware assets, these are in information security per se. If you talk about examples, it would include your servers, desktops or desktop computers, laptops, router, network cables, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So these are the hardware assets in information security per se. So you can differentiate your assets based on this. So we understanding what are the different groupings of assets. So we talked about physical, we talked about hardware. Now the next one logically will come as software assets. What are software assets? Okay, these are intangible assets. If you can refer to software as a intangible assets, right? Now these basically can be utilized or are utilized by organization by having licenses, right? Yeah, licenses, or your intellectual property can be considered over here. Uh, uh, let's example would be your operating system, OS, your DBMS, database management system, right? Office applications, you're procuring it. You do not have do not have your own system. You're buying it under license to be utilized. Then your web servers, uh, server softwares, as we call it, softwares, right? And so on and so forth can be considered as software assets. Clear so far? Yeah, Aditya says the same product may cause loss to other company. Coca-Cola example, very true. Right. So those are software assets. Right. Now, another group or another classification of assets could be information assets. Information assets, right? So if you talk about information assets, again, these are intangible in nature and they are owned by an organization. Now, these are not owned but licensed, right? Licensed, right? In this case, these are owned by the organization, right? So example could be your business processes, organizations, business processes. Then policies, procedures, um, customer information, right? Uh, Personal information, then agreements, and formulas which are developed in-house, right? Those are so now developed in-house or even purchased. So they are holding them after purchasing, right? Those are your information assets. Clear so far? Physical, hardware, information, software and personal assets. And the last one is personal assets. Now, these are basically people associated with the organization, right? For example, your employees, contractors, maybe vendors, third-party consultants, right? Um, what else? Okay, maybe these all, or few more will come up here and there. So these are your personal assets. Personal assets, right? Got it? So you can group your assets into following classifications: physical, hardware, software, information, and personal. All these are important. Clear so far? And interestingly, our friend, let's talk about asset. Now that we know what is an asset, let's talk about asset protection, right? So now, if you remember in our diagram, we made an asset and we say it needs to be protected because it is an asset. So at asset protection, we talk about asset protection and what is it about. In information security domain, asset protection involves security management practices that are subjected to business and compliance requirements. Such practices for asset protection are called security controls. Various types of security controls would be physical entry controls to an office building that allow only authorized persons. Monitoring controls such as CCTV for surveillance of critical assets. Right? So you have various protection mechanisms, and those protection mechanisms are we referring to physically stopping someone, monitoring it using CCTV, controls such as locks for hardware asset for protection from theft. Tamper-proofing controls such as hashing and encryption for software and data assets. Copyrights or patent for information access to protect legal rights. Identity management systems to protect personal assets from identity theft. All these are various controls or protection mechanisms in place, right? So now when you have an asset, we need to protect that asset. For protecting an asset, there are various implementations which can be done. A few I have listed over here. Yeah. Now, we should understand that these are not comprehensive list of security controls. It is now this list is an ad hoc list as of now. So it will be basically decided. Now, this kind of asset protection mechanism will basically be decided on uh, risk, risk analysis, your evaluation of the risk, assessment of the risk, right? Similarly, controls will be identified through risk mitigation strategies, risk assessment, risk, what do you say? Decision of risk based on management's policy. And this is where your analysis of risk management or risk management procedures will come into play. So asset protection requires or has a requirement that it will be based on risk. In order to understand the risk, we will have to understand risk assessment and select the control based on the risk analysis which is done over there, right? So we'll be discussing this based on the confidentiality, integrity, and availability concept. So if you have a software, be it open source or whatever, and it is being utilized to say create value for business. Okay. Anything which creates value will be considered an asset. Remember that. It be it open source, right? Now, when you talk about open source, you can categorize it into, say, software assets. Right? You're not owning it, but you can use it. And when you use it, you are trying to look for value. Is that understood? Aditya is saying open source software is not included in these assets. We can include it. I have not made it comprehensive. You can add a lot of things into it. I gave you an understanding of an asset. Okay. Okay. All right. So where are we? Since I'm talking a lot about risk management, let me give you a small introduction of risk assessment management before we proceed for our discussions on the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, why am I referring to it always? Where's my connection? This is something which is important. Understand when you sit for interviews for your as say GRC professional for cybersecurity. What is GRC? Stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance. GRC, right? Governance, Risk, and Compliance. You'll be asked such questions. So you have first job in risk management would be to something known as inventorize assets. So you will basically make a list of assets held by an organization. These assets will be prioritized. Now, these will be based on what? The prioritization will be done on something known as business impact analysis. The impact this asset will have if it's compromised. In fact, if asset is compromised. Do you understand it? Now, when Shaurya said that Coca-Cola is an asset, you list out the asset. Now, if the Coca-Cola's asset, Coca-Cola's formula is lost, then what will happen? You'll have a big impact on the organization. Now, that impact is what will decide the priority of an asset for an organization. Once your assets are inventorized, you will understand the value of the assets compromise based on something known as quantitative and qualitative analysis. We'll cover this in our future discussions. These analysis will allow us to get something known as a dollar value for your asset, right? And what will be the issue in case they are compromised. Once we have these dollar values with us, then based on this value, we will be based on these calculations, we will select controls. We will select controls, right? Controls are what? Protective mechanisms. Now, in case Coca-Cola's formula, you can say controls can be encryption, yeah, access control, right? Your say CCTVs, your guard dogs, right? These are controls, protective mechanisms, right? And once the controls are in place, we cannot stop over there. We'll have to review the controls periodically, because it may so happen after a certain time period, these controls may not be effective or the data may not require that much of protection. Okay, this is where your complete structure of asset management, asset security management, and risk management comes into play. Now, this is in crux the risk management discussion which we are going to do. Right? This is the introduction I have given you. So don't worry. Just take it as I've shown you. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, let's connect all these steps as asked over here. Let's say in the example, stick an example of our friend Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola. And their formula for Coca-Cola. Now, if you consider this formula as your asset, what would you do? You will think that first question in when you sit for analysis of a risk with respect to this formula is that uh, who, firstly, what is the threat associated with this asset, right? So now you tell me what threat is associated with this formula? Exactly, breach of data, right? Breach of data is a threat. Now, if this next question to be addressed, if you know what is the threat associated, which is breach of data, then you need to answer next question: how much loss will happen if this is lost, if this happens, if this thing becomes successful, or you can call it as if the risk materializes, then what is the case, right? So if you now know that the asset is Coca-Cola's formula, the threat is breach of data, then you will know the weakness. Now, what is this? This is the weakness or vulnerability. You know the vulnerability, you know the threat, right? Once you know the vulnerability, the weakness, and the threat, and you need to understand the impact it will have on the business, find out the dollar value. So you'll have to calculate the dollar value based on, say, what do you feel about it? What will happen to the business? We will say, I know that the business will be out of, it won't be able to function. We will lose competitive advantage. That is known as quanti, or sorry, that is known as qualitative analysis. What you feel about it, the feeling of it. Yeah. So impact is high, medium, or low. What is called? Impact would be high, medium, or low. And at the same time, you can also use another calculative method, which is known as quantitative analysis. Now you'll use analysis. This is where you use mathematics and get something known as dollar value. So you know that there will be a $10 million loss in case this formula is lost. I'm just giving you an ad hoc number. What do you get? You get the understanding what is the impact of the business. Now you know that based on this value, we now know what will happen if this asset is lost, right? We know, right? Understood? We'll know this, right? That if this asset is lost, we've calculated it, we've understood it. Now, based on that, you will select a protective mechanism to protect this asset. Understood? Is that understood? Say we have the formula coming up when we come to this. Is just a generalized discussion we have. We have the formula coming up, right? So now we know. For example, let's say when I said the loss or the value of this compromise asset is say $10 million, right? $10 million. Now you will put a control put a control which will not cost, or which will be less than the loss of compromise. As in, we want something which is costing us or saving us from this loss and does not cost itself $10 million and more. So the cost of the control, as is the case over here, right? So we select something which is saving on the compromise and also not costing us that much. So if by any chance the cost of the control is higher than the compromise itself, the management will not approve. You understand that, right? If cost of control is greater than loss after compromise, as in, let's say if the data is lost, I lose $10, but in order to protect the data, I need $100. Will the management approve it? Yes. Will the manager approve it? Senior management will approve it? Is it no, right? Financially, economically, does not make a sense. That's the reason you put a control if the control is within. Now, this is again with respect to risk strategy. This is where, so you'll think of risk strategy in this case. So you will either, strategy. You will either accept risk, mitigate risk, avoid risk, right? Accept, mitigate, avoid, and what is it? Another one. Accept, mitigate, avoid. What is the fourth one? Anyone knows? Transfer. Very nice. Transfer. Thank you, Omio. So what is accept? I accept that this is loss is going to happen. I do not intend to do anything. Mitigate. I will reduce the levels of the impact. I will reduce the impact. Avoid. I'll just totally leave it. And transfer, I'll basically do an insurance, something like that. Okay. That is where risk strategy come into place. Okay. So the control in this case will be encryption of the formula, guards, dogs, CCTV, building with access control, everything. Yeah, so on and so forth. Understood, is it? I just ran through the example to explain it, but we'll be covering it as we proceed in the session. What we understood last time was about risk management. We understood what is the cybersecurity. Before we proceed further, how many of you are proficient in Linux, have been handling Linux operating system, wherein you can do commands on the terminal, maybe run an application to scanning and all through the terminal? How many of you are proficient in it? Right. So this is your Kali Linux machine, which we'll be using. Now that Kali is up, let me just complete a few theory things. Once the theory is complete, we'll be discussing Linux today, primarily the command line of Linux terminal and how you navigate around the Linux machines. Okay, I'm setting a small 15 questions Linux quiz for all of you, which will be running now just to understand about Linux, comfort of your people. The class code, just a sec, I'll share it. We'll have this quiz running right now. Linux basics plus create a login, and then we log in. Just use the class code is given on your URL. Can you see the URL? If I just use your own, if on your screen, can you see on this part of the URL, you have the class code mentioned that you can use. At the onset, just log in. Linux basics. One sec. The class code, Ganga, you're already a part of the class, right? Oh, the link expired. No problem. I'll share it. So we talked about CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability as such, how it needs to be protected. We understood the CIA triad. We understood what is confidentiality, integrity, availability, and the attacks on them. Basically, each threat, each particular, what do you say, the pillar of cybersecurity, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, has various threats associated to it. Those will be intentional attacks, primarily the man-in-the-middle attacks, the packet sniffing attacks, the hacking attacks. There could be accidental leakage through untried employees, right? Someone who is misconfigured something, right? There could be issues with authentication, authorization, and failures, okay? Because there's lack of least privilege, need to know. There could be hardware or software failures. That's a threat to the confidentiality. Again, how do you protect yourself if there's an issue for, if there's a threat to the confidentiality? You encrypt, you ensure there's access control mechanisms in place. You have administrative controls. Now, the biggest example of administrative controls is the documentation, which is done, the various agreements which are done. For example, when you join a new organization, normally you sign something known as the acceptable use policy. How many of you have signed a acceptable use policy and a non-disclosure policy in an organization? Just say yes on the chat if you have, right? Shobha has done it. Neha, Leander, everyone has seen. Now, what is this? This is basically a administrative control, a countermeasure, a protection mechanism in order to protect the organization against breach of confidentiality, right? So that is a administrative control, okay? Rest all is very clear, right? Then comes integrity. As we all know, integrity is something wherein we do not want unauthorized changes to data by unauthorized or authorized users. Now, remember one very interesting fact about integrity. Integrity is to be protected at any given moment for either the data at rest or the data in transit. Data at rest, which is stored with you, which is archived with you or the organization, and data at transit, data in motion, is something wherein data is moving on the network. That network could be internet, that network could be intranet, right? And it has to be protected. Anyone does anything, as in if it's an authorized user making unauthorized changes, that is not, should not happen. If it's an unauthorized user, obviously they should not be allowed to do any changes to the data. That is integrity and the protection required for it. I've already covered the threat. There should not be accidental modification. There should not be intentional alteration. Another threat is system malfunction. Now, sometimes your system just crashes and it causes, what do you call it? Basically, there's a corruption in the data. That is system malfunction issue. And there could be environmental factors. Now, if you have a hard disk, which is a magnetic hard disk with you, and you place it on say a speaker on your at home, which has a magnet built in inside, you will realize that your data will get corrupted, right? These are environmental factors. Or if there's a strong EM environment, electromagnetic environment around the magnetic hard disk, your data will get corrupted. So that is what is the threat to integrity. Yeah. So we've covered this. I'm just covering the slides per se. What is the protection mechanism? You use cryptographic hash to ensure that the data can be checked if there's a integrity breach or not. It cannot avoid a threat to integrity, but it can tell you if the data has been compromised or not, right? Similarly, check some database integrity, referential integrity. Yeah. So we are checking about the integrity, right? We are checking if the data has been changed in transit or not. For example, let's say you have an organization wherein the data is backed up every few hours in a backup facility away from the main facility. Now, this data will be utilized whenever there's a situation, there's an incident wherein the backup is to be called upon for restoring the systems. Now, in order that the backup should work, we also have to regularly check if the data is still relevant, if the data is still good, the integrity is not compromised, right? That is where your hashes will come into play. We have cryptographic discussions coming ahead, but understand what is a cryptographic hash. Cryptographic hash is something which is a one-way function. By one-way function, I mean to say that any input given to this algorithm, the cryptographic hash algorithm or hashing algorithm will give you a fixed output of a string of characters. These string of characters are non-reversible, as in if you have this string of characters, you cannot go to the input, first thing. Secondly, a small change in the input will have a corresponding large change on the output. That means if the data is being sent on the data has been compromised, even by minutest of the bits, there will be huge change in the hashing value. And that tells you that the data has been tampered with. The attack is on the integrity of the data. You understood cryptographic hash? Yeah, at least the concept you got it right. We'll have a greater discussion coming on it. At least the hash was clear. The integrity is clear. Wonderful. Thank you, Zareem, Archana. Let's move on. Okay. Then availability. Now, very simple. If you go on Amazon.com and you try and order a particular product, show an example. It's very easy for hashing algorithm for cryptographic hash. Let's give you an example. Hash calculator. Actually, I wanted, but let's see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, which is the online hashing algorithm, right? Now, let's say Amit is sending data to Sai, right? And the data says we will have a secret meeting at 2200 hours tonight, right? So this is your message with Amit is sending to Sai. You are working in, say, the CIA or any intelligence agency, and you're sending this data to one another. And we want to, both of them want to ensure that the data is not changed in the transit. So what they do, they decide that we will receive the data irrespective, but we will pre-decide an algorithm for hashing. Now that algorithm, as per them, we can have several algorithms, as you see on the screen over here. Let's say they decide an hashing algorithm of MD5. This is one of the few hashing algorithm. Just an example, they decide that the integrity check will be done with MD5 algorithm, right? Between both of them, Sai and Amit. Now, this is the message which is sent. Along with the message, the hashing value is also sent. So what does Amit do? He first creates the message, then runs the MD5 algorithm and gets the hash value. So what does Amit do? Let's say I will send you on the chat also. This is your message, and the hash value, I'll put it on the chat itself. So this is the hash value. So what Amit does, he sends the message, encrypted, unencrypted, however, and the hash value along with the message. Can you see on the chat? Amit has sent both the details, right? So I've sent it on the Slack channel too. Now, what happens is Avinash is a hacker who is standing in between both of them. There's Amit's computer or the messaging system is compromised. What Avinash does, he changes this to, say, he just adds, instead of 2200 hours, he makes it 2300 hours. Can you see? Small change, not much change, right? Rest all stays the same. And he sends this message to, he sends it ahead, right? Now, when our friend Sai receives this message, he calculates the hashing value, right? Now, Avinash, the hacker, does not know what algorithm is utilized for hashing. Just assume that he does not know anything. So what Sai does when he receives the message, he sees the hash value, right? He sees the hash value. So this is the message I am sending on chat right now, and the hash value which our friend Sai calculates is visible over here. Now let's compare both the values. Let's compare both the values. So for this, the hashing value got too fast. Yeah. So this is the hashing value. And the previous example, this is the hashing value. Can you see? Does the hash value match? Tell me, do the hash values match? Yes, team? They don't. What does it tell Sai when he calculates the hash value and sees that the values do not match? Because he has the previous value sent by Amit, and he has now calculated his own MD5 hash algorithm value for this particular data. What does Sai know now? Sai says that data has been tampered with. It is not a surety that it's a compromise, because sometimes when you send data on the network, it may so happen the data gets corrupted, right? So there's a possibility that either there's a compromise or there's a system failure, but the data has compromised, the data has tampered, right? The data is changed. Obviously, the data cannot be relied on. Do you get the concept? Yeah, this is how hash works. This is how your integrity check works. So now this is exactly what happens when the data flows from the internet. When you send data from a client to a server, along with the data, a hash value is sent. And this is exactly what happens between the client and server. Pre-calculated hash is sent, and post receipt of the data, the server also calculates the hash. Yeah, the server also calculates the hash. Balraj, that's the point. When Sai receives this message, he knows that he has to meet at 2300 hours, but he also knows the data is tampered with. So obviously he will not follow the instructions. The data, he says the message has been tampered with. That means somebody has a malicious intent of changing the data. Somebody has changed it. And when something is changed, you don't work on it. And then there are other channels to confirm what was the message and all. That is a different thing altogether. Yeah. Just say yes if you do. Yeah, this receiver has absolutely no idea what change has been done. He just knows the data is changed. He has absolutely no idea what has changed. But he knows the data is changed. And once you know the data is changed, you just drop the data. Simple, right? I will not follow the instructions. Or we will ask for retransmission in the network language. Because the hash changed, the value changed. Yes, the hash value is sent by the sender to the receiver. Yes, there are ways and means to crack the hash. There are ways and means to protect the hash. We'll come to that. We will. Yes. Every time we receive a message, we will calculate the hash value, compare it. This is exactly what happens on the network also, on internet also. Everything depends on everything, but hash will give you the integrity check. As in, it'll confirm if the data has been compromised, tampered, or changed or not. Yeah. There are enormous number of algorithms. Attacker can keep on trying however long he wants or she wants. How would tell me you have received a message 10 times with different hash values from the sender. Will you still believe in the message? You won't, right? The hashes algorithm are pre-decided between the sender and receiver. It's a part of initial handshake. I'll show you a demo on that. I can give you a demo on that, but we'll divert completely. The attacker can spoof IPs, but change in data, the attacker cannot control the hash value. Yeah, I can show you. In fact, I am going to show you internet transaction. How does the internet transaction happens? Wherein how you start the connectivity, how hashes are, how algorithms are exchanged, how data is transmitted, how everything is calculated. It will work. Yeah, it's a part of my syllabus, not just Simplilearn. An additional thing to tell, which I will show it to you. If you want to understand the name, I'll be talking about TCP handshake on the network. I'll be talking about TLS handshake. Do you understand what is a TLS handshake? Do you know what is a TLS? Yes, full form, please. If you don't know it, TLS is tell me. See, when data is transmitted over the internet, it is known as transport layer security. Yeah, that is encrypted, right? When the data is sent. So the TLS is a transport layer security approach. And this is where your data is encrypted along the in the network. And for that, the algorithms are pre-decided. The handshake tells. So now that we have jumped into it, let me tell you. What happens is, let's say I am talking to Mahavir. So I cannot just talk to Mahavir, right? I will first seek his permission. I will say, Mahavir, may I talk to you? Mahavir will say, yes, let's talk. What am I doing? I'm sending a synchronous request to Mahavir. Mahavir is sending me synchronous acknowledgement. As in, Mahavir is saying, yes, we can talk. I say, yes, that's good. I send an acknowledgement. This synchronous request sent from me to Mahavir, synchronous acknowledgement sent from Mahavir to me, and I sending yes, final yes acknowledgement is what is known as Syn-Synac TCP handshake. This is known as TCP handshake. Once you have the TCP handshake completed, then we decide, Mahavir, I belong to Karnataka. I speak Kannada. I also know Hindi. I also know English. Which language would you prefer? Now, what am I doing? We are deciding on a common communication protocol. So Mahavir will say, I belong to Rajasthan. I know Rajasthani. I know English. I know Hindi. We can talk in English. What is it happening? We are deciding on protocols. We are deciding on the communication line. We are deciding on the encryption algorithms. We are deciding on hashing algorithm. This is known as a TLS handshake. Once you decide on the language, we also decide what code to use. Do you use Devanagari? Do you use English? Do you use any other, script? What is it? We are discussing the encryption mechanism. Now, when Mahavir and me are talking, everything is pre-decided. What codes will you use for encryption? English, right? How frequently will we speak? Now, once we finish this approach, when we finish everything that now we have decided to talk, we decided our algorithms, and we say, now we are done with talking. We'll close the connection. That's a reset, right? We'll cover that. At the onset, understand what is this. So this is exactly what happens on the network. A lot of handshaking happens. A lot of data is exchanged with each other. Only then your communication happens. Now, everything happens with a blink of an eyelid because the modern day communication system. So you won't know about it, but it happens. And this will be done. I will show this on live example. I've given you a analogous example. I will show you using Wireshark. How does it look on the network, right? I love giving that example. It's an awesome example, and I'll show you how it works with time. So we'll understand Linux today. If time permits, we'll go further ahead, and we will also understand this TLS handshake in the cryptography, TLS TCP handshake in the cryptography module in greater detail. So yeah, so let's move to the threats. I'm glad you understood. Yeah, so CIA threats. So what is the threat to the availability? I was coming to Amazon. When Amazon, you're trying to order a product and Amazon is down. What is happening? An authorized user is not able to place an order. You will get frustrated, right? And that is an attack on availability. Amazon will lose business and reputation at the same time, right? So that is what is. So it can be a denial of service attack or a DDoS. DDoS stands for denial of distributed denial of service attack, right? That's a malicious intent for stopping services of a service provider. Simple as that, right? So this is it. There can be see, if you have a data center and there's a power failure, what is it? It may also lead to denial of service, availability attack on the network, right? If there's a power failure. Similarly, if your HVAC system, your AC, what do you call it? HVAC. What's the full form? HVAC. I keep on forgetting it. Your climate control system, basically in the the full form is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC. Now, when you have this climate control system inside your data center, it fails. That may also lead in server being the server performance being hampered. So your availability is hampered. That is what is the point. Say I am an attacker, and you are a web server, right? I am sending you unlimited number of requests. Let's say Aruba wants to get some service from the web server, but since I am sending unlimited number of requests, the server is not able to cater for requests from any authorized user. Yeah, the server is not able to cater for requests because there are too many requests coming from a attacker, a single attacker. That is denial of service attack. Now, if I tell 100 people, I pay 10 rupees to 100 people, and all of them, I tell them to send continuous requests to a particular server, that is distributed denial of service. As in, I've distributed the attack to multiple locations. Okay, this is an analogous example. We'll have a technical example shown to you. You can use a tool by the name of hping3 to send ICMP requests. Now, we will cover that as we proceed. ICMP request, that so many pings are being sent to the server that server is unable to service a authorized request, right? That's a DDoS and DOS suppression. Wonderful. Glad you understood it. Let's move. How do you ensure high availability? Okay, you have a data center, you'll have a standby data center backup system, right? Which will work if one goes down, the other will take on immediately. You may have backups in place, archives in place, which works, right? So that helps. At the same time, you have protection mechanisms, the IPSs, the intrusion prevention systems, intrusion detection systems. You may have firewalls in place, right? You may have RAID 5 configs as Kaushal has given. That allows you to ensure that your data, your service is available at all given times to the users, right? So that's availability. Now, we also discussed about risk. Again, we gave a formula, right? Risk was impact into likelihood. Basically, it's a combination of probability of or a likelihood of an event. Right now, event can be positive and negative, but what we are discussing over here, we're talking about a negative incident event which has happened. That is a risk. With reference to negative incident, let's say there's a data breach. We can have two different incidents talked about. Let's say your power connectivity to the data center goes down. It's an event, right? A negative event. And what is the risk? Because that happens, your server availability or net system availability may go down, right? At the same time, there's a possibility that there's a hardware damage which may happen. Agree? So that's a risk. Now, what is a risk? It is the probability that this power system will go down. That is risk. Do you understand? Risk as such, it's combination of likelihood that something will happen of this sort. That is risk. It's a probability. Yeah. Now, in formula's case, you can say risk can be impact into likelihood. Impact multiplied by likelihood. What is the possibility of a, right? Now, we talked about data center. Now, what is the possibility your data in this data center may be breached? That's a likelihood. What is the probability that it will help? And once the data is breached, what would be impact on the business as such? How much will be the damage? That is the impact, right? This damage can be calculated in terms of dollar values, money, right? Or reputation as such. So we discussed about Coca-Cola's formula last time. So what is the risk associated to it? It is the likelihood that this Coke's formula is breached, right? What is the likelihood? It is a percentage value. And if this formula is breached, what would be the impact with reference to the damage potential and the dollar value and reputation loss for the organization? It's high, right? So the risk is high because impact is higher, likelihood is a possibility. So impact multiplied by likelihood will give you risk. Do you understand risk now? Likelihood into impact. That's risk. With me, all of you, risk understood? Right. So I gave this example already, the same thing which is available on the screen. A server is an asset to an organization. In this server, I gave this example during a last discussion. In this server, about 25% of the data is in unencrypted format. There's a 25% data which is in unencrypted format. And what if a particular vulnerability, that is a weak rule in the firewall, allows a threat agent to compromise this data, okay, then this risk is materialized. Okay, I am talking about the terminology. Risk is materialized. There's a loss of data to the organization. And what is the countermeasure? You basically ensure that the weak rule in the firewall is replaced, amended, reconfigured. Yeah, got it? Okay. Okay, coming back to, right. So that is the example over here. Right. So examples of the risk, there could be a fire, a threat agent can be a fire, a clueless user, or uneducated, unaware user can be a threat agent. Malicious insider. Now there's a user, there's an employee who's not promoted due to whatever reason, may have malicious intent for compromising the organization. Right? So that's a malicious insider. Hacker, someone who has ulterior motives to gain financial benefits by compromising an organization using his or her skills, right? That is a hacker. Is that clear? So a risk can be associated with natural disasters, can be associated with unawareness of an employee, user, vendor, contractor, human being, right? And can be associated a malicious external entity. And the technical option also, wherein your power systems, HVAC systems may fail. You understand? Those are the examples of risk. Great. Okay. We also discussed about asset. We are rediscussing asset. Can be tangible, intangible. Tangible, something which you can touch. Intangible, something we understand but cannot touch, right? Tangible, your server is a tangible thing. The data inside the server is an intangible thing. Your reputation of an organization is an intangible thing, right? This is an asset. So anything which has value to the organization can be considered as an asset, right? Okay. In connection with asset, there are two major terminologies we should understand. One is sensitivity, one is criticality. Now, sensitivity is nothing but a unit of impact that this unauthorized disclosure of information may have an organization. As in, when a risk materializes, the amount of impact this risk or unauthorized disclosure will have on the organization is sensitivity. We talk about criticality per se. Again, it's a measure of impact that failure of a system to function as required will have an organization. So it will determine how important an asset is to the business. Will the business continue to work or not? Will the business continue to do business or not? Will the business have a reputation loss or not? That is sensitivity and criticality. Yeah. Okay. Asset classification. Now, we discussed about inventorizing various assets in our organization, right? When we inventorize assets, we also need to prioritize the assets, right? And this prioritization of the assets has to be done in a certain using certain processes. So what do? You prioritize the asset based on the business value, right? Now we've already discussed this, and I'm sure you remember that. What do you mean by the business value? You ask the question, what will be the impact on the business if this asset is lost? That will give you the business value, right? So Coca-Cola's formula, big business value. So high priority asset. Maybe a CCTV camera going faulty on the gate, maybe lesser business value, lesser impact, right? So that's asset classification. Now this business value can be assigned based on combination of criticality and the sensitivity. This will also allow us to understand if a particular asset is of higher value, what are the risks associated with it? How much is the asset exposed to a risk? What is the likelihood? What is the impact? Who all would be interested in this particular asset? The competitors, the malicious insiders, the hackers, yeah, the misconfiguration, so on. You know who's the threat agent, what is the risk, what could be the impact, and what is the sensitivity and criticality. So you get an understanding when you know what is your asset. So once you know what is important, would be the threat to that important thing, which is important to us, right? And based on that, we can have the classification level assigned to an asset. So the classification can be secret, top secret, confidential, unclass, yeah, that kind of classification. Once you know that a particular data, Coca-Cola's formula for Coke, is a top secret, has top secret data classification, we know that only certain people should handle this data, and you should have requisite protection mechanisms on this data, right? Very, very strong protection mechanisms. One of them being encryptions. Now, once you know that what classification level is it, what protection mechanisms in place, you will define, you can allocate the resources to the asset. Again, remember, I told you last time also that these protection mechanisms should make business sense. It should be economically viable. You cannot have a data which is worth, say, 100, or asset which is worth $100, having a protection mechanism of $200 on it, right? It should always make business sense. It should always make economical sense, right? So this is how you will be doing asset classification. You will understand why asset classification is done and how does it help us, right? Asset classification. Great, great. Okay, we already talked about identification of asset. You must first identify something to protect, then manage the risk, think if the asset is tangible or intangible, right? And ensure that there are protection mechanisms placed in there, understand the criticality and all. Yeah, that's asset identification. Now with this, we come to the basic Linux commands, which we are supposed to discuss, right? A small introduction to Linux. Okay, so as you see on the screen, for all those who have not seen Linux before, we are talking about Kali Linux right now. Most of the Linux flavors will have their own layout. Generally, it will be same. Like Windows has the start button. This particular dragon on the left side, left corner top, will give you the menu for all applications which are installed on this particular machine. The browser is seen over here on the tab on the what do you call it? This particular panel, the top panel, which has a watch on the right side, a timer, and the calendar on the right side. You can shut down the machine using the button given over here. We are not going to shut it down. Cancel. The connectivity is seen over here. You'll have data connectivity reflected over here. Your mic, speakers, everything will be reflected over here. You can also see the browsers on the menu, wherein if you look at all applications, you will find the browser listed over here itself. So there's a Chromium browser installed, there's a Firefox installed. We'll be primarily using Firefox in our work over here. So let's open, okay, for the browser, for internet connectivity. So similar to Windows machine, your Firefox on Linux looks same. So if you see, this is how your Firefox browser looks. So you can open any URL you want over here. Simple, right? So like Windows, even Linux uses the same browsers for that matter. The Internet Explorer or the Edge browser will not work on Linux. Otherwise, Firefox, okay, Safari for Mac will not have an option in Linux, but otherwise Firefox, Chrome, and several other browsers are working interoperable between various operating systems, right? So you can use a browser to surf the internet. Now, Linux is primarily known to various people as a what do you say? It has an availability of something known as a terminal, which allows you to run commands, which is very popular between Linux users, and this is what allows them to do a lot of tasks without actually opening any application, running it by typing it on the terminal. Now, what you see on the screen, I clicked on the red box over here, which is the terminal for the Kali Linux machine. This allows you to run various commands on the machine for doing various tasks we need to do. On the Dragon, if you go, you'll find other terminals also available. We'll be using the Terminator terminal already available in this particular machine, right? Similar layout will be there on our Ubuntu machine also, if you open that, right? Let me expose you to the terminal a bit more. Okay, what you see over here is a Kali @ first thing which comes over here is known as the username. The Kali over here is the username, the user, right? And the given Kali after this is the system name, if you can call it the system name, right? So let's say if I change user, can you see? So the user from Kali changed to root user. So like Windows has admin user, Linux has something known as a root user. We are a root user on a Kali system. Yeah, do you get it? And what you see over here is the current directory. /home/Kali. Kali is the current directory. Understood? So we are just understanding layout over here. Now, do you see the difference? The root user is the admin user in case of Kali, capable of running administrative level privileges on a Linux machine. So this is the root user. I shifted to the root user by using command sudo su. Now we'll be covering this. When I do sudo su and give a password, the admin password, which I've already given, hence you don't see it, you will find the user changes from normal Kali user, which is a low privilege account, to a high privilege root admin account. Yeah, even Android is a Linux based system. Okay, and what you see, this, the second Kali, is the system per se. This is the system name. Yeah, this is the system name. After that, what you see on the /home/Kali is known as the current directory location. There is a current directory location. In Linux, everything is known as a directory, right? Everything is known as a directory. So understand the terminologies as of when you come to the Kali user, you see this tilde. It is known as tilde, right? And this is also the current directory. Basically, a shorthand for users home directory. A shorthand for users home directory. This tilde. This and this is same. Okay. Users home directory. Now, let's talk about commands which we can run on Linux. Now, what is a command? Understand, command is nothing but a software program. So when executed on a command line CLI, command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. Now, again, I'll say again, command is a software program. When executed on a CLI, that is command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. So to execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command. To execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command, right? So in this example, the command I am typing is ls. What is it? ls. And I enter. What do you see? What is happening on the screen right now? What am I doing in ls? All those who know Linux will tell you that it is a command to list the contents of the present directory. Yeah, this is a command which is listing the contents of the present directory. So by itself, the ls command is listing files and directories in the current working directory. At this point, you shouldn't worry too much about the output of the command. Instead, focus on understanding how to format and execute commands, right? So the ls command covered is incomplete. We'll be covering this as we proceed ahead, right? This is listing the details, ls, right? Now, many commands can be used by themselves with no further input, the way we saw ls, right? Some commands, however, require additional input to run correctly. So those inputs will be looking something like this. So if you say clear the screen, command, this will be a command, then you will give some option and possibly some arguments, right? So this is the general structure of commands which will be listed on the terminal. Yeah, so options are basically used to modify the core behavior of the command. This options given over here will be utilized to modify the core behavior of a command, while arguments are used to provide additional information. What additional information? Maybe a file name or a username. Each option and argument is normally separated by a space. Okay. However, there are some options wherein they could be combined also. So this is the general layout of command, options and arguments. Now you have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. We have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. So whenever you use commands and options and arguments and variables and file names, we have to exactly put the case sensitive word. Anything wrong, you will not list. For example, let's say I want to move into the downloads directories. Downloads directory. So I'm CD, I'm changing directory. Just understand what I'm telling right now. So immediately I move to the downloads directory. Can you see the directory location has changed to downloads? Visible, all of you? All right. Now, just understand, I used D capital and the spelling downloads. However, if I say CD downloads, what error does it say? It says no such file or directory exists. For us human beings, this and this is same. But even for Windows, I think case does not matter. But in case of Linux, the case matters a big deal. It will not do the command if the case does not matter. Okay, so let's move on with arguments. So we talked about the command options and arguments. Now, when you type, when you see the format of say command options argument, right? Yeah. So an argument can be used, this argument or arguments can be used to specify something for command to act upon. So if ls is the given command, which we saw before, so let's say, let's delete this. If ls is a given command, it's a class in itself. Linux has a lot of things to do, but I'll give you a concept and then we'll after Linux we'll have a break. Okay, so like I said, if the ls command is given the name of the directory as an argument, it will list the contents of that directory. So let's say if I just use ls, it will give me the contents of the present directory. If I use ls and say give me contents of say documents, it will give me the contents of document directory. As of now, we have nothing listed in the documents directory. Hence, it is giving me a blank over here. Let me see if I can find another directory. Do I have this directory with me? Yeah. So if I say ls/etc/pp, it will list out details on this directory. Now, as of now, don't worry what directory I have gone into. Just understand, I have listed directory listings from another location by giving an argument of the directory name to the ls command. Yeah, this is how. Now you can also use multiple arguments to list out details. For example, we used one ls command to list out a directory. We can use the same ls command by giving another space to list out another directory. Say, let's say we use to /etc. I can use what SSH, let's say SSH. You see, two different directory listings can be visible. This is the below one is for directly SSH directory. The above one is for P directory, right? So I can use ls command with multiple arguments and list out contents of two different directories, right? Given as arguments over there. Understood? That's in basic the arguments which we have there, right? Now we have, when we talked about command options arguments, we have discussed about arguments. Let's talk about options. So what are the options we are talking about? This is the one we are talking, command options arguments. This is where we've discussed about command, we've discussed about arguments. Let's discuss about options. Let's discuss about options. Now, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. Again, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. For example, if you use option -l, right, for ls command, it will give long listing, providing additional information about the files that are listed. So if I just do normal ls, this is the listing, and if I do ls and -L is long listing. It will give me additional details. What are the additional details over here? The size of the file, the permissions of the file, right? So on and so forth will be given over here, right? Now you have to note that we have used a small case L over here, -L, right? That is a lowercase L. If you use what do you say? An easy way to remember this would be -L is a mnemonic for long listing, right? This is -L can be considered as a long listing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are understand it is case sensitive. Okay. Similarly, if you want to look into directories recursively, you can use R, right? ls-r. Okay. So now I'm sorry, not recursively, I stand corrected. This prints the results in a reverse alphabetical order. So if you see, if I do just ls, it is going in a descending alphabetical order, A, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you do -R, it will do a reverse way, right? It will reverse it, that ls-R. Similarly, you can do long listing by using -LR. Yeah, so file permissions, the file size, the date it was created, and it is done given in the reverse lineup, moving from N to D in this case, right? Reverse lineup. So in most cases, options can be used in conjunction with other options. So what we have done, we have combined two options, long listing and reverse listing of the files together, right? So we are given separate options together. The combination of these options will result in long listing output in reverse alphabetical order, as you seen over here, right? Now, if you ask me, will the order matter? No, that is not important. That is not important in this case. Yeah. So coming back, a few more things I need to cover. Now, when you do ls-l, this by default gives you the file sizes in bytes. When you do ls-l, it is by default giving you the sizes of the file in bytes. So these are the sizes, the 404096, 40961769 are sizes of the files, which are in bytes. If you want to make it human readable, right? As in you understand the language, make it easier for humans to understand, you can use ls-lh, right? And this will give you the file size in human readable format. So 4K, 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 16M, 16, right? So this is what is a human readable format, right? Now options are generally single letters, as you see, -LH and all. However, sometimes there are words or phrases as well, right? Typically, older commands use single letters, while the newer commands use complete words for options, right? Single letter options are preceded by single dash. Okay, like when you do ls-l, it's a single letter with single dash, right? However, when you use full word options, you will be using double dash. So let me just clear the screen, right? You'll be using double dash. For example, if you remember, ls-h will give you human readable. We'll have to do long listing to make it better understanding. So if this will give you human readable format in a single letter. The same thing you can do by using a complete word, a full word option, which is human readable, and just enter. It will give you the same output, but you can use these similar options. So such options also come up. If you have a single letter, one dash. If you have a word, double dash. Yeah. So if you want to see directory listing in human readable format for any directory, let's say which one we have, SSH directory. Here it is. If I say /etc/SSH, it will give me human readable format. The same format I can get it using a word as an option, which is space human readable. Enter. The same options will come up. Nothing changes, only thing the options. So sometimes the options will be like this, sometimes it will be like this, right? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Similarly, so when a command is executed in a terminal, it is stored in a location, in a history list per se. So this is designed to make it easy to execute same command. So later, eliminating the need to retype the entire command. So the commands are basically saved somewhere in the history to allow you to retype. You can use your up arrow to go through the commands. I'm using my up arrow right now to go through all the commands. Okay, and now the entire history of the commands is which are run in the current session can be displayed using the up arrow repeatedly, one by one, right? Now, when you do the up arrow and press enter, the command will run again. Simple. So if I go on doing this up arrow and just press enter, the command will run again, which is saved in the history. So you don't have to type your commands, right? In case you want to edit a command, you can use the left and right arrow to edit it. So in case I want to list out, instead of SSH, I want to list out, say, the PPA directory. I can change it and enter. It allows me. So you can use the history to move around the commands which are used prior, and the left and right arrow to change the positions and use for editing, right? Let's see. In case you want to see all the commands instead of using up arrow, which were done today, you can type history. Oh, excuse me. And it will list out all the commands. So we have run a total of 35 commands since the session has started. Right? Everything will be listed over here. See the history command. I gave a wrong command also visible. Yeah. Murli is telling type the command, giving space before the command, it will not show in history. Interesting. Let's try it out. So if I just give a space prior to the command and say, let's use a new command, date. Right? Enter. So it has given me the date. Right? Now let's try history. So it's an interesting thing we need to discuss. Yeah, it's not showing. Interesting, Murli. Thank you. So what Murli has told us, if I use date, okay, it's not doing it. Wonderful. So where do you use it, Murli? This command, how does it help? So if I do date right now and do history, you will see the date is listed at the 37th command over here. However, if I add a space at the start of the command and type, let's use another command. What command should I use? Let's use nmap. Enter. And now check history. Okay, that nmap command is not there. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Great. So, so I'm using Google over here to download the cheat sheet. So you can also use Google. That is easier. But okay. Yeah. So this is a 8-page document for Linux complete detail, right? So I'll share this one too for you. Cheat sheet. Close. Yeah. So the cheat sheet is uploaded. You can have a look. Not everything can work out using these cheat sheets, but you need practice. Excuse me. Right? You need to find and do practice. Okay. Now, one more important thing you should understand. something known as external commands. Now, external commands are basically binary executables stored in the directories that are searched by the shell. So if a user types ls command, then the shell searches through the directories that are listed in the path variable, right? So if a command does not behave as expected, or if a command is not accessible, that it should have been accessible, then you can, it will be extremely tedious to find this file, right, manually. So you can use a command by the name of which. Okay, you can use which. So if you want to know more about a command, another important thing, let's complete this first, which, and you can give the command name, say which ls. Okay. Oh, okay. Say which ls. It should give you a path. Actually, this should give you. This should have given you a location of a command where the ls is there. If I just say which Python, will it give me? Which Python? Yeah. So it did not give it for ls, but let's see if I know where is Python variable, or where is Python, if in short, in a generalized understanding, where is Python installed, you can find it using which command, right? This helps you to understand if a particular file is installed or not and available in the system or not, right? So that's your Python. That's your which command. What else? Now, we saw directory listing, right? ls. So we have discussed the initial command options arguments. Similarly, if you have to change the directory, you can use cd, and cd stands for change directory, and the directory name which is to be changed to. You can just select and you will find the directory has been changed. Can you see that? You can use the cd command to move within the directories. If you want to understand the present working directory, you can use that using pwd, present working directory. That will give you present working directory. Got it? So now if you do not know something about a command, you can use the manual, which is in Linux man command. So if you want to get details about any command, just say man and the command's name. It will list out the details about the command. So it will give you, what is this ls command? It will give you list directory contents. How do you use it? Synopsis is given. It will give you description about this file and options which we can use this with this, right? So this is how man commands you. In case you do not know what is man, you can find out details using manual of the man itself. Can you see? I opened a manual for man command itself. So it is an interface to system reference manuals. What is it? It is an interface to system reference manuals, and it will give you a description of each thing which you can do with this command. The examples are given. See, I give you this example, right? Man ls displays the manual page for the item ls or the program ls. Got it? Similarly, if you say man 0.7, it will give you the manual page for macro page man in section 7. So you can find a section in a particular manual using the number itself. Got it? So that's your manual. Okay. What else? Let me see. Okay. In case you want to get help for a command, then you can use, let's say, -h as help, right? If does not exist, you can use double dash and the full word. Either of it works. Can you see? When I said -l, it did not work. -h, it did not work. When I said --help, it gave me details about this command. So one way getting detail about a command is using manual. If you want a small descriptive understanding, you can use --help, as is the case over here, to find out details about the command, right? All options, right? Okay. Now, we talked about ls, we talked about cd, we talked about pwd, present working directory. We understood where are we with respect to the location. We could change the directory. Now a bit about the directory structure of Linux. So Linux has a particular directory system structure. So now on a Windows system, the top level directory is called My Computer. All of you are already aware of it, right? So it is the top level directory on Windows. The physical devices such as the hard drives, USB drives, the network drives show up under the My Computer option and are each assigned a drive later, right? Such as the C drive, D drive. That is how Windows works. The directory structure which Linux has is slightly different. Let me just show you directory structure of Linux. So if I just okay, oh, excuse me. Yeah. So this is the directory structure of Linux, as you see on the screen. Let me explain it to you. Now, as you see in the screen, the directory structure is an example over here as a screen. It is present within the virtual environment, right, of the Linux machine. Now, like Windows, Linux directory structure typically is called file system. Also has a top level. So it is called the root directory. The one you see on the top is the root directory, and it's symbolized by slash character. The slash character over here. Can you see? Yeah. So, and this root directory is the slash character. Additional, there are no drives in the Linux. Remember, each physical device is accessible under a directory as opposed to a drive later in the Windows. It is opposed. Understand as of now, and you will be we'll be discussing it further when we move inside. So to view contents of a directory, you will be using ls, as we already know. So if you want to understand, see the contents of a root directory, you can just say ls/l, and you will get the contents of a root directory. Can you see that? We are getting the contents of a root directory by using ls-l. Same thing, which is given in the diagram over here. Right? I am getting this boot etc proc dev mentioned over here. So can you see boot etc? Yeah, all the directories which are in the root directory can be seen over here. Right? Where is it? Where were we? Yeah. So now we can list out the contents of the directory, of the root directory, as we saw in the path over here, right? Using the ls command. We've already done that. Now we should notice that there are many directories with descriptive names, like the /boot directory, which contains files to boot the computer. If you want to see the /boot, you can just cd /boot ls, and you'll find the files to boot the computer inside this directory. Hence the name boot, right? So like Windows, this is the master directory boot, the my computer directory like my computer, and you'll have the details over here, the boot directories, right? A root directory will have boot directory. Boot directory will have computers files which allow the computer to boot per se, right? Now the term home directory often confuses various people, right? Home directory often is confused by various people. Let me just come back here. Yeah. So to begin with, on most Linux distribution, there is a directory called home. Can you see this home directory over here? Right? Under the root directory, there's a home directory. Now, under this home directory, there's a directory for each user on the system. So if I just go to, let's say I go back to my root directory, I say ls, you'll find the boot directory, I'll find the home directory, right? Inside the home directory, I will find the directory for each user. As of now, this computer has only one user. Hence, only one directory for a user is mentioned over here. Wonderful. What I can do is, let's create a user. Let's create a user, and I'll show you. if I create a user, if I have to create a user, I can use command sudo user add, and what name should we give? Let's give AEP. Enter. So user is created. Now, like I said, in the root directory, there's a home folder. Which has, or rather, which has users of that particular computer. So if I just say home, you will, oh, it has not created. Just a sec. Why didn't it show the user? Where did we create it? It should have created the user in the root directory. I created a user, right? It did not give an error. What I did, I created a user to be listed over here. But somehow that user is not available in this directory. That's interesting. I will have to look where did I go wrong. Okay, let's come back to that later. I actually wanted to show you, but yeah. So now, like I said, if you go to the home directory, you will find the users listed over there. Now, the directory name is same as the name of the user. So when I said ls/home, ls/home, since there's a Kali user, I see the Kali name as the directory name over there, right? So if you have, say, a system admin user, you'll find the system admin name given in the folder over here, right? So we are in the Kali user, and the Kali user folder is seen over here. Okay, moving on. Okay, the home directory, again, remember, it's an important directory to begin with. When a user opens the shell, it automatically is placed in the home directory, right? Typically where you work. That's the importance of directory. Like I said, PWD will give you the present working directory. If you do PWD, it will give you the present working directory. If I change the user to sudo su, yeah. And if I say PWD, the present working directory is still home, right? But the user is root. Right? So present working directory basically points to the working directory. Okay, we have a few questions. Let me address it one by one. Balraj is saying, is there any difference in the folder color? It seems different colors of folders. Nine. So, okay. In a typical Linux terminal, the color of the folders vary, right? Because of the configuration per se. Now, depending on the distribution, we'll have different colors. So by default, directories are often displayed in different colors to differentiate them from the regular files. So let's say if I just say, as you see, just a sec. As you see over here, this is a tarred file, a compressed file, which has a different color. A regular directory has a different color. If I make a file executable, then the name will it will become green. Yeah. Okay. What is the difference between sudo and su? Okay. Basically, I am using the super user command, right? So sudo and su, again, in most Linux and operating Linux systems or Unix systems, we let's say if you want to do something in elevated privileges, right? If you want to execute some command in elevated privileges, you will use the sudo command, or in full form, it is super user do. So let me just type it for you. The sudo basically stands for, yeah, see, sudo stands for super user do. They have not given a full form. Or have they given it? No. Now, this is basically to execute a command in a super user and to execute a command in a elevated privilege. They use sudo. So basically, sudo allows a user to execute a command as another user, typically the root user. What is it? The root user. So when I say I am running, let's say I'm exiting this to normal user. Now, if I say want to open a particular application which requires administrative privileges, I may not be able to run it. So let's say I say net discover. So this is another command discover. We'll use it. It does not have net discover, is it? Net discover. Okay. See, it says this is most likely caused by lack of administrative privileges associated with your user account. So then a user account is not allowed to run a command because there are privilege restrictions. However, if I just use sudo, just write sudo and net discover, it will allow me to run the command. Can you see? The command has started working. What is it? I am elevating privilege. David, does that answer your question? Sudo allows a user to execute a command typically as a super user or a root user. Got it? If you say what is su, just this. So I can tell you man su. Does it give me? Yeah. So what is su? Run a command with substitute user and group ID. So now basically SU stands for switch user. If you can use the full form, SU stands for switch user. Sudo stands for super user do, right? Now this SU allows a user to become another user. Typically, again, you can change it to administrator or some other user person. Got it? Yeah, wonderful. If it's about terminals and you're working on a terminal on a Linux, use manual command or help command to get more details. It will be much more easier. So if I say nmap, I can use manual of nmap to give me details. Nmap is a tool which is a network scanner we'll be using. Wait for it. Yeah. So this is nmap. I press Q, I can quit it. Similarly, I can use nmap-h for help. Yes, all commands can be tested in the lab. I am doing it in the Simplilearn lab. If I just nmap-h, it will give me help command. So your help is available on the terminal. So you can get more details. Can we change the password of the user account in the lab using commands? Maybe you will not have the permission. If the lab vendor is smart enough, which he is, because I know him, he will not allow you to change the password of the lab user. Okay, should not actually. You can try it out. Okay, but there's no guarantee. I would not recommend it. You can play around with your own machines with respect to credentials. However, it is not recommended that you do it over here. Okay, wonderful. Right, where were we? Right, so moving on. So we saw we can change the directories using CD, and you can move within directories. We saw what is a home directory. We saw what is a root directory, what is the structure of the directory, right? If you move to a particular directory, use CD. If you say, let's say, if you're moving into a CD documents directory, right? There are multiple directories. Okay, not here. CD. If you have to move out of a directory, you can use CD dot dot. And you see, you can revert back to the previous directory. You're moving one directory up using the CD dot dot. Now, if you say move to a directory, CD downloads, one sec. What happened? Yeah, let me clear the screen. Can we do any installation, launch any application using Kali? Yes, you can. If you want to, let me just complete this. I'll show you that too. So if I move to the CD directory, somehow my lab has got stuck. Okay, I moved to the downloads directory. If I move further into, okay, there's no subdirectory in the downloads, is it? Where was a subdirectory available? Let's move to a subdirectory somewhere. But my lab is stuck. Wait. Yeah. It's crashed. Just a second. Let the terminal open up. Vinay is asking, can we install anything? Yes, I'll show you that. But let the lab start. Give me a minute. Okay. Here's the lab. Okay, the terminal is open. I do not want another one. Let's clear the screen. Yeah. So do I have any other directory in downloads? No. Let's see if we have something in the home directory. Documents do not have anything. Okay, let's create one. That will be easy. So if I move into a directory, I want to create a directory. I can use command mkdir, and I can make a folder AEP, right? So that's how I create a directory inside a directory, right? AEP. I can move into the directory like this, AEP. As you see, I am inside the directory. I can list out the contents of the directory if anything is present over there. See, nothing in the directory. If I want to create a file, I can use a command touch to create a file. AEP dot text. Enter. Now, what is that created? It has created a blank page, blank document, AEP.text. As you see, the size of this page is 0 because nothing is inside. Right. Now, there are 2-3 ways of creating the file. One is what I showed you. Other one is you can use Nano, which is an editor, to create a file or change a file. So we'll create AEP1.text using Nano. Enter. So this is a kind of structure. So this is a test document. This is a test document, right? I can say Control X and Y for saving the document and enter, right? Control X, Y, enter. Now, if I say, if I list out details, ls-l, I will find 2 files listed over here. One with 25 bytes of data, one with 0 bytes. One was created with touch, other was created with Nano. Similar to Nano, there are other editors which can be utilized. One of the few famous one is Vim. So you can use Vim to just edit the AEP file, right? So I'm editing. So this is another editor which allows you to edit the file, but it is certain there is particular method in which you can edit the file. If I want to enter something in this Vim command, I say I for insert. I have to type insert. As soon as I type insert, you'll see an insert prompt is given over here. Now I can type over here. This is a test file, right? And we can add to. How do I save it? I type, press escape on the keyboard, right? You see the insert prompt is gone. Then do colon, just type colon, W for write and Q for quit. Enter. I will write the changes and quit. Now, if I say ls-l, enter, you will find that the 22 byte worth data is created in the previous file. The time of change and everything is visible over here. Seen all of you? Clear? With me? Yeah? Okay, great. Okay, let's move on. Now, another way of, can you repeat this again? Which one? The Vim one? Okay, Arvind is telling me if I use X, it will directly do everything. Okay, we'll try that. So if I say Vim and the file name, so site, and I enter, this is the file I see. I can make changes to the file. Let's say I delete these two and type new alphabet. Sorry, I have to press I for insert. Once I insert, I can type anything I want to, right? Now, in order to save the file, there are two options. One was escape. I say colon, W for write, Q for quit. Another option our friend Arvind has given, wherein I can use colon and X to exit. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I have exited. Let's look if the change has been incorporated in our file. So cat aep.text. You see, so Vim, you open the Vim file, then you press I for insert, make changes as per requirement, and then you can use colon and X to save and exit. I used to use colon and WQ, right? Both of them are same. Yeah. Okay, understood, Sai? Okay, great. We have a question from David. David is asking, does Linux have something like batch files in Windows? Okay, yes, Linux has a similar concept to Windows batch files, .bat files, if you call it, and they are known as shell scripts. Yeah, David, they are known as, let me just exit this. What is it? Yeah. Okay. So there are shell scripts. Now these shell scripts are text files containing commands that are interpreted and executed by the shell interpreters, right? So that's our shell scripts. So we'll be using shell scripts. So if you want to create a say a simple shell script, now that we have come to this and we are using editors, another editor which will help us do is gedit. So we talked about Nano, we talk about Vim. Another text-based editor is gedit. Do we have gedit in this? Well, let's see, we'll have to install. So in case gedit, I say, and I don't have this file, I say enter, Linux will tell me that the file does not exist and we can install it. Now, this is the question when somebody was asking that, can I install applications? Yes, you can use sudo apt install and the application which is to be installed, gedit in this case. Let's install this application and I can install it. Can you see? It's being installed on my Kali machine. So anything you have to install, you can use sudo apt install and the name of the application, and you will be able to install it. As you see on the screen, it is happening right now, wherein this application wasn't there and we are installing it. Yeah, sure. If you do not have an application, you can use sudo apt install and the application name to install the application. Simple. Sai, sudo apt install and the application name. In this case, I have installed gedit, which is a text-based editor for Linux machines. Where are you? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Great. So now that we are, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor such as gedit. So if I say gedit and I say AEP, I give the file name, right? Enter. A text-based editor like Windows has a notepad, a similar thing will pop up like this. And I can change the file as per my liking over here also. Can you see I can change it? I'm changing the file. Yes. Now, David was asking, do we have batch files? So in Linux, we have shell scripts. Let's create a small script file. Now, this is bash scripting, not a part of your course, but an interesting thing if you want to learn. However, it is not compulsory. You just need to understand it. Okay, so let's start. I am creating a bash file, a simple script. Let's say /bin bash. and we are going to echo or print out on the screen. We want to print out, say, hello, how are you? I'm doing it in the editor, right? And I add a question mark, a quote, right? Also, we will ask the bash script to list out files in the current directory like this, right? So in order to save this document, it is simple. I just say Control S like we do in Windows, and the file is saved. The file is saved. We can close this. Okay. Control L. I have cleared the screen. I say ls. You will find the file is here, aap.txt, right? The file which we created. And the file size must have changed. If you remember, it was 20 bytes. Now it is 46 bytes. And there is no execute. This file is not an executable. In order to create this file, make this file executable, you'll use the command change mod, chmod, right? Plus X for making it executable and the file name, right? I should have saved it as .sh actually. Okay, let's use it. CH. So yeah, so now that we have a file created over here, we can also copy the file or move the file in the same location. So if I just say copy ap.text, come on, yeah, as ap.sh in the present location. Can I do that? Yes, all people who know Linux. Can I copy, change the name of the file in the present location? Yeah. If there's an error, Linux will give you a warning. If the operation is done, the Linux will not give a warning. If you want to look at it, sorry, ls-l, you see, I created a file of same size and name with a different extension. So aap.text was a file. I have copied it as aap.sh, which is a shell script file. Do you understand? I copied a file using CP. CP is copying a file. Now this aap.ch can be given executing privileges that we can execute this file by using chmod plus X, and I say aap.sh. Right? I am making a shell file. Enter. You see, it has given no errors. That means it has worked. So if I now do ls-l, can you see the file color has changed? Can you see? What was the file color before? It was a white color. Now it has become green color. That signifies the file is now executable. Do you understand that? That signifies the file is now executable. Yeah, David, your batch file, we have created a shell file over here. Okay. So in your journey as a ethical hacker, as a penetration tester, you may have to make files executable. You will be doing it using such kind of commands, change mode, chmod commands. Got it? Now, if you want to run this file, you can just use ./aap. So you have to run a command, just dot is present working directory, and you want to run the this file in the present working directory. So dot is the present working directory, present location, and the name of the file to run. And we have made it executable. As soon as I say enter, it should give us the command. What it is saying? Hello, how are you? And it is listing the contents of the present directory. Can you see that? What we've done? So we have progressively moved from creating a directory to creating a file to creating a shell using various editors, then making the shell file executable, a batch file executable, and then running the file on the terminal, getting an output on the screen. Is that clear, all of you? This is something you need to redo when you practice. It is important that you redo this. Okay, great. So, and thanks, David, for getting it to my notice. This is something which is should be known to us, right? Thank you. So let's see a few questions. Yashodeep says, what is root terminal and terminal? Okay, Yashodeep, in context of Linux, a terminal is a program that provides text-based interface, what you see on the screen, to interact with the operating system. Well, okay, it is giving you a text-based text-based interface to interact with the operating system. While a root terminal is a terminal session that runs with super user privileges. Now, do you understand? Terminal gives you interface. Root terminal will give you super user privileges, and same thing can be done with your privileges. Yeah. Okay. Zareen, it will be the same. The commands will stay the same. Nothing changes. Ubuntu is a Debian-based operating system. Kali Linux is also a Debian-based operating system. So all these commands in exact same format will work in Ubuntu also. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. So next question. So we have a question from Kaushal, which is from where the Linux find the application. Now, in case of Linux, there's something known as official package repositories, right? So most Linux distributions have official software repositories or storage mechanisms where users can find and install the application. When you use, just let me clear the screen. When you use apt, right? That is advanced package tool. What is it? Advanced package tool. This allows you, this is a package manager which allows you to download packages from the repository of the Debian operating system, Linux operating system, and so on and so forth. For Debian, you use apt Debian. Sorry, right? Use apt for let's say Red Hat operating system, Fedora, CentOS. I think CentOS also. You use yum. That is a it is possibly yellow updated modified or something. I forgot. All right. So that's how you do it. Also, there are other options wherein there are third-party repositories, software websites. You can download like you do in Windows. Similarly, you can download and install applications. This is one option I have given, right? Most cyber people prefer working on Linux. It's much more convenient. Lesser issues come up. At least I prefer, and I've seen 90% of people who I work with prefer using Linux. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Again, another question from Kaushal. Does the syntax matter while searching the application? Yes. If you remember, I told you Linux is case sensitive. So you have to ensure that case is correct. So if you're looking for Firefox, let's say now this machine has Firefox. I want to open Firefox. I just type Firefox like this, and it will open Firefox. But if I don't get the case correct, it will not open the application. Simple as that. Can you see? From the terminal, without actually using the mouse, I can open an application. I just say Firefox. I'll tell you something interesting I'm doing over here. Can you see? I just changed the case, the first case F, and Firefox did not open. If I say Firefox without with the right case and I enter, it will open Firefox. Got it? So you can search and open applications for the terminal. So if I want to open up, say, burp suite, I can type burp tab and enter. It will open. This is a proxy which we'll be using subsequently. So you can open applications directly from terminal by running a command. You don't have to use mouse and mouse as such.
So the first step to start with cybersecurity journey is learn Linux. Linux is like solid ground on which cybersecurity experts build their knowledge. Learning Linux is essential as it provides the foundation for understanding the technical aspect of cybersecurity. You will gain proficiency in command line operations, system administration, and file management. Mastering Linux enables you to navigate various security tools and perform tasks efficiently. It's the starting point for anyone aspiring to be a cybersecurity expert, as it fosters a deep understanding of systems' inner workings, and all these skills lay a foundation for cybersecurity. So, after understanding Linux, your next step should be networking. Networking forms the foundation of the internet and plays a vital role in cybersecurity. It involves how computers and devices communicate and share information. Imagine networking as the road system of the digital world, connecting various devices and allowing data to flow between them. At its core, networking revolves around two essential components: MAC addresses and IP addresses. A MAC address is a unique identifier assigned to each network interface card, like a physical address for a computer. Meanwhile, an IP, that is Internet Protocol address, is like a digital postal code for devices on a network, enabling them to locate and communicate with each other. Understanding these fundamentals is vital for cybersecurity. It allows you to spot irregularities in data traffic, identify potential threats, and safeguard information. Additionally, you will learn about network architectures, security models, and tools like firewalls, intrusion detection system, all of which contribute to creating a secure digital environment. The third thing you can do is understanding web. So the internet is common place where many cyber threats begin, which is why understanding web security is really important. In this part of learning path, we will look at things like HTTP, HTTPS, HTML, and JavaScript to see how websites and web apps work. We'll also talk about some problems like SQL injections, cross-site scripting, and cross-site request forgery (CSRF) that can make web stuff less secure. Learning how to find and fix these issues is a big deal for a cybersecurity pro because it helps to keep web apps safe. When you get how web tech works, you can do a better job stopping cyber attacks that target web stuff. You will also get to know about HTTP requests, HTTP responses, and request headers, which are the building blocks of how web communication happens. Alright, the next thing is practice. Yes, to get better at something, you need to practice. To do this, you can set up a home lab where you can experiment with different cybersecurity techniques in a safe environment. Alternately, you can use online platforms like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, or virtual hacking labs, which provide real world scenarios to test your skills. These practice sessions help you learn more about cybersecurity and develop your problem solving abilities. Remember, the more you practice, the better you become at keeping digital information safe from cyber threats. Alright, now the next step would be certification. You can explore various cybersecurity certifications. You can start your journey towards cybersecurity expertise with the postgraduate program in cybersecurity by Simplilearn. It is meticulously designed to equip you with the skills required in the rapidly growing field. Dive into the real world scenarios through industry case studies, gain practical experiences with over 25 hands on projects, and access the highly sought after CEH kit. Finish strong with capstone projects spanning three crucial domains and take the first step towards elevating your career in the dynamic and vital realm of cybersecurity. Enroll today to unlock your full potential. Also, to opt for this program, following things are required: a bachelor's degree with an average of 50% or higher marks, and the candidate may have non programming background, and the candidate are not required to have prior work experience. Now you can also listen to what our learners has to say about the course.
Hi, I'm Philip. I'm 61 years old, and last year I upskilled with Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity after working 30 years in the IT sector in various different profiles. I'm happy to tell you that I was able to clear and pass my CISSP and CCSP certification exams on the first attempt after taking the course. The course, I must say, was packed with practical examples. It was led by highly skilled certified instructors with many companies before as a security analyst and architect on a contract basis, but I needed some stability, which I got with the job I just started with Infosys as a cybersecurity consultant. Happened on the first.
Alright, now let's discuss the pre-requirements of a cybersecurity roadmap. So the first would be a bachelor's degree. A solid educational foundation is crucial. Most individuals start with bachelor's degree in a related field like computer science, information technology, or cybersecurity. This provides fundamental knowledge in computing and technology. Next step would be completing a certification. Start with enrolling in a program like Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity, and you will open doors to a world of expertise. This comprehensive program, in partnership with IIIT Bangalore and NPCI, equips you with deep understanding of defensive cybersecurity, application security, malware analysis, and ethical hacking, and more. You'll gain practical skills through hands-on labs and real-world case studies, allowing you to confidently tackle complex cyber threats. This qualification enhances your career prospects, enabling you to spot opportunities for disruption in the cybersecurity industry. Stay ahead of the curve and protect digital assets with this advanced program's key features and industry relevant knowledge. Next step would be updated. The cybersecurity landscape is constantly evolving. Staying updated with the latest threats, technologies, and best practices is essential. Engaging in continuous learning through workshops, seminars, and online courses and forums to remain current in the field. These prerequisites form the foundation for a successful cybersecurity roadmap. They provide the knowledge, skills, and credentials needed to pursue a career in cybersecurity effectively. Now let's have a look at cybersecurity jobs and salaries. Cybersecurity professionals have opportunities across various sectors including government, finance, healthcare, education, and entertainment. Some of the popular job roles for cybersecurity engineers are: first, security analyst. The role of a security architect or analyst involves designing, constructing, and maintaining an organization's security infrastructure. They are also responsible for formulating policies and procedures to ensure compliance with security standards and regulations. On an average, security architects earn an annual salary of $151,000. The next is cybersecurity manager. Cybersecurity managers are leaders who supervise the cybersecurity team and coordinate security efforts within an organization. Their responsibilities includes planning, implementing, and accessing security strategies and solutions. Cybersecurity managers typically earn an annual salary of $128,000. The next is cybersecurity engineer. Cybersecurity engineers are technical experts tasked with developing, testing, and deploying security systems and tools for an organization. They also play a vital role in monitoring and responding to security incidents and threats. The average annual salary for a cybersecurity engineer is $127,000. Next is penetration and vulnerability tester. Professionals in this role perform ethical hacking and vulnerability assessments on an organization's network, systems, and applications. They provide recommendations and remediation plans to enhance security. The average annual salary for a penetration and vulnerability tester is $120,000. Then at last, there is security analyst. Security analysts specialize in examining an organization's security data and logs. They identify and report security risks and issues to help maintain a robust security posture. Security analysts typically earn an annual salary of $107,000. So these diverse cybersecurity roles offer competitive salaries and opportunities to make a significant impact in safeguarding digital assets and information. Now let's have a look at the companies that are hiring for cybersecurity jobs. First, Accenture. Accenture is a global professional services firm offering cybersecurity consulting and solutions. Next is IBM, multinational technology and consulting company providing cybersecurity products, services, and research. Then there is Cisco. Cisco, a worldwide leader in networking and IT solutions, offering cybersecurity solutions for various industries. The next is Microsoft, technology giant with dedicated cybersecurity teams protecting its products and customers. Then there is Google, global tech company specializing in internet related services and products, maintaining a strong cybersecurity team. Then there is Capgemini. Capgemini is a global leader in consulting, technology services, and digital transformation. They are actively hiring cybersecurity professionals for various roles. Then there is HCL Technologies. HCL Technologies is a prominent IT services and consulting company with a global presence, currently seeking cybersecurity experts to join their team. This increasing investment in cybersecurity is a response to the growing number of cyber threats that can harm businesses and individuals alike. Hackers are constantly finding new ways to access sensitive data and cause disruptions. As a result, companies and organizations are making it a priority to fortify their digital defenses. So, this was about the Cybersecurity Roadmap 2024. By following these step by step process, that is, the learning path, the pre requirements, the company's hiring and salary, etc., you can move a step forward in your cybersecurity journey.
Today, we are going to talk about some really interesting and powerful hacking gadgets you should know about in 2024. But remember, this is just for learning. We don't want anyone getting into trouble. So, moving on. The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So, some risks are easy to cater using strong passwords And don't download from bad websites and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful, that is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core. The Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrack-NG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level, the Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So from Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF1 and its versatile capabilities. So the Hack RF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum. With the Hack RF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the HackRF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with a vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, it shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on share status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block quote tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here, but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. And when we press on share status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an onError event. In onError event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choose_tab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choose_tab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are our aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an onError, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And we can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here, and we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onload event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. We need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirmed, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter. As you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If you check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name. And then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to the graph. 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the 3 broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network, basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP, and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the Parrot Security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -P80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from Parrot Security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple Parrot Security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack, since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA cores are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the fifth, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me. These are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fi's. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on one or two, there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see, 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go, congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated. So we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router. So we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA2 PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use the password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7 and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as Botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai Botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot hoarder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot hoarder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot hoarder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with the specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot hoarder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot hoarder issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, forced entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department, who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, Keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into our system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when our keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the type data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware, that is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line. And logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function. As listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO Group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences by passing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing this slowdown. When left unchecked, these devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at a hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8th, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan, or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party, since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification, and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest, as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Let us know your answers in the comment section right away, and we will reveal the correct answer in a week. Coming to possible reparations, the Biden government has launched a full investigation on the effects and the repercussions of this breach. There are a couple of things that we as consumers must always tend to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
The day is 26th February 2022. The world is hit with breaking news that Russian state TV channels have been hacked by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective and movement who have made a name taking part in multiple cyber wars in the past decade. This was in response to the Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory in the hopes of annexation. Anonymous hacked the Russian state TV networks to combat propaganda in Russia and highlight the damage to life meted out by the Kremlin in Ukraine. They also hacked 120,000 Russian troops' personal information and the Russian central bank, stealing 35,000 files. This served as a clear indicator of how cyber war can change the momentum in battle, something which people had never seen so closely. So, what is cyber war? A digital assault or series of strikes or hacks against a country is sometimes referred to as a cyber war. It has the ability to cause havoc on government and civilian infrastructure, as well as disrupt essential systems, causing state harm and even death. In this day and age, the internet plays a bigger role than just watching videos and learning content. It's where you have your personal data and carry financial transactions. So rather than resorting to physical violence, cyber wars become the new means to cause havoc, considering the vulnerability of the data passing through the internet. In most circumstances, cyber warfare involves a nation-state attacking another.
In certain cases, the assaults are carried out by terrorist organizations or non-state actors pursuing a hostile nation's aim. In June 2021, Chinese hackers targeted organizations like Verizon to secure remote access to their networks. Stuxnet was a computer worm designed to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, but evolved and expanded to many other industrial and energy-producing sites in 2010. Since the definition of cyber war is so vague, applying rules and sanctions based on digital assault is even tougher, making the field of cyber warfare a lawless land, not bound by any rules or policies. There are multiple ways in which these attacks can be carried out. A major category of cyber attack is espionage. Espionage entails monitoring other countries to steal critical secrets. This might include compromising vulnerable computer systems with botnets or spear phishing attempts before extracting sensitive data in cyber warfare. The next weapon in cyber war is sabotage. Government agencies must identify sensitive data and its dangers if it is exploited. Insider threats, such as disgruntled or irresponsible personnel or government staff with ties to the attacking country, can be used by hostile countries or terrorists to steal or destroy information. By overwhelming a website with bogus requests and forcing it to handle them, denial of service attacks prohibit real users from accessing it. Attacking parties may use this form of assault to disrupt key operations and systems and prevent citizens, military, and security officials and research organizations from accessing sensitive websites. But what benefits does cyber war offer in contrast to traditional physical warfare? The most important advantage is the ability to conduct attacks from anywhere globally without having to travel thousands of miles. As long as the attacker and target are connected to the internet, organizing and launching cyber wars is relatively less tedious than physical warfare. People living in or battling for a country are subjected to propaganda attacks in an attempt to manipulate their emotions and thoughts. Digital infrastructure is highly crucial in today's modern world. Starting from communication channels to secure storage servers, crippling a country's footprint and control on the internet is very damaging. But what are some of the ways we as citizens protect ourselves in the case of a cyber war? In the unfortunate event that your country is involved in warfare, be sure to fact-check every piece of information and follow only trusted sources in that frame of time. Even conversations online should be limited to a need-to-know basis, considering propaganda campaigns have the power to influence the tide of war drastically. It is highly crucial to follow basic security guidelines to secure our devices, like regularly updating our operating systems, occasionally running full system antivirus scans, etc. If your country or organization is being attacked, having devices segregated in a network goes a long way in bolstering security. Try to avoid sharing a lot of personal data online. In this era of Instagram and Facebook, divulging private information can be detrimental to keeping a secure firewall for your data. The more information an attacker has access to, the higher his chances of being able to devise a plan to infiltrate defenses.
And if you're someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, that is by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity, with modules from the MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. And the course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
During data transmission, there are various external factors which can affect the transmission of data over a network channel. To prevent such cases from happening, we use Internet Protocol Security, which we will be discussing in the session on IPSec Explain. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another trusting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look into what is IPSec. Continuing with why do we use IPSec in a network, followed by components of IPSec, modes of IP security. As for the last topic, we will look into working steps involved in IP security. Let's begin with the first heading, that is, what is IPSec? IPSec, Internet Protocol Security, is defined as a set of framework and protocol to ensure data transmission over a network channel. This protocol was initially defined of two main protocols for data security over a network channel, which were authentication header, which is responsible for data integrity and anti-replay services. And the second protocol is encapsulating security payload, in short ESP, which includes data encryption and data authentication. Now let's move on to the next setting, that is, why do we use IPSec in a network? IPSec is used to secure sensitive data and information, such as company data, clinical data, bank data, and various sensitive information regarding an institution, which are used during data transmission over a network channel. The use of VPNs, that are virtual private networks, and apply IPSec protocols to encrypt the data for end-to-end transmission. Let's continue with why do we use IPSec services. IPSec is also used to encrypt data for application layer in the OSI model and provide security for sharing data over network routers and data authentication. Let's take a look at the working of IPSec services. To begin with, we have two different systems, System 1 and System 2, which will establish a network channel, and then the encryption of data will take place when one host will share the data to the second host. During this, IPsec services will secure the data that is to be transferred over the network channel by applying router encryption and authentication. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is components of IPsec. The IPsec services comprises of multiple protocols that ensure the data transmission over the network channel. The first one is Encapsulating Security Payload Protocol, in short ESP. This protocol of IP security provides data encryption and authentication services, and it also authenticates and encrypts the data packet in the transmission channel. Moving on, we have Authentication Header, in short AH. Similar to ESP, the authentication header also provides all the security services, but it does not encrypt the data. It also protects the IP packet and adds additional headers to the packet header. The modified IP datagram looks this way, where the IP components are included at the second position, the seventh position, and the sixth position, along with the authentication of data services over the network channel. Moving on, we have Internet Key Exchange, IKE. This protocol provides protection for content data and also changes the attribute of the original data to be shared by implementing SHA and MD5 algorithms. They also check the message for authentication and then only is forwarded to the receiver side. For example, this is the original data packet we are used to with IP header path, TCP UDP and data. Whereas this is the modified IPsec data packet where a ESP header is added between IP header and the TCP protocol. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is modes of IPsec. There are basically two types of IPsec modes available for data transmission over the network channel, where the first one is tunnel mode. This mode of transmission is used to secure gateway to gateway data. It is applied when the final destination of the data is to be connected to a sender side through a connection gateway over the internet. For example, we have two hosts, host A and host B. Through the host A, we are sending a message to host B, which will pass through a gateway at host A point, and it passes through a gateway to host B then. This is a basic format for gateway to gateway data transmission. And the given IP datagram format is used for tunnel mode. Now let's move on to the second mode of IPsec, that is transport mode. This mode of IPsec is used to protect protocols like TCP or UDP and is used to ensure end-to-end communication unlike tunnel mode. The transport mode data add authentication header and encapsulating security payload for security purpose in the IP header. This is the modified IP datagram for transport mode. The point to be noted is, the IPSec header is always added between IP header and TCP header. Now let's move on to the last heading for this session on IPSec, that is, the working steps involved in IP security. In general, there are 5 steps involved in the working of IPSec to ensure data transmission over a network channel. The first step is host recognition. In the first step, the host system will check if the packet is to be transmitted or not by automatically triggering the security policy for the data, which is implemented by the sender side for proper encryption. Then the second step is known as IKE Phase 1. In this step, the two host devices, the sender and the receiver side, will authenticate each other to establish a secure network channel. It is comprised of two modes. The main mode. This provides much better security with a proper time limit. And the second mode, known as aggressive mode. As the name suggests, it establishes the IPsec protocol much faster in comparison to main mode. Let's move on to the third step, which is IKE Phase 2. After the second step, the host decide the type of cryptography algorithm to apply over the session in the network channel, and the secret key for the algorithm to be used to encrypt the data for transmission. Then we have IPsec transmission. This step involves the actual transfer of data over the network channel using various protocols used in IPsec security, which are implemented under the tunnel condition. And the last step is IPsec termination. After the completion of data exchange or session timeout, the IPsec tunnel is terminated, and the security key established is discarded by both the host system.
Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. Every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, The network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network to unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security, in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some points. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of their supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development.
With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy laws, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So hey everyone, this is Bev from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on cryptography. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from her bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites, or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We take a look into what cryptography is and how it works. We learn where cryptography is being used in our daily lives and how we are benefiting from it. Then we will understand the different types of cryptography and their respective uses. Moving on, we will look at the usage of cryptography in ancient history and a live demonstration of cryptography and encryption in action. Let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher and the encryption key, are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. Unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages, since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers, and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, the most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with the private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDEFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more rotors that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt a word Simplilearn. We have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudorandom generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plaintext we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plaintext and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt, and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis, and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures our data. Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online. There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving on to the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm, so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver, because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt the ciphertext once it reaches her. Irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography, because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, Salsa, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The encryption key is generated using the random bitstream generator, and it acts as a supplement in the algorithmic function. The output is in binary form, which is then converted into the decimal or hexadecimal format to give our final ciphertext. On the other hand, block ciphers dissect the raw information into chunks of data of fixed size. The size of these blocks depend on the exact cipher being used. A 128-bit block cipher will break the plain text into blocks of 128-bit each and encrypt those blocks instead of a single digit. Once these blocks are encrypted individually, they are chained together to form a final ciphertext. Block ciphers are much slower, but they are more tamper-proof and are used in some of the most widely used algorithms employed today. Just like stream ciphers, the original ciphertext is converted into binary format before beginning the process. Once the conversion is complete, the blocks are passed through the encryption algorithm along with the encryption key. This would provide us with the encrypted blocks of binary data. Once these blocks are combined, we get a final binary string. This string is then converted into hexadecimal format to get our ciphertext. Today, the most popular symmetric key algorithms like AES, DES, and 3DES are all block cipher methodology subsets. With so many factors coming into play, there are quite a few things symmetric key cryptography excels at while falling short in some other. Symmetric key cryptography is much faster variant when compared to asymmetric key cryptography. There is only one key in play, unlike asymmetric encryption, and this drastically improves calculation speed in the encryption and decryption. Similarly, the performance of symmetric encryption is much more efficient under similar computational limitations. Fewer calculations help in better memory management for the host system. Bulk amounts of data that need to be encrypted are very well suited for symmetric algorithms. Since they are much quicker, handling large amounts of data is simple and easy to use in servers and data farms. This helps in better latency during data recall and fewer mixed packets. Thanks to its simple single key structure, symmetric key cryptography algorithms are much easier to set up a communication channel with and offer a much more straightforward maintenance duties. Once the secret key is transmitted to both the sender and receiver without any prior mishandling, the rest of the system aligns easily and everyday communications becomes easy and secure. If the algorithm is applied as per the documentation, symmetric algorithms are very robust and can encrypt vast amounts of data with very less overhead.
DES algorithm stands for Data Encryption Standard. It is a symmetric key cipher that is used to encrypt and decrypt information in a block-by-block manner. Each block is encrypted individually and they are later chained together to form our final ciphertext, which is then sent to a receiver. DES takes the original unaltered piece of data called the plain text in a 64-bit block, and it is converted into an encrypted text that is called the ciphertext. It uses 48-bit keys during the encryption process and follows a specific structure called the Feistel cipher structure during the entire process. It is a symmetric key algorithm, which means DES can reuse the keys used in the encryption format to decrypt the ciphertext back to the original plain text. Once the 64-bit blocks are encrypted, they can be combined together before being transmitted. Let's take a look at the origin and the reason DES was founded. DES is based on a Feistel block cipher called Lucifer, developed in 1971 by IBM cryptography researcher Horst Feistel. DES uses 16 rounds of this Feistel structure, using a different key for each round. It also utilizes a random function with 2 inputs and provides a single output variable. DES became the organization's approved encryption standard in November 1976 and was later reaffirmed as a standard in 1983, 1988, and finally in 1999. But eventually DES was cracked and it was no longer considered a secure solution for all official routes of communication. Consequently, Triple DES was developed. Triple DES is a symmetric key block cipher that uses a double DES cipher. Encrypt with the first key, delete encryption with the second key, and encrypt again with the third key. There is also a variation of the two keys where the first and second key are duplicate of each other. But Triple DES was ultimately deemed too slow for the growing need for fast communication channels, and people eventually fell back to using DES for encrypting messages. In order to search for a better alternative, a public-wide competition was organized and helped cryptographers develop their own algorithm as a proposal for the next global standard. This is where the Rindale algorithm came into play and was later credited to be the next advanced encryption standard. For a long time, DES was the standard for data encryption for data security. Its rule ended in 2002 when finally the advanced encryption standard replaced DES as an acceptable standard following a public competition for a place. To understand the structure of a Feistel cipher, we can use the following image as a reference. The block being encrypted is divided into two parts, one of which is being passed on to the function, while the other part is XORed with the function's output.
The function also uses the encryption key that differs for each individual round. This keeps going on until the last step, until where the right hand side and the left hand side are being swapped. Here we receive our final ciphertext. For the decryption process, the entire procedure is reversed, starting from the order of the keys to the block sorting. If the entire process is repeated in a reverse order, we will eventually get back our plain text, and this simplicity helps the speed. Overall, this was later detrimental to the efficiency of the algorithm, hence the security was compromised. A Feistel block cipher is a structure used to derive many symmetric block ciphers such as DES, which as we have discussed in our previous comment. Feistel cipher proposed a structure that implements substitution and permutation alternately so that we can obtain ciphertext from the plain text and vice versa. This helps in reducing the redundancy of the program and increases the complexity to combat brute force attacks. The Feistel cipher is actually based on the Shannon structure that was proposed in 1945. The Feistel cipher is the structure suggested by Horst Feistel, which was considered to be a backbone while developing many symmetric block ciphers. The Shannon structure highlights the implementation of alternate confusion and diffusion. And like we already discussed, the Feistel cipher structure can be completely reversed depending on the data. However, we must consider the fact that to decrypt the information by reversing the Feistel structure, we will need the exact polynomial functions and the key orders. To understand how the blocks are being calculated, we take a plain text which is of 64-bit and that is later divided into two equal halves of 32-bit each. In this, the right half is immediately transferred to the next round to become the new left half of the second round. The right hand is again passed off to a function which uses an encryption key that is unique to each round in the Feistel cipher. Whatever the function gives off as an output, it is passed on as an XOR input with the left half of the initial plain text. The next output will become the right half of the second round for the plain text. This entire process constitutes of a single round in the Feistel cipher. Taking into account what happens in the polynomial function, we take one half of the block and pass it through an expansion box. The work of the expansion box is to increase the size of the half from 32-bit to 48-bit text. This is done to make the text compatible to a 48-bit keys we have generated beforehand. Once we pass it through the XOR function, we get a 48-bit text as an output. Now remember, a half should be of 32-bit. So this 48-bit output is then later passed on to a substitution box. This substitution box reduces its size from 48-bit to 32-bit output, which is then later XORed with the first half of the plain text. A block cipher is considered the safest if the size of the block is large, but large block sizes can also slow down encryption speed and the decryption speed. Generally, the size is 64-bit. Sometimes modern block ciphers like AES have a 128-bit block size as well. The security of the block cipher increases with increasing key size, but larger key sizes may also reduce the speeds of the process. Earlier, 64-bit keys were considered sufficient. Modern ciphers need to use 128-bit keys due to the increasing complexity of today's computational standards. The increasing number of rounds also increase the security of the block cipher. Similarly, they are inversely proportional to the speed of encryption. A highly complex round function enhances the security of the block cipher, albeit we must maintain a balance between the speed and security. The symmetric block cipher is implemented in a software application to achieve better execution speed. There is no use of an algorithm if it cannot be implemented in a real-life framework that can help organizations to encrypt or decrypt the data in a timely manner. Now that we understand the basics of Feistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide the ciphertext at the end. Now that we understand the basics of Feistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide a ciphertext. In simple terms, DES takes the 64-bit plaintext and converts it into a 64-bit ciphertext. And since we are talking about asymmetric algorithms, the same key is being used when it is decrypting the data as well. We first take a 64-bit key plain text and we pass it through an initial permutation function. The initial permutation function has the job of dividing the block into two different parts so that we can perform Feistel cipher structures on it. There are multiple rounds being procured in the DES algorithm, namely 16 rounds of Feistel cipher structure. Each of these rounds will need keys. Initially, we take a 56-bit cipher key, but it is a single key. We pass it on to a round key generators, which generates 16 different keys for each single round that the Feistel cipher is being run. These keys are passed on to the rounds as 48 bits. The size of these 48 bits keys is the reason we use the substitution and permutation bongs in the polynomial functions of the Feistel ciphers. When passing through all these rounds, we reach round 16, where the final key is passed on from the round key generator, and we get a final permutation. In the final permutation, the rounds are swapped, and we get a final ciphertext. This is the entire process of DES with 16 rounds of Feistel ciphers encompassed in it. To decrypt a ciphertext back to the plain text, we just have to reverse the process we did in the DES algorithm and reverse the key order along with the functions. This kind of simplicity is what gave DES the bonus when it comes to speed, but eventually it was detrimental to the overall efficiency of the program when it comes to security factors. DES have 5 different modes of operation to choose from. One of those is electronic codebook. Each 64-bit block is encrypted and decrypted independently in the electronic codebook format. We also have cipher block chaining, or the CBC method. Here, each 64-bit block depends on the previous one, and all of them use an initialization vector. We have a cipher feedback block mechanism where the preceding ciphertext becomes the input for the encryption algorithm. It produces a pseudo-random output, which in turn is XORed with the plain text. There is an output feedback method as well, which is the same as cipher feedback, except that the encryption algorithm input is the output from the preceding DES. A counter method has a different way of approach, where each plain text block is XORed with an encrypted counter. The counter is then incremented for each subsequent block. There are a few other alternatives to these modes of operation, but the 5 mentioned above are the most widely used in the industry and recommended by cryptographers worldwide. Let's take a look at the future of DES. The dominance of DES ended in 2002 when the Advanced Encryption Standard replaced the DES encryption algorithm as the accepted standard. It was done following a public competition to find a replacement. NIST officially withdrew the global acceptance standard in May 2005, although triple DES is approved for some sensitive government information through 2030. NIST also had to change the DES algorithm because its key length was too short, given the increased processing power of the new computers. Encryption power is related to the size of the key, and DES found itself a victim of ongoing technological advances in computing. We have received a point where 56-bit was no longer a challenge to the computers of cracking. Note that because DES is no longer the NIST federal standard, it does not mean that it is no longer in use. Triple DES is still used today and is still considered a legacy encryption algorithm. To get a better understanding of how these keys and ciphertext look like, we can use an online tool for our benefit. As we already know, to encrypt any kind of data, a key is mandatory. This key can be generated using mathematical functions or computerized key generation program, such as this website offers. It can be based on any piece of text. Let's say the word is Simplilearn in our example. Once the key is settled, we provide the plain text or the clear text that needs to be encrypted using the aforementioned key. Suppose our sentence for this example is "This is my first message." We have satisfied 2 prerequisites, the message and the key. Another variable that goes into play is the mode of operation. We have already learned about 5 different modes of operation, while we can see some other options here as well. Let us go with the CBC variant, which basically means the cipher block chaining method. One of CBC's key characteristics is that it uses a chaining process. It causes the decryption of a block of ciphertext to depend all on the preceding ciphertext blocks. As a result, the entire validity of all the blocks is contained in the previous adjacent blocks as well. A single bit error in a ciphertext block affects the decryption of all the subsequent blocks. Rearrangement of the order of these, for example, can cause the decryption process to get corrupted. Regarding the manner of displaying binary information, we have two options here. We can either go with base 64 or the hexadecimal format. Let's go with the base 64 right now. As you can see, the ciphertext is readily available. Base 64 is a little more efficient than hex, so we will be getting a smaller ciphertext when it comes to base 64. Albeit the size of both the formats will be the same. The hex has a longer ciphertext since base 64 takes 4 characters for every 3 bytes, while hex will take 2 characters for each byte. Hence, base 64 turns out to be more efficient. Now to decrypt the ciphertext, we go by the same format. We choose base 64. We copy the ciphertext onto a decryption tool, and we have to make sure that the key we are using is exactly the same. We choose similar mode of operation, and we choose the correct encoding format as well, which is base 64 in this case. As you can see, the decryption is complete and we get a plain text back. Even if you keep everything the same, but we just change the encoding format, it will not be able to decrypt anything. Unfortunately, DES has become rather easy to crack even without the help of a key. The advanced encryption standard is still on top when it comes to symmetric encryption security and will likely stay there for a while. Eventually, with so much computing power growth, the need for a stronger algorithm was necessary to safeguard our personal data. As solid as DES was, the computers of today could easily break the encryption with repeated attempts, thereby rendering the data security helpless. To counter this dilemma, a new standard was introduced which was termed as the Advanced Encryption Standard or the AES algorithm. Let's learn what is Advanced Encryption Standard. The AES algorithm, also known as the Rijndael algorithm, is a symmetric block cipher with a block size of 128 bits. It is converted into ciphertext using keys of 128, 192, or 256 bits. It is implemented in software and hardware throughout the world to encrypt sensitive data. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, started development on AES in 1997 when it was announced the need for an alternative to the data encryption standard. The new internet needed a replacement for DES because of its small key size. With increasing computing power, it was considered unsafe against entire key search attacks. The triple DES was designed to overcome this problem. However, it was deemed to be too slow to be deployed in machines worldwide. Strong cases were present by the Mars, RC6, Serpent, and the Twofish algorithms, but it was the Rijndael encryption algorithm, also known as AES, which was eventually chosen as the standard symmetric key encryption algorithm to be used. Its selection was formalized with the release of Federal Information Processing Standards Publication 197 in the November of 2001. It was approved by the US Secretary of Commerce. Now that we understand the origin of AES, let us have a look at the features that make AES encryption algorithm unique. The AES algorithm uses a substitution permutation or SP network. It consists of multiple rounds to produce a ciphertext. It has a series of linked operations, including replacing inputs with specific outputs, that is substitutions, and others that involve bit shuffling, which is permutations. At the beginning of the encryption process, we only start out with a single key, which can be either a 128-bit key, a 192-bit key, or a 256-bit key. Eventually, this one key is expanded to be used in multiple rounds throughout the encryption and the decryption cycle. Interestingly, AES performs all its calculations on byte data instead of bit data, as seen in the case of the DES algorithm. Therefore, AES treats 128 bits of a clear text block as 16 bytes. The number of rounds during the encryption process depends on the key size that is being used. The 128-bit key size fixes 10 rounds, the 192-bit key size fixes 12 rounds, and the 256-bit key holds 14 rounds. A round key is required for each of these rounds, but since only one key is input into the algorithm, the single key needs to be expanded to get the key for each round, including the round 0. With so many mathematical calculations going on in the background, there are bound to be a lot of steps throughout the procedure. Let's have a look at the steps followed in AES. Before we move ahead, we need to understand how data is being stored during the process of AES encryption. Everything in the process is stored in a 4x4 matrix format. This matrix is also known as a state array, and we'll be using these state arrays to transmit data from one step to another and from one round to the next round. Each round takes state array as input and gives a state array as output to be transferred into the next round. It is a 16-byte matrix with each cell representing 1 byte, with each 4 bytes representing a word. So every state array will have a total of 4 words representing it. As we previously discussed, we take a single key and expand it to the number of rounds that we need the key to be used in. Let's say the number of rounds are n, then the key has to be expanded to be used with n plus 1 rounds, because the first round is the key 0 round. Let's say n is the number of rounds. The key is expanded to n plus 1 rounds. It is also a state array having 4 words in its vicinity. Every key is used for a single round, and the first key is used as a round key before any round begins. In the very beginning, the plaintext is captured and passed through an XOR function with the round key as a supplement. This key can be considered the first key from the n plus 1 expanded set. Moving on, the state array resulting from the above step is passed on to a byte substitution process. Beyond that, there is a provision to shift rows in the state arrays. Later on, the state array is mixed with a constant matrix to shuffle its column in the mix column segment, after which we add the round key for that particular round. The last 4 steps mentioned are part of every single round that the encryption algorithm goes through. The state arrays are then passed from one round to the next as an input. In the last round, however, we skip the mix columns portion, with the rest of the process remaining unchanged. But what are these byte substitution and row shifting processes? Let's find out regarding each step in more detail. In the first step, the plaintext is stored in a state array and it is XORed with the K0, which is the first key in the expanded key set. This step is performed only once on a block while being repeated at the end of each round as per iteration demands. The state array is XORed with the key to get a new state array, which is then passed off as input to the sub-bytes process. In the second stage, we have byte substitution. We leverage an X box called as a substitution box to randomly switch data among each element. Every single byte is converted into a hexadecimal value having 2 parts. The first part denotes the row value and the second part denotes the column value. The entire state array is passed through the S box to create a brand new state array, which is then passed off as an input to the row shifting process. The 16 input bytes are replaced by looking at a fixed table given in the design. We finally get a matrix with 4 rows and 4 columns. When it comes to row shifting, each bit in the 4 rows of the matrix is shifted to the left. An entry that is a fall off is reinserted to the right of the line. The change is done as follows. The first line is not moved in any way. The second line is shifted to a single position to the left. The third line is shifted 2 positions to the left, and the fourth line is shifted 3 positions to the left. The result is a new matrix that contains the same 16 bytes but has been moved in relation to each other to boost the complexity of the program. In mix columns, each column of 4 bytes is now replaced using a special mathematical function. The function takes 4 bytes of a column as input and outputs 4 completely new bytes. We will get a new matrix with the same size of 16 bytes, and it should be noted that this phase has not been done in the last round of the iteration. When it comes to adding a round key, the 16 bytes of the matrix are treated as 128 bits and the 128 bits of the round key are XORed. If it is the last round, the output is the ciphertext. If you still have a few rounds remaining, The resulting 128 bits are interpreted as 16 bytes, and we start another similar round. Let's take an example to understand how all these processes work. If our plaintext is the string 2192, we first convert it into a hexadecimal format as follows. We use an encryption key which is "that's my kung fu", and it is converted into a hexadecimal format as well. As per the guidelines, we use a single key which is then later expanded into n+1 number of keys, in which case it's supposed to be 11 keys for 10 different rounds. In round 0, we add the round key. The plaintext is XORed with the case 0, and we get a state array that is passed off as an input to the substitution bytes process. When it comes to the substitution bytes process, we leverage an S box to substitute the elements of each byte with a completely new byte. This way, the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the row shifting process of the next step. When it comes to row shifting, each element is shifted a few places to the left, with the first row being shifted by 0 places, second row by 1 place, third row by 2 places, and the last by 3. The state array that we received from the row shifting is passed off as an input to mix columns. In mix columns, we multiply the state array with a constant matrix, after which I receive a new state array to be passed on to the next step. We add the new state array as an XOR with the round key of the particular iteration. Whatever state array we receive here, it becomes an output for this particular round. Now, since this is the first round of the entire encryption process, the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the new round. We repeat this process for 10 more rounds, and we finally receive a ciphertext. Once the final state array can be denoted in the hexadecimal format, this becomes our final ciphertext that we can use for transferring information from the sender and receiver. Let's take a look at the applications of AES in this world. AES finds most use in the area of wireless security in order to establish a secure mode of authentication between routers and clients. Highly secure mechanisms like WPA and WPA2PSK are extensively used in securing Wi-Fi endpoints with the help of Rindial's algorithm. It also helps in SSL TLS encryption that is instrumental in encrypting our internet browser sessions. AES works in tandem with other asymmetric encryption algorithms to make sure the web browser and web server are properly configured and use encrypted channels for communication. AES is also prevalent in general file encryption of various formats, ranging from critical documents to the media files. Having a large key allows people to encrypt media and decrypt data with maximum security possible. AES is also used for processor security in hardware appliances to prevent machine hijacking, among other things. As a direct successor to the DES algorithm, there are some aspects that AES provides an immediate advantage in. Let us take a look. When it comes to key length, the biggest flaw in DES algorithm was its small length was easily vulnerable by today's standards. AES has managed to nab up 128, 192 and 256 bit key lengths to bolster the security further. The block size is also larger in AES owing to more complexity of the algorithm. The number of rounds in DES is fixed irrespective of the plaintext being used. In AES, the number of rounds depends on the key length that is being used for the particular iteration, thereby providing more randomness and complexity in the algorithm. The DES algorithm is considered to be simpler than AES, even though AES beats DES when it comes to relative speed of encryption and decryption. This makes advanced encryption standard much more streamlined to be deployed in frameworks and systems worldwide when it compares to the data encryption standard. Hello. In our last video on cryptography, we took a look at symmetric key cryptography. We used a single private key for both the encryption and decryption of data, and it works very well in theory. Let's take a look at a more realistic scenario now. Let's meet Joe. Joe is a journalist who needs to communicate with Ryan via long-distance messaging. Due to the critical nature of the information, people are waiting for any message to leave Joe's house so that they can intercept it. Now Joe can easily use symmetric key cryptography to send the encrypted data so that even if someone intercepts the message, they cannot understand what it says. But here's the tricky part. How will Joe send the required decryption key to Ryan? The sender of the message as well as the receiver need to have the same decryption key so that they can exchange messages. Otherwise, Ryan cannot decrypt the information even when he receives the ciphertext. If someone intercepts the key while transmitting it, there is no use in employing cryptography since a third party can now decode all the information easily. Key sharing is a risk that will always exist when symmetric key cryptography is being used. Thankfully, asymmetric key encryption has managed to fix this problem. This is Baba from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on asymmetric key cryptography. Let's take a look at what we are going to learn today. We begin by explaining what asymmetric key cryptography is and how it works. We take a look at its application and uses. We understand why it's called public key cryptography and then learn a little bit about RSA encryption, and then we learn about the advantages of asymmetric key cryptography over symmetric key cryptography. Let's understand what asymmetric key cryptography is. Asymmetric encryption uses a double layer of protection. There are two different keys at play here, a private key and a public key. A public key is used to encrypt the information pre-transit and a private key is used to decrypt the data post-transit. These pair of keys must belong to the receiver of the message. The public keys can be shared via messaging, blog posts or key servers, and there are no restrictions. As you can see in the image, the two keys are working in the system. The sender first encrypts the message using the receiver's private key, after which we receive the ciphertext. The ciphertext is then transmitted to the receiver without any other key. On getting the ciphertext, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt it and get the plain text back. There has been no requirement of any key exchange throughout this process, therefore solving the most glaring flaw faced in symmetric key cryptography. The public key known to everyone cannot be used to decrypt the message, and the private key which can decrypt the message need not be shared with anyone. The sender and receiver can exchange personal data using the same set of keys as often as possible. To understand this better, take the analogy of your mailbox. Anyone who wants to send you a letter has access to the box and can easily share information with you. In a way, you can say the mailbox is publicly available to all, but only you have access to the key that can open the mailbox and read the letters in it. This is how the private key comes to play. No one can intercept the message and read its contents since it's encrypted. Once the receiver gets its contents, he can use his private key to decrypt the information. Both the public key and the private key are generated, so they are interlinked, and you cannot substitute other private keys to decrypt the data. In another example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, let's say it reads "Call me today," she must use Bob's public key while encrypting the message. Upon receiving the cipher message, Bob can proceed to use his private key in order to decrypt the message, and hence complete security is attained during transmission without any need for sharing the key. Since this type of encryption is highly secure, it has many uses in areas that require high confidentiality. It is used to manage digital signatures, so there is valid proof of a document's authenticity. With so many aspects of business transitioning to the digital sphere, critical documents need to be verified before being considered authentic and acted upon. Thanks to asymmetric cryptography, senders can now sign documents with their private keys. Anyone who needs to verify the authenticity of such signatures can use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature. Since the public and the private keys are linked to each other mathematically, it's impossible to repeat this verification with duplicate keys. Document encryption has been made very simple by today's standards, but the background implementation follows a similar approach. In blockchain architecture, asymmetric key cryptography is used to authorize transactions and maintain the system. Thanks to its two key structures, changes are reflected across the blockchain's peer-to-peer network only if it is approved from both ends. Along with asymmetric key cryptography's tamper-proof architecture, its non-repudiation characteristic also helps in keeping the network stable. We can also use asymmetric key cryptography combined with symmetric key cryptography to monitor SSL or TLS encrypted browsing sessions to make sure nobody can steal our personal information when accessing banking websites or the internet in general. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security instead of the rather insecure HTTP website format. Security parameters differ on a session-by-session basis, so the verification process is consistent and utterly essential to modern data security. Another great use of the asymmetric key cryptography structure is transmitting keys for symmetric key cryptography. With the most significant difficulty in symmetric encryption being key exchange, asymmetric keys can help clear this shortcoming. The original message is first encrypted using a symmetric key. The key used for encrypting the data is then converted into the ciphertext using the receiver's public key. Now we have two ciphertexts to transmit to the receiver. On receiving both of them, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt the symmetric key. He can then use it to decrypt the original information on getting the key used to encrypt the data. While this may seem more complicated than just asymmetric key cryptography alone, symmetric encryption algorithms are much more optimized for vast amounts of data on some occasions. Encrypting the key using asymmetric algorithms will definitely be more memory efficient and secure. You might remember us discussing why symmetric encryption was called private key cryptography. Let us understand why asymmetric falls under the public key cryptography. We have two keys at our disposal. The encryption key is available to everyone. The decryption key is supposed to be private. Unlike symmetric key cryptography, there is no need to share anything privately to have an encrypted messaging system. To put that into perspective, we share our email address with anyone looking to communicate with us. It is supposed to be public by design so that our email login credentials are private and they help in preventing any data mishandling. Since there is nothing hidden from the world, if they want to send us any encrypted information, this category is called the public key cryptography. There are quite a few algorithms being used today that follow the architecture of asymmetric cryptography, none more famous than the RSA encryption. RSA encryption is the most widely used encryption or public key encryption standard using asymmetric key approach. Named after its founders, Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, it uses block ciphers to obscure the information. If you are unfamiliar with how block ciphers work, they are encryption algorithms that divide the original data into blocks of equal size. The block size depends on the exact cipher being used. Once they are broken down, these blocks are encrypted individually and later chained together to form the final ciphertext. Widely considered to be the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than symmetric encryption algorithms, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and other chat applications. With so many variables in play, there must be some advantages that give asymmetric cryptography an edge over the traditional symmetric encryption methodologies. Let's go through some of them. There is no need for any reliable key sharing channel in asymmetric encryption. It was an added risk in private key cryptography that has been completely eliminated in public key architecture. The key which is made public cannot decrypt any confidential information, and the only key that can decrypt doesn't need to be shared publicly under any circumstance. We have much more extensive key lengths in RSA encryption and other asymmetric algorithms like 2048-bit key and 4096-bit keys. Larger keys are much harder to break into via brute force and are much more secure. Asymmetric key cryptography can use as a proof of authenticity, since only the rightful owner of the keys can generate the messages to be decrypted by the private key. This situation can also be reversed. Encryption is done using a private key and decryption is done by the public key, which would not function if the correct private key is not used to generate the message, hence proving the authenticity of the owner. It also has a tamper protection feature, where the message cannot be intercepted and changed without invalidating the private key used to encrypt the data. Consequently, the public key cannot decrypt the message, and it is easy to realize the information is not 100% legitimate when and where the case requires. Now that we have a proper revision, let's understand what digital signatures are before moving on to the algorithm. The objective of digital signatures is to authenticate and verify documents and data. This is necessary to avoid tampering and digital modification or forgery of any kind during the transmission of official documents. They work on the public key cryptography architecture with one exception. Typically, an asymmetric key system encrypts using a public key and decrypts with a private key. For digital signatures, however, the reverse is true. The signature is encrypted using a private key and is decrypted with the public key. Because the keys are inked together, decoding it with the public key verifies that the proper private key was used to sign the document, thereby verifying the signature's provenance. Let's go through each step to understand the procedure thoroughly. In step 1, we have M, which is the original plaintext message, and it is passed on to a hash function denoted by H hash to create a digest. Next, it bundles the message together with the hash digest and encrypts it using the sender's private key. It sends the encrypted bundle to the receiver, who can decrypt it using the sender's public key. Once the message is decrypted, it is passed through the same hash function hhash to generate a similar digest. It compares the newly generated hash with the bundled hash value received along with the message. If they match, it verifies data integrity. In many instances, they provide a layer of validation and security to messages through a non-secure channel. Properly implemented, a digital signature gives the receiver reason to believe that the message was sent by the claimed sender. Digital signatures are equivalent to traditional handwritten signatures in many respects, but properly implemented digital signatures are more difficult to forge than the handwritten type. Digital signature schemes in the sense used here are cryptographically based and must be implemented properly to be effective. They can also provide non-repudiation, meaning that the signer cannot successfully claim that they did not sign a message while also claiming their private key remains secret. Further, some non-repudiation schemes offer a timestamp for the digital signature, so that even if the private key is exposed, the signature is valid. To implement the concept of digital signature in real world, we have two primary algorithms to follow: the RSA algorithm and the DSA algorithm, but the latter is a topic of learning today. So let's go ahead and see what the digital signature algorithm is supposed to do. Digital signature algorithm is a FIPS standard, which is the Federal Information Processing Standard for digital signatures. It was proposed in 1991 and globally standardized in 1994 by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as the NIST. It functions on the framework of modular exponentiation and discrete logarithmic problems, which are difficult to compute as a force brute system. Unlike DSA, most signature types are generated by signing message digest with the private key of the originator. This creates a digital thumbprint of the data. Since just the message digest is signed, the signature is generally much smaller compared to the data that was signed. As a result, digital signatures impose less load on processors at the time of signing execution, and they use small volumes of bandwidth. DSA, on the other hand, does not encrypt message digest using private key or decrypt message digest using public key. Instead, it uses mathematical functions to create a digital signature consisting of two 160-bit numbers, which are originated from the message digests and the private key. DSAs make use of the public key for authenticating the signature, but the authorization process is much more complicated when compared with RSA. DSA also provides three benefits, which is the message authentication, integrity verification, and non-repudiation. In the image, we can see the entire process of DSA validation. A plaintext message is passed on to a hash function where the digest is generated, which is passed on to a signing function. Signing function also has other parameters like a global variable G, a random variable K, and the private key of the sender. The outputs are then bundled onto a single pack with the plaintext and sent to the receiver. The two outputs we receive from the signing functions are the two 160-bit numbers denoted by S and R. On the receiver end, we pass the plaintext through the same hash function to regenerate the message digest. It is passed on to verification function which has other requirements such as the public key of the sender, global variable G, and SNR received from the sender. The value generated by the function is then compared to R. If they match, then the verification process is complete and data integrity is verified. This was an overview of the way the DSA algorithm works. We already know it depends on logarithmic functions to calculate the outputs. So let us see how we can do the same in our next section. We have three phases here, the first of which is key generation. To generate the keys, we need some prerequisites. We select a queue which becomes a prime divisor. We select a prime number p such that p-1 mod q equal to 0. We also select a random integer g which must satisfy the two formulas being mentioned on the screen right now. Once these values are selected, we can go ahead with generating the keys. The private key can be denoted by x, and it is any random integer that falls between the bracket of 0 and the value of q. The public key can be calculated as y equal to g to the power x mod p, where y stands for the public key. The private key can then be packaged as a bundle which comprises of values of p, q, g, and x. Similarly, the public key can also be packaged as a bundle having the values of p, q, g, and y. Once we're done with key generation, we can start verifying the signature and its generation. Repeat. Once the keys are generated, we can start generating the signature. The message is passed through a hash function to generate the digest H first. We can choose any random integer k which falls under the bracket of 0 and q. To calculate the first 160-bit number of our signing function of r, we use the formula g to the power k mod p into mod q. Similarly, to calculate the value of the second output, that is s, we use the following formula that is shown on the screen. The signature can then be packaged as a bundle having r and s. This bundle along with the plain text message is then passed on to the receiver. Now with the third phase, we have to verify the signature. We first calculate the message digest received in the bundle by passing it to the same hash function. We calculate the value of w, u1, and u2 using the formulas shown on the screen. We have to calculate a verification component which is then to be compared with the value of r being sent by the sender. This verification component can be calculated using the following formula. Once calculated, this can be compared with the value of r. If the values match, then the signature verification is successful and our entire process is complete, starting from key generation to the signature generation all the way up to the verification of the signature. With so many steps to follow, we are bound to have a few advantages to boot this, and we would be right to think so. DSA is highly robust in the security and stability aspect when compared to alternative signature verification algorithms. We have a few other ciphers that aim to achieve the simplicity and the flexibility of DSA, but it has been a tough ask for all the other suits. The key generation is much faster when compared to the RSA algorithm and such. While the actual encryption and decryption process may falter a little in comparison, a quicker start in the beginning is well known to optimize a lot of frameworks. DSA requires less storage space to work its entire cycle. In contrast, its direct correspondent, that is RSA algorithm, needs a certain amount of computational and storage space to function efficiently. This is not the case with DSA, which has been optimized to work with weaker hardware and lesser resources. The DSA is patented, but NIST has made this patent available worldwide royalty-free. A draft version of the speculation FIPS 186.5 indicates that DSA will no longer be approved for digital signature generation, but it may be used to verify signatures generated prior to the implementation date of that standard. The RSA algorithm is a public key signature algorithm developed by Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. The paper was first published in 1977, and the algorithm uses logarithmic functions to keep the working complex enough to withstand brute force and streamlined enough to be fast post-deployment. RSA can also encrypt and decrypt general information to securely exchange data along with handling digital signature verification. Let us understand how it achieves this. We take our plain text message M. We pass it through a hash function to generate the digest H, which is then encrypted using the sender's private key. This is appended to the original plain text message and sent over to the receiver. Once the receiver receives the bundle, we can pass the plain text message to the same hash function to generate a digest, and the ciphertext can be decrypted using the public key of the sender. The remaining hashes are compared. If the values match, then the data integrity is verified and the sender is authenticated. Apart from digital signatures, the main case of RSA is encryption and decryption of private information before being transmitted across communication channel. This is where the data encryption comes into play. When using RSA for encryption and decryption of general data, it reverses the key set usage. Unlike signature verification, it receives the receiver's public key to encrypt the data and uses the receiver's private key in decrypting the data. Thus, there is no need to exchange any keys in this scenario. There are two broad components when it comes to RSA cryptography. One of them is key generation. Key generation employs a step of generating the private and the public keys that are going to be used for encrypting and decrypting the data. The second part is the encryption and decryption functions. These are the ciphers and steps that need to be run when scrambling the data or recovering the data from the ciphertext. You will now understand each of these steps in our next subtopic. Keeping the previous two concepts in mind, let us go ahead and see how the entire process works, starting from creating the key pair to encrypting and decrypting the information. You need to generate the public and private keys before running the functions to generate ciphertext and plain text. They use certain variables and parameters, all of which are explained. We first use two large prime numbers which can be denoted by P and Q. We can compute the value of n as n equal to P into Q and compute the value of z as P minus 1 into Q minus 1. A number E is chosen at random satisfying the following conditions, and a number D is also selected at random following the formula ED mod Z equal to 1, and it can be calculated with the formula given below. The public key is then packaged as a bundle with N and E, and the private key is packaged as a bundle using N and D. This sums up the key generation process. For the encryption and decryption function, we use the formula C and M. The ciphertext can be calculated as C equal to M to the power E mod N, and the plain text can be calculated from the ciphertext as C power D mod N. When it comes to a data encryption example, let's take P and Q as 7 and 13. The value of N can be calculated as 91. If we select the value of E to be 5, it satisfies all the criteria that we need it to. The value of D can be calculated using the following function, which gives it as 29. The public key can then be packaged as 91,5 and the private key can then be packaged as 91,29. The plain text, if it is 10, which is denoted by M. Ciphertext can be calculated to the formula C equal to M to the power E mod N, which gives us 82. If somebody receives this ciphertext, they can calculate the plain text using the formula C to the power D mod N, which gives us the value of 10 as selected as our plain text. We can now look at the factors that make the RSA algorithm stand out versus its competitors in the advantageous topics of this lesson. RSA encryption depends on using the receiver's public key so that you don't have to share any secret key to receive the messages from others. This was the most glaring flaw faced by symmetric algorithms, which were eventually fixed by asymmetric cryptography structure. Since the key pairs are related to each other, a receiver cannot intercept the message since they don't have the correct private keys to decrypt the information. If a public key can decrypt the information, the sender cannot refuse signing it with his private key without admitting the private key is not in fact private anymore. The encryption process is faster than that of the DSA algorithm. Even if the key generation is slower in RSA, many systems across the world tend to reuse the same keys so that they can spend less time in key generation and more time on actual ciphertext management. Data will be tamper-proof in transit since meddling with the data will alter the usage of the keys. The private key won't be able to decrypt the information, hence alerting the receiver of any kind of manipulation in between. The receiver must be aware of any third party who possesses the private key, since they can alter the data mid-transit, the cases of which are rather low. Imagine creating an account on a new website. You provide your email address and set a password that you are confident and you would not forget. What about the website owner? How securely are they going to store your password? For website administrators, they have three alternatives. They can either store the passwords in a plain text format, they can encrypt the passwords using an encryption and decryption key, or they can store the passwords in a hash value. Let's have a look at each of these. When a password is stored in plain text format, it is considered to be the most unsafe option since anyone in the company can read your passwords. A single hack and a data server breach will expose all the account's credentials without needing any extra effort. To counter this, owners can encrypt the passwords and keep them in the servers as a second alternative. But that would mean they also have to store the decryption key somewhere on their servers. In the event of a data breach or the server hack, both the decryption key and encrypted passwords will be leaked, thus making it a single point of failure. What if there was an option to store the passwords after scrambling them completely, but with no way to decrypt them? This is where hashing comes to play. Since only the hashed values are stored in the server, no encryption is needed. With no plain text passwords to protect, your credentials are safe from the website administrators. Considering all the pros, hashed passwords are the industry standard when it comes to storing credentials nowadays. Before getting too deep into the topic, let's get a brief overview of how hashing works. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of information or data beyond recognition. We can achieve this by using hash functions, which are essentially algorithms that perform mathematical operations on the main plaintext. The value generated after passing the plaintext information through the hash function is called the hash value, digest, or in general, just the hash of the original data. While this may sound similar to encryption, the major difference is hashes are meant to be irreversible. No decryption key can convert a digest back to its original value. However, a few hashing algorithms have been broken due to the increase in computational complexity of today's new generation computers and processors. There are new algorithms that stand the test of time and are still in use among multiple areas for password storage, identity verification, etc. Like we discussed earlier, websites use hashing to store the user's passwords. So how do they make use of these hash passwords? When a user signs up to create a new account, the password is then run through the hash function and the resulting hash value is stored on the servers. So the next time a user comes to log into the account, the password he enters is passed through the same hash function and compared to the hash stored on the main server. If the newly calculated hash is the same as the one stored on the website server, the password must have been correct, because according to hash functions terminology, same inputs will always provide the same outputs. If the hashes do not match, then the password entered during login is not the same as the password entered during the sign-up. Hence, the login will be denied. This way, no plain text passwords get stored, preventing both the owner from snooping on user data and protecting users' privacy in the unfortunate event of a data breach or a hack. Apart from password storage, hashing can also be used to perform integrity checks. When a file is uploaded on the internet, the file's hash value is generated and it is uploaded along with the original information. When a new user downloads the file, he can calculate the digest of the downloaded file using the same hash function. When the hash values are compared, if they match, then file integrity has been maintained and there has been no data corruption. Since so much important information is being passed onto the hash function, we need to understand how they work. A hash function is a set of mathematical calculations operated on two blocks of data. The main input is broken down into two blocks of similar size. The block size is dependent on the algorithm that is being used. Hash functions are designed to be one-way. They shouldn't be reversible, at least by design. Some algorithms like the previously mentioned MD5 have been compromised, but more secure algorithms are being used today, like the SHA family of algorithms. The digest size is also dependent on the respective algorithm being used. MD5 has a digest of 128 bits, while SHA-256 has a digest of 256 bits. This digest must always be the same for the same input, irrespective of how many times the calculations are carried out. This is a very crucial feature since comparing the hash value is the only way to check if the data is untouched, as the functions are not reversible. There are certain requirements of a hash function that need to be met before they are accepted. While some of them are easy to guess, others are placed in order to preserve security in the long run. The hash function must be quick enough to encrypt large amounts of data at a relatively fast pace, but it also shouldn't be very fast. Running the algorithm on all cylinders makes the functions easy to brute force and a security liability. There must be a balance to allow the hash function to handle large amounts of data and not make it ridiculously easy to brute force by running through all the possible combinations. The hash function must be dependent on each bit of the input. The input can be text, audio, video, or any other file extension. If a single character is being changed, it doesn't matter how small that character may be, the entire digest must have a distinctly different hash value. This is essential to create unique digests for every password that is being stored. But what if two different users are using the same password? Since the hash function is the same for all users, both the digests will be the same. This is called a hash collision. You may think this must be a rare occasion where two users have exactly the same password, but that is not the case. We have techniques like salting that can be used to reduce these hash collisions, as we will discuss later in this video. You would be shocked to see the most used passwords of 2020. All of these passwords are laughably insecure, and since many people use the same passwords repeatedly on different websites, hash collisions risks are more common than one would expect. Let's say the hash functions find two users having the same password. How can they store both the hashes without messing up the original data? This is where salting and peppering come to play. Salting is the process of adding a random keyword to the end of the input before it is passed on to the hash function. This random keyword is unique for each user on the system, and it is called the salt value or just the salt. So even if two passwords are exactly the same, the salt value will differ, and so will their digest. There is a small problem with this process though. Since the salt is unique for each user, they need to be stored in the database along with the passwords, and sometimes even in plain text to speed up the process of continuous verification. If the server is hacked, then the hashes will need to be brute forced, which takes a lot of time. But if they receive the salts as well, the entire process becomes very fast. This is something that peppering aims to solve. Peppering is the process of adding a random string of data to the input before passing them to the hash function. But this time the random string is not unique for each user. It is supposed to be common for all users in the database, and the extra bit added is called the pepper in this case. The pepper isn't stored on the servers. It is mostly hard-coded onto the website source code since it's going to be the same for all credentials. This way, even if the servers get hacked, they will not have the right pepper needed to crack into all the passwords. Many websites use a combination of salting and peppering to solve the problem of hash collision and bolster security. Since brute force takes such a long time, many hackers avoid taking the effort. The returns are mostly not worth it, and the possible combinations of using both salting and peppering is humongous. With the consensus aiming towards an educated public on digital privacy, it's no surprise to see an increasing interest in encryption algorithms. We have already covered the major names like the DES and the AES algorithm. MD5 algorithm was one of the first hashing algorithms to take the global stage as a successor to the MD4. Despite the security vulnerabilities encountered in the future, MD5 still remains a crucial part of data infrastructure in a multitude of environments. The MD5 hashing algorithm is a one-way cryptographic function that accepts a message of any length as input, and it returns as output a fixed length digest value to be used for authenticating the original messages. The digest size is always 128 bits irrespective of the input. The MD5 hash function was originally designed for use as a secure cryptographic hash algorithm to authenticate digital signatures. MD5 has also been deprecated for uses other than as a non-cryptographic checksum to verify data integrity and detect unintentional data corruption. Ronald Rivest, founder of RSA Data Security and an institute professor at MIT, designed MD5 as an improvement to a prior message digest algorithm, which was the MD4. As already iterated before, the process is straightforward. We pass a plaintext message to the MD5 hash functions, which in turn perform certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 128-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plaintext. The goal of any message digest function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet two requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, that it is impossible for an attacker to create two messages that produce the same hash value. Even a slight change in the plaintext should trigger a drastic difference in the two digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which take place when two different plaintexts have the same digest. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the MD5 hash algorithm works. The first step is to make the plaintext compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When we receive the input string, we have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, we must add 1 first, followed by zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares a string to have a length of just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed on to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total length of the bits in the message was 64 bits short of any multiple of 512. Now we add the length bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is perfectly a multiple of 512. That means 64-bit lengths to be precise are added to the message. Our final string to be hashed is now a definite multiple of 512. The next step would be to initialize the message digest buffer. The entire hashing plaintext is now broken down into 512-bit blocks. There are 4 buffers or registers that are of 32 bits each, named A, B, C, and D. These are the 4 words that are going to store the values of each of these subblocks. The first iteration to follow these registers will have fixed hexadecimal values as shown on the screen below. Once these values are initialized, of these 512 blocks, we can divide each of them into 16 further subblocks of 32 bits each. For each of these subblocks, we run 4 rounds of operations having the 4 buffer variables A, B, C, and D. These rounds require the other constant variables as well, which differ with each round of operation. The constant values are stored in a random array of 64 elements. Since each 32-bit subblock is run 4 times, 16 such subblocks equal 64 constant values needed for a single block iteration. The subblocks can be denoted by the alphabet M, and the constant values are denoted by the alphabet T. Coming to the actual round of operation, we see our 4 buffers which already have pre-initialized values for the first iteration. At the very beginning, the values of buffers B, C, and D are passed on to a non-linear logarithmic function. The formula behind this function changes by the particular round being worked on, as we shall see later in this video. Once the output is calculated, it is added to the raw value stored in buffer A. The output of this addition is added to the particular 32-bit subblock using which we are running the 4 operations. The output of this requisite function then needs to be added to a constant value derived from the constant array k. Since we have 64 different elements in the array, Since we have 64 different elements in the array, we can use a distinct element for each iteration of a particular block. The next step involves a circular shift that increases the complexity of the hash algorithm and is necessary to create a unique digest for each individual input. The output generated is later added to the value stored in the buffer B. The final output is now stored in the second buffer of B of the output register. Individual values of C, D, and A are derived from the preceding element before the iteration started, meaning the value of B gets stored in C, value of C gets stored in D, and the value of D in A. Now that we have a full register ready for this subblock, the values of A, B, C, D are moved on as input to the next subblock. Once all 16 subblocks are completed, the final register value is saved and the next 512-bit block begins. At the end of all these blocks, we get a final digest of the MD5 algorithm. Regarding the nonlinear process mentioned in the first step, the formula changes for each round it's being run on. This is done to maintain the computational complexity of the algorithm and to increase randomness of the procedure. The formula for each of the 4 rounds uses the same parameters, that is B, C, and D, to generate a single output. The formulas being used are shown on the screen right now. Algorithm. Unlike the latest hash algorithm families, a 32-bit digest is relatively easier to compare when verifying the digests. They don't consume a noticeable amount of disk storage and are comparatively easier to remember and reiterate. Passwords need not be stored in plain text format, making them accessible for hackers and malicious actors. When using digests, the database security also gets a boost since the sizes of all the hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hashed values, so there is no way to regenerate the plain text, which would be the user passwords in this case. Since the functions are irreversible by design, hashing has become a compulsion when storing user credentials on the server nowadays. A relatively low memory footprint is necessary when it comes to integrating multiple services into the same framework without a CPU overhead. The digest size is the same and the same steps are run to get the hash value, irrespective of the size of the input string. This helps in creating a low requirement for computational power and is much easier to run on older hardware, which is pretty common in server farms around the world. We can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and we can avoid data corruption. Hash functions will always give the same output for the similar input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. We use our Wi-Fi every day for work, and we use the internet for entertainment and communication. The dependency on technology is at an all-time high thanks to the radical developments and innovation in these last 2 decades. A big portion of this belongs to ensuring secure channels of communication and data transmission. The secure hash algorithm are a family of cryptographic hash functions that are published by the National Institute of Standards and Technology along with the NSA. It was passed as a Federal Information Processing Standard, also known as FIPS. It has 4 different families of hash functions. SHA-0 is a 160-bit hash function published in 1993, and it was closed down later after an undisclosed significant flaw. SHA-1 is also a 160-bit hash function which resembles the earlier MD5 algorithm. This was designed by the NSA to be a part of the digital signature algorithm. SHA-2 is a family of 2 similar hash functions with different block sizes, known as the SHA-256 and the SHA-512. They differ in the word size. SHA-256 uses 32-bit words, while SHA-512 uses 64-bit words. SHA-3 is a hash function properly known as KCAC. It was chosen in 2012 after a public competition among non-NSA designers. It supports the same hash lengths as SHA-2 and its internal structure differs significantly from the rest of the SHA family. As we have already iterated, the process is straightforward. We pass a plain text message to the SHA hash function, which in turn performs certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 160-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plain text. The goal of any hash function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet two requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, it should be impossible for an attacker to create two messages producing the exactly same hash value. Even a slight change in the plain text should trigger a drastic difference in the two digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which takes place when two different plain texts have the same digest. The SHA family functions have some characteristics that they need to follow while generating the digests. Let's go through a few of them. The length of the clear text should be less than 2 to the power 64 bits in the case of SHA-1 and SHA-256. This is essential to keep the plain text compatible with the hash function, and the size needs to be in comparison area to keep the digest as random as possible. The length of the hash digest should be 256 bits in the SHA-256 algorithm, 512 bits in the SHA-512 algorithm, and so on. Bigger digest usually suggests significantly more calculations at the cost of speed and space. We typically go for the longest digest to bolster security, but there must be a definite balance between the speed and security of a hash function. By design, all hash functions of the SHA-512, SHA-256 are irreversible. You should neither get a plain text when you have the digest beforehand, nor should the digest provide the original value when you pass it through the same hash function again. Another case of protection is that when the hash digest is passed into the SHA function for a second time, we should get a completely different digest from the first instance. This is done to reduce the chance of brute force attacks. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the SHA algorithm works. The first step is to make the plain text compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When you receive the input string, you have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, you must add 1 first, followed by the remaining zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares our string to have a length just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially, in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total number of bits in the message was 64 bits short from becoming a multiple of 512. Now we add the length of bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is a perfect multiple of 512. That means 64 bits plus the length of the original message becomes a multiple of 512. This becomes a final string that needs to be hashed. In the next step, we have to initialize these chaining variables. The entire plaintext message can now be broken down into blocks of 512 bits each. Unlike other hash algorithms like MD5, which use 4 registers or buffers, SHA family use 5 buffers of 32 bits each. They are named A, B, C, D, and E. These registers go through multiple rounds of operation, where the first iteration has fixed hexadecimal values, as can be seen in the screen. Moving on, we have to process each of the 512-bit blocks by breaking each of them into 16 sub-blocks of 32 bits each. Each of them goes through 4 rounds of operation that use the entire register and have the 512-bit block along with the constant array. Out of those 4 rounds, each round has 20 iterations. So in general, we have 80 rounds sum total. The constant value of k is an array of 80 elements. Of those 80, 16 elements are being used each round, so that comes out to 80 rounds for each of those elements. The value of t differs by the number of rounds, as can be seen in the table below. A single formula is necessary to calculate the output of each round and iteration. The formula can be ABCDE register is equal to E plus a nonlinear process P along with a circular shift of A plus WT plus KT. In this formula, ABCD is the register value of the chaining variables as we discussed before. P is the logical process which has a different formula for each round. S5 is a circular shift by 5 bits, and WT is a 32-bit string derived from the existing subblock. This can be calculated depending on the iteration at hand. KT signifies a single element of the 80-character element array, which changes depending on the particular round at hand. For the values of WT, the first 16 values are the same as that of the subblocks, so there is no extra calculation needed. For the next 64 elements, the value of WT can be calculated as shown in the formula here. To better understand this, let's take a look at how each of this goes in a sequential process. We have our initial register using the 5 words of 32 bits each. In the first step, we put the values of A, B, C, and D to the subsequent register as the output. Next, we use a non-linear process P that changes depending on the round and uses the values of B, C, and D as input. Whatever output is generated from the non-linear process, it is added with the value of the E register. Next, the value of A is circular shifted by 5 bits and is added with the output generated in the previous step. The next step is adding the value of WT and the constant element of KT. The current output is then stored in the register A. Similarly, this iteration is repeated every round and for each subblock in the process. Once all the registers are complete and all the subblocks are joined together to form the single ciphertext message, we will have our hashed output. Regarding the nonlinear process P that uses the values of B, C, and D as input, the formula changes every round to maintain a complexity of the program that can withstand brute force attacks. Depending on the round, the values are passed through a logical operation which is then added with the values of WT, KT, and so on. Now that we understand how to get our hash digest from the plain text, let us learn about the advantages we obtain when using the SHA hash algorithm instead of relying on data in a plain text format. Digital signatures follow asymmetric encryption methodology to verify the authenticity of a document or a file. Hash algorithms like SHA-256 and the industry standard SHA-512 go a long way in ensuring the verification of signatures. Passwords need not be stored in a plain text format, which makes them accessible to hackers and other malicious actors. When using digest, the database security also gets a boost since the size of all hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hash values with no way to regenerate the plain text. In this case, the plain text would be user credentials. Since the hash functions are irreversible by design, it has become a compulsion when storing passwords on the servers. The SSL handshake is a crucial segment of the web browsing sessions, and it's done using SHA functions. It consists of your web browsers and the web servers agreeing on encryption keys and hashing authentication to prepare a secure connection. It relies on a combination of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms which ensure the confidentiality of the data transmitted between a web server and a web client like the browsers. You can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and data corruption is avoided. Hash functions will always give the same output for the same input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. Passwords are by far the most common type of user authentication. They are popular because their theory makes perfect sense to individuals and is reasonably simple to implement for developers. On the other hand, poorly constructed passwords can pose security flaws. A well-designed password-based authentication process does not save the user's actual password. This would make it far too simple for a hacker or a malevolent insider to access all of the system's user accounts. In this video, you will learn how to crack passwords and simultaneously try to make your passwords as brute force resistant as possible. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about what is password cracking in general. Next, we take a look at the different techniques of password cracking that hackers use in order to generate user credentials for hacking. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple tools that hackers can use to generate these hashes and the passwords. Finally, we take a look at the steps and the guidelines that users can follow to prevent their passwords from being cracked. Let's start by giving a basic idea about password cracking. Password cracking is the process of identifying an unknown password to a computer or a network resource using a program code. It can also assist a threat actor in gaining illegal access to resources. Malicious actors can engage in various criminal activities with the information obtained through password cracking. The procedure might entail comparing a set of words to guess credentials or using an algorithm to guess the password repeatedly. Password cracking can be done for several reasons, but the most malicious reason is in order to gain unauthorized access to a computer without the owner's awareness. This results in cybercrime, such as stealing passwords for the purpose of accessing banking information. Other non-malicious reasons for password cracking occur when someone has misplaced or forgotten a password. Another example of non-malicious password cracking may take place if a system administrator is conducting tests on password strength as a form of security test. This enables so that the hacker cannot easily access protected systems. The best way that users can protect their passwords from cracking is to ensure that they choose strong passwords. Typically, passwords must contain a combination of mixed-case random letters, digits, and symbols. Strong passwords should never be actual words. In addition, strong passwords are at least 8 characters long. In many password-protected applications, users are notified of the strength of the password they have chosen upon entering it. The user can then modify it and strengthen the password based on the indications of its strength. Now that we understand the basics of password cracking, let's go to the basic techniques hackers use to retrieve passwords from general victims. Asking the customer for their password is a simple approach to hacking. A phishing email directs the unwary reader to a counterfeit login page linked with whatever service the hacker wants to access, generally by demanding the user fix some critical security flaw or aid in a database reset. That page then captures their password, which the hacker can subsequently exploit for their own purpose. Social engineering influences the victim to get personal information such as bank account numbers or passwords. This strategy is popular among hackers because they realize that humans are the gateway to vital credentials and information. Through social engineering, they employ tried and true tactics to exploit and influence age-old human tendencies rather than devising novel means to breach secure and advanced technologies. It has been demonstrated that many firms either lack adequate security or are overly friendly and trustworthy when they should not be. They allow granting access to critical facilities based on a uniform or a sob story. A hacker searches a password dictionary for the correct password in the case of a dictionary attack. Password dictionaries cover many themes and a mixture of topics such as politics, movies, and music groups. Users' failure to create a strong password is why this approach efficiently cracks passwords till today. Simply said, this assault employs the same terms that many individuals use as passwords. A hacker can compare the password hash obtained to hashes of the password dictionaries to find the correct plain text password. Now that the passwords have been hashed, the hackers attempt to achieve authentication by breaking the password hash. They accomplish this by employing a rainbow table, which is a set of pre-computed hashes of portable password combinations. Hackers can use the rainbow table to crack the hash, resulting in guessing your password. As a result, it retrieves the password hash from the system and eliminates any need to break it. Furthermore, it does not necessitate the discovery of the password itself. The breach is accomplished if the hash matches. In a brute force assault, the attacker attempts multiple password combinations until the correct one is identified. The attacker uses software to automate this process and run exhaustive password combination in a substantially shorter length of time. With the growth of hardware and technology in recent years, such programs have been invigorated. It won't be quick if your password is more than a few characters lengthy, but it will eventually reveal your password. Brute force assaults can be sped up by throwing more processing resources at them. With so many different techniques coming together to crack passwords, none of them are useful without the right tools. There are a plethora of scripts and snippets of code that can retrieve passwords from either encrypted storage or from their hash digest. Let's go through some of these tools. Cain and Abel is a password recovery tool for Microsoft operating systems. It allows easy recovery of various kinds of passwords by sniffing the network, cracking encrypted passwords using dictionary, brute force, and cryptanalysis attacks. recording VoIP conversations, decoding scrambled passwords, recovering wireless network keys, etc. are some of the other features of KNenable. The latest version is faster and contains a lot of new features like ARP poison routing, which enables sniffing on switched LANs and man-in-the-middle attacks. The sniffer in this version can also analyze encrypted protocols such as SSH1 and HTTPS, while containing filters to capture credentials from a wide range of authentication mechanisms. It also ships routing protocol authentication monitors and route extractors. Dictionary and brute force crackers are also present along with common hashing algorithms and several specific authentications, password hash calculators, and other features. John the Ripper is a password cracking application that was first released in 1996 for Unix-based computers. It was created to evaluate password strength, brute force encrypted hash passwords, and break passwords using dictionary attacks. It can use dictionary attacks, rainbow tables, and other attacks depending on the target type. Rainbow Crack is a password cracking application that uses time-memory trade-off algorithm to crack password hashes with rainbow tables. Rainbow tables make password cracking more easier and faster than traditional brute force attacks. It is like a dictionary containing nearly every possible password and the pre-calculated hashes. Creating this kind of dictionary takes much more time than cracking a single hash, but after that, you can use the same dictionary over and over again. This procedure might take a long time. However, once the table is ready, it can break passwords far quicker than brute force methods. With so many tools ready to nab our passwords, there are a certain set of rules users can follow to protect their credentials from being compromised. Let's cover some of these guidelines. Longer passwords are required, making the brute force mechanism tougher to implement. Longer passwords and passphrases have been demonstrated to boost security significantly. However, it is still critical to avoid lengthier passwords that have previously been hacked or that feature often in cracking dictionaries. This password policy encourages users to establish passwords that do not contain personal information. As previously said, most users create passwords utilizing personal information such as hobbies, nicknames, pet or family member names, etc. If a hacker has access to personal information about a specific user, for example via social media, they will test password combinations based on that knowledge. Password regulations should compel users to distinguish between security and convenience. Users should be prohibited from using the same password for all services. Password sharing between users, including those who work in the same department or use the same equipment, should be avoided. A single breached password doesn't affect your other accounts with this policy. Some password regulations necessitate the creation of a passphrase rather than a password. While passphrases serve the same objective, the length makes them more difficult to break. In addition to letters, a good pass should include numbers and symbols. Passwords may be easier for users to remember than passphrases. However, the latter is much more breach resistant. Two-factor authentication or 2FA can help secure an online account or even a smartphone. 2FA does this by asking the user to provide two forms of information, a password or a personal identification PIN, and a code texted to the user's smartphone or a fingerprint before accessing whatever is secured. This helps discourage unauthorized entries to an account without the original owner's permission. At this point, you may wonder why you need a strong password in the first place. Even if most websites are safe, there is still a danger that someone will try to access or exploit your information. A strong password is among the most effective ways to protect your accounts and personal information from hackers. You should follow certain rules and guidelines while creating a strong password. Password managers are also recommended to help remember the created passwords for convenience of usage. With that being said, let's take a look at the topics we are covering today. We start by learning about the state of password cracking in today's world and why creating strong passwords is an absolute must for every account. Next, we will look at some guidelines and rules that help strengthen passwords and make password cracking a daunting task for hackers. Moving on, we understand why passphrases have grown in popularity and are being recommended for credential protection over traditional passwords. And finally, we take a look at how password managers help alleviate the problem of creating and remembering complex passwords along with other critical personal information. Let's start by learning about why strong passwords have become an absolute necessity. One of the most common ways that hackers break into computers is by guessing passwords. Simple and commonly used passwords enable intruders to easily gain access and control a computing device. Conversely, a password that is difficult to guess makes it prohibitively difficult for common hackers to break into a machine and will force them to look for another target. The more difficult the password, the lower the likelihood that one's computer will fall victim to an unwanted intrusion. Many individuals opt to tie their websites to something they can readily recall to generally easy, memorable combos. However, this does not make the password unique. In fact, it's the reverse. Passwords are handled by 53% of individuals using their recollections and memory. With modern computational standards, simple passwords take seconds and a couple of minutes at worst to be completely brute forced. According to global surveys, more than 60% of people use the same passwords for their personal and job applications. While this may allow the user never to forget the password, it makes a single point of failure the only pin to drop. If one of the accounts gets breached, all subsequent accounts are as good as hacked. To further elaborate on how you can create strong passwords, let's go through some of the guidelines. Let's go through some do's and don'ts to understand how to create new passwords for our accounts. It is recommended to keep the password length at least 12 characters to ensure brute forcing to be difficult. A combination of upper and lowercase alphabets is an absolute necessity when creating strong passwords. It is also recommended to use numerics along with those alphabets to create a complicated password. Finally, special characters help in making a password much more brute force resistant than any number of alphabets or letters can make. Moving over to the don't section, it's absolutely not recommended to keep simple dictionary terms such as computer or even the word password as your credential, because those are very easy to be brute forced and are usually present in majority of the dictionary attack word list. Similarly, changing a single alphabet or a single character in a dictionary word does not make it brute force resistant, considering there are already algorithms present that can counter this tactic. Using the same character multiple times in a password also reduces the strength and makes it easier to crack for hackers. Apart from using single characters multiple times, following patterns that are present on the traditional English keyboard, such as KWERTY, or the line below the main alphabet such as the ZX, CV, B, and M, etc., make it easier to guess, since these are once again common combinations that are present in word list already. Finally, the most important part being not using personal information such as birthdays, addresses, and other important information in the passwords. More often than not, if a hacker is trying to break into your account, there has been some amount of research done, be it via social media or any other medium. If they have already this information present with them, breaking into your account becomes all the more easier. Now that you understand how to create strong password, look at how passphrases have become prevalent as a replacement for plain text passwords. A passphrase is a sentence-like string of words used for authentication that is longer than a traditional password, easy to remember, and difficult to crack. Typical passwords range on an average from 8 to 16 characters, while passphrases can reach up to 100 characters or more. Using a long passphrase instead of a short password to create a digital signature is one of the many ways that users can strengthen the security of their data, devices, and accounts. The longer a passphrase is, the more likely a user is to incorporate bits of entropy or factors that make it less predictable to potential attackers. As more websites, applications, and services increase their user security requirements, a passphrase is a fast and easy way to meet these criteria. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that passphrases have over common passwords. Passphrases are simpler to remember than just a random assortment of symbols and characters. It's easier to comprehend a line from your favorite song or a quotation than a short but difficult password. Passwords are reasonably easy for humans and robots to guess or crack. Online thieves have also advanced and created cutting-edge hacking tools to crack even the most complex passwords. Passphrases are nearly hard to crack since most efficient password cracking programs fail at approximately 10 characters. As a result, even the most sophisticated cracking tool will be unable to guess, brute force, or pre-compute these passwords. Complies with password setting rules with ease are passphrases. The usage of punctuation and upper and lowercase passwords satisfy the password complexity criteria. Most operating systems and apps support passphrases. Phrases of up to 127 characters are permitted on all major operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac. As a result, for optimal protection, you can use lengthier passphrases. But when creating a strong password, the major problem people come across is remembering these passwords or the passphrases. This is where you can find a use for a password manager. When you establish accounts or change passwords, password managers generate new strong passwords and they keep all of them in one place, protected by a single strong master password. If you maintain your master password, the manager will retain everything else, including your username and passphrases, and fill them in for you whenever you sign on to a website or app on your computer or phone. There is no good memory needed for this. This implies that everyone may use the most recent suggestions for strong passwords, such as extended phrases, symbols, grammar, and capitalization. Password managers enable consumers to write a single master password and automatically fill each website with their own unique set of credentials. And not just passwords. Credit card information may be stored securely with several password managers. Some others make multi-factor authentication or use a second test, such as answering a question once the correct password is input, which is a simple and effective solution to verify legitimate login inputs. Among the global players in password managers, services like Bitwarden, KeePass, and Dashlane have been running for years now and are very worthy recommendations if you want to get started with password management.
Now that we understand what is hacking, let's take a look at some points to know whether our system is already hacked or not. The first point regarding how to check whether a system is hacked or not can be cases where the system security is switched off by unknown means and it is not visible to the user. This is one of the most primary checkpoints to know if our system is hacked or not. Next point to check whether a system is hacked or not would be frequent antivirus software failures, which are due to the interference from hacking attempts performed by a professional hacker or a cybercriminal. Then we also face problems regarding system's reaction speed, which is affected due to the execution of unknown applications in the background of the system, which also affects the hardware resources in the device. Next, we also face problems regarding passwords, which are no longer working or are changed without a user's intervention, which might indicate that there was some unknown hacking activity that took place in our account. Let's take a look at some more points regarding the topic. There are often cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and perform tasks, indicating that the system is being used by someone else using an illegal hacking method. There are also cases when we often see files and folders being created in the storage disk on the system, which is unknown to us. To better understand the points regarding how to identify whether our system is hacked or not, let's take a look. Then let's start with the first point. If we want to check whether a system is hacked or not, the first point would be to choose the settings option and using privacy and security and moving on to the Windows security. This option that is available on our system allows us to see various protection applications that are available on the system. If we see any problem regarding any one of them, for example, apps and browser control, in my system it says there's a problem with it, which might be due to hacking attempts that was done on my system. Now let's take a look at the other option, how we can check whether our system is hacked or not. That would be checking the antivirus software that is installed in our system. If you face problems regarding that, this might be the issue. According to my antivirus software, it says my computer is at risk. This might be due to the interference from a cybercriminal or a hacker while using different illegal softwares during its hacking attempt. Then there are also cases where we see there are unknown programs being executed in the background of our system, which we can take a look using the Task Manager software. Using the Task Manager, we can take a look at each and every application that is being executed in the system and see the origin. If we find any unknown program or application, we can assume that it might be due to a hacking attempt. Moving on, if we want to check further whether our system is hacked or not, we can check for files or folders that are being created unknown to us. For example, this unknown folder, which contains some security details that are unknown to me. This might be also due to a hacking attempt by a hacker or a cybercriminal. Then there are also cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and performs tasks that are not initiated by us and performs copying of different folders or data from one file to other. This is due to a hacking attempt that was done on a system, and the hacker has taken control of a system. Then there are also cases regarding login issues or password problem. For example, if I want to access into my account and there's a problem with the password, it might be due to the attempt of hacking into my account by a professional hacker. Seems like there's a problem with the username, which means there was a hacking attempt by a professional hacker. We can further check hacking attempts by accessing our web browser and checking whether there's some extra add-ons or unknown add-ons that wasn't installed by us. This might also indicate a hacking attempt on the system. Now that we are clear about how to check whether our system is hacked or not, let's take a look at some of the countermeasure against hacking. Let's begin. The first point regarding how to avoid hacking is do regular manual security checks and keep the system security updated. Using certified antivirus softwares is a basic countermeasure against hacking attempts. And if possible, visit only secure websites for surfing on the internet or use VPN or other internet security applications to mask your system's network to avoid any hacking attempts for the device. Then we have avoid clicking on random web pop-ups and ads to avoid hackers from getting into a system and accessing a device data. And lastly, use strong passwords or complex passwords for your login details. Applying these countermeasures, we can avoid hacking to a certain extent.
The concept of instant messaging crossed into the mainstream in the 1990s, allowing friends, acquaintances, colleagues, and like-minded thinkers from all over the world to connect in real time. Since then, instant messaging has revolutionized how we communicate, and today over 1 billion people are signed up for at least one messaging app. The present instant messaging experience is seamless, and it intuitively integrates features like video, photos, voice, e-commerce, and gaming with plain old messaging. Among these apps, WhatsApp has comfortably found its place among the most popular messaging platforms. Like everyone associated with the internet, a matter of security is never far away. Considering the huge user base of this messaging app, hackers are always on the lookout for compromised accounts to grab. Today, we are going to cover some of the ways we can protect our WhatsApp account from falling into malicious hands. We start by learning about the importance of security when it comes to WhatsApp and instant messaging apps in general. Next, we cover some of the most important steps that should be followed in order to protect our WhatsApp accounts from hackers. Finally, we learn what we should do when a WhatsApp account gets compromised. Let's start by learning why we need to focus on the safety of WhatsApp. In the year of 2020, the big news was about Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos and his phone being hacked by Saudi Arabia. A report coming from The Guardian suggested that Bezos' phone was hacked via a video file sent on WhatsApp. The report said that Bezos' mobile phone was hacked by a Saudi Arabian prince in the year 2018 and gigabytes worth of data was stolen from the device. While there are some issues being raised about the report, which states with a medium to high confidence that Jeff Bezos' phone was hacked, it does raise a security fear for regular users. After all, if the phone of one of the world's most powerful men can be hacked, the same can happen to any one of us as well. When it comes to regular users, we exchange messages with our loved ones regarding a paradigm of topics. The information which may seem trivial initially can later function as ammunition for a campaign regarding identity theft. Basic information like preferred banks, occasional dining places can go a long way in social engineering attacks, further increasing the need for secure messaging habits. WhatsApp uses end-to-end encryption to protect all communication on its platform. These encryption keys not only make it impossible to decrypt messages, but they also prevent third parties and even WhatsApp from accessing messages or calls. But not entirely. Although end-to-end encryption makes WhatsApp more secure than other communication apps, no app is 100% safe to use. Like any application or digital device, WhatsApp is often targeted by bad actors. It also has access to your contacts and tracks where and how long you use it, putting your privacy and personal information at risk. We all have access to our cell phones, so it's no surprise that SMS two-factor authentication is one of the most widespread types of MFA available. You don't need any apps or digital keys, and it's not tied to a specific ecosystem. Unfortunately, it's also not a secure multi-factor authentication method. The nature of SMS itself opens up your organization to a host of risks. Hackers may have many ways to leverage SMS to find a way into your accounts and network. Be it via spoofed SIM cards or message hijacking, WhatsApp 2FA using SMS isn't a foolproof solution. Now that we understand the variety of reasons why WhatsApp needs extra security, let's go through some of the ways we can achieve this. It is more than probable that one fine day you might receive a WhatsApp message or even an SMS that reads that your order is delayed, please check its status here, or your account is locked and please unlock it here, or even some tempting messages like win free 3G and movie tickets here. Some of them may sound intimidating and some of them may be lucrative, but they all have one purpose: to trick you into clicking that link, and once you do that, it's already over. It will install malware on your phone and you won't have a clue about it. Only when you start noticing that your phone bills are abnormally high or your bank account has been used without your permission, the realization will dawn upon you that something is wrong with your phone. But by then it may be too late. WhatsApp in itself provides various privacy options to users. The messaging platform provides users with the option to choose who they want to share their profile photo, status, and other details with. It's a good idea to change the settings to contacts only. This means only phone numbers that are saved on your smartphone will be able to see your profile photo, status, phone number, and auto-delete status as well. Make sure you enable the option to lock the screen every time WhatsApp is closed. This will ensure no one else but you can open your WhatsApp account. Just head to the settings menu, privacy, and select the screen lock option. You will then need to register your fingerprint. After the process is completed, you will have to scan your fingerprint every time you open the WhatsApp app. This adds an extra layer of security. The two-step verification works as an extra layer of security and helps WhatsApp users to protect their OTPs and documents shared through WhatsApp. It is very easy to set up a PIN to activate a two-step verification. Users have to enter it periodically once it is activated. WhatsApp will sometimes keep asking users to enter this 6-digit passcode. Users cannot disable this without disabling the two-step verification feature altogether. In case users do not provide WhatsApp with an email ID and want to disable two-step verification, then the number will be permitted to re-verify on WhatsApp without the passcode after 7 days. However, the users will lose all pending messages upon re-verifying. We often have the tendency to log into WhatsApp web at the office and then leave the account open on the desktop. This habit can actually create problems for you. Someone else sitting on the same PC can access all your chats without you even realizing it. It's a good practice to log out from WhatsApp web before leaving the office. It just takes a few seconds to log in again by just scanning the code and you're done. All WhatsApp users should ensure that the chats are end-to-end encrypted. To verify that a chat is end-to-end encrypted, open the chat, tap on the name of the contact to open the contact info screen, and then tap encryption to view the QR code and a 60-digit number. WhatsApp end-to-end encryption ensures that only you and your contact can read the messages that are being exchanged and nobody in between, not even WhatsApp. With the necessary guidelines out of the way, let us go through the recommended course of action should our WhatsApp accounts be compromised. The first and most important thing that you need to do is report the issue to the WhatsApp support team for assistance. Make sure that you reach out to the support team through its help desk and report the hacking attempt. WhatsApp Help Center will take the shortest time to resolve your issue via email or within the app itself. This will help you to take prompt legal action against the hackers. If you can't access your email, call the support team. In some cases, the support will deactivate your WhatsApp account and request you to reactivate it within 30 days if you don't want it to be deleted completely. When someone compromises your WhatsApp account, they can now send messages to your contacts stating that the company sent your verification code and gain access to the account. That's why one of the first things you'll want to do is send a message to your friends and family letting them know that you've lost access to your account. This action prevents further exploitation of your account and others. Another reason you'll want to let your contacts know you have no access to your WhatsApp account is that they may phish for personal information. From your banking number to your email address, hackers will cleverly attempt to gain as much access to your personal information as possible. WhatsApp Web is an extension of WhatsApp Messenger over the web that facilitates easy synchronization of our smartphone and personal computer. This is the biggest security threat that hackers can easily exploit to get into your personal data over WhatsApp. Therefore, it is highly recommended that you use this WhatsApp feature carefully. Once you notice that your WhatsApp Messenger has been hacked, go to your WhatsApp web and tap or click on the Logout from all computers option. This will deactivate all the web extensions of your account. Under the unfortunate circumstances where the account recovery doesn't seem likely, you can always ask WhatsApp support to delete your account permanently. While far from the ideal solution, it can act as a fail-safe option if you want to protect your personal data at any cost possible. You can always open a new account later with the security issues mitigated.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WOPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WOPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WOPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution, so we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. Go on next. We can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put, it will hold up all the information of the operating system. All the files you download, all the configurations you store, everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if its recommended size for Debian is 20, you can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. The devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD/ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open. And you can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, it is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK. And now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk can set up LVM, use entire disk can set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that you can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity that we gave up as 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition, and we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization, but for now you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on finish partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk, we press yes and click on continue. At this point, the installation has started. Now this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems, this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones, this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install, as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default, let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see our full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete.
Hi everyone, I am Abhisar and today we are going to explore a world where the biggest dramas don't happen in movies. They happen in the digital networks that our shops, companies and governments rely on every day. Let's start with a true story from 2017 in Atlanta. A bustling city just like many others. One morning, Atlanta was hit by a ransomware attack, a type of cyber threat where hackers lock up important data and demand money to release it. This attack froze the city's most essential services. People couldn't pay their bills, court documents were inaccessible, and the city struggled to operate normally. It was chaos. This real-life event shows us just how powerful and damaging cyber attacks can be. They don't just affect computers, they disrupt lives and can bring entire cities to a standstill. Today we are going to dive deeper into this hidden world of digital dangers and learn about the top 10 cyber attacks that have shaken communities and nations. So let's uncover these epic tales of cyber intrusions, learn about their massive impacts and see how they have revolutionized cybersecurity practices worldwide. And before commencing guys, just a quick info for you. Starting with number 10 on the list, Heartland Payment Systems, and it acted in 2008. So in 2008, Heartland Payment Systems fell victim to one of the largest phishing scams at that time. Phishing, a technique where cybercriminals disguise their malicious intent with seemingly legitimate requests, deceived unsuspecting victims into believing they were interacting with a trusted entity. The attackers managed to infiltrate the system and steal sensitive information, leading to the unauthorized access of 100 million credit and debit card numbers. The aftermath was severe, with Heartland shouldering $140 million in damages and facing a long road to rebuild trust and enhance their security measures. Moving to number 9. China's Google attacks. A covert operation in 2009 targeted Chinese humanitarian activists, compromising their Google accounts to monitor their communications. The breach extended beyond activists, affecting individuals in multiple countries, highlighting the global reach of cyber espionage. Investigators linked the breach to a mix of phishing and malware, which allowed hackers to gather information. This incident underscores the critical need for vigilance in digital communications and the importance of reporting anomalies promptly to prevent widespread data compromise. And number 8 on the list is PlayStation Network. In 2011, the PlayStation Network suffered a massive breach when hackers accessed 77 million user accounts, exposing sensitive information including credit card details. The attack persisted for nearly a month, leading to an estimated $2 million in damages and significant downtime for users. This breach not only disrupted Sony's services but also had a detrimental impact on their product launches, serving as a stark reminder of the enduring consequences of cyber vulnerabilities. And number 7 on the list is Citigroup. Despite being one of the largest banks globally, Citigroup experienced a significant security lapse in 2011 when over 200,000 customer accounts were compromised. Hackers exploited simple vulnerabilities in the bank's website to impersonate legitimate users and navigate through its security measures undetected. By the time the breach was discovered, sensitive data including card numbers and personal information had already been sold. The delay in notifying affected customers only worsened the public's trust in Citigroup. This incident highlights the importance of robust cybersecurity measures and the need for swift action and transparency in the face of security breaches. Now coming to number 6, that is Target Company. In 2013, Target became the victim of a massive cyber attack when malware was injected into their point of sale, that is POS systems. This type of software is specifically designed by hackers to disrupt and gain unauthorized access to computer systems. During the bustling holiday season, Ukrainian hackers managed to extract customer information and sell it on the digital black market, leading to significant financial threats to millions of Americans. This breach vividly demonstrated that even robust internal systems could have hidden weaknesses, ripe for exploitation. Now coming to number 5, the company is Yahoo. Yahoo, once a giant in email and web services, faced a severe reputation hit between 2013 and 2014 due to multiple security breaches. These incidents compromised the personal details of 500 million users initially, with a later revelation that up to 3 billion accounts were affected in total. Sensitive information such as email addresses, passwords, and security questions were stolen. Yahoo's delayed disclosure of these breaches until 2016 resulted in a $35 million fine and over 40 class action lawsuits, ultimately costing the company $350 million in damages. Now coming to number 4, Home Depot. Following in the unfortunate footsteps of Target, Home Depot experienced a similar breach in 2014. Hackers gained the access to the company's POS systems by masquerading as legitimate vendors. This breach compromised the data of 50 million cardholders. The attackers used malware entering through a vendor's credentials to infiltrate Home Depot's network. Although Home Depot denied liability, the incident prompted them to overhaul their data security measures significantly. Now coming to number 3, Experian. Experian, a major credit reporting agency, found itself in a cyber crisis in 2015. This situation began unraveling after their acquisition of Court Ventures in 2012, which already had a contract with US Search Info, allowing broad access to personal data. This lapse in oversight led to the sale of sensitive data to an identity theft ring, affecting 50 million users. The breach highlighted the critical importance of stringent data usage policies and contract reviews in mergers and acquisitions. Now coming to number second, that is Snapchat. Snapchat, known for its ephemeral messaging service, faced a stark violation of user privacy in 2015 when hackers accessed 4.6 million accounts. They extracted phone numbers, locations, and usernames. The hackers had previously warned Snapchat about the security flaw, demanding it to be fixed. When their concerns were ignored, they published the data publicly as a form of retaliation. This incident underscores the importance of addressing security vulnerabilities promptly to protect user privacy. Now coming to the number one spot, that is Facebook. Facebook, the social media giant, faced significant scrutiny in 2018 that marked a pivotal point in public perception about privacy and data management. That year, federal investigations uncovered how Facebook allowed third-party apps broad access to user data without stringent oversight. This lapse led to multiple breaches affecting between 50 to 80 million users. The most infamous of these was the Cambridge Analytica scandal, with data from millions of Facebook users was improperly accessed to influence voter behavior. These revelations fueled global debates about privacy and the ethical responsibilities of tech giants, leading to calls for stricter data protection regulation worldwide. Facebook's handling of user data not only eroded trust among its user base, but also invited tighter scrutiny from regulators, reshaping how social media platforms manage and protect user information. As we have seen through these incidents, the digital world is a battleground where information is both the weapon and the prize. Staying informed and vigilant is our best defense against these evolving threats. Thank you for joining us as we explored these significant cyber attacks. Remember, safeguarding our data begins with understanding the risk and taking proactive steps to protect ourselves. Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with HackerGPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, HackerGPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So HackerGPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where HackerGPT excels, and HackerGPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with HackerGPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
And just a quick info for you guys, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certification from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIUT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link in the description box and pin comment. So let's get started. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is, this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used HackerGPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is HackerGPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for ethical HackerGPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with ethical hacker GPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the hacker GPT, ethical hacker GPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled. You can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we will get back to ethical hacker GPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with, the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from ethical hacker GPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps, and these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that, these are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance, and you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding, or I won't be reading what responses are generated by ethical hacker GPT. I have used that, and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking, and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded, and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a control test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he's providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this ethical hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic, and then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is burp suit. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to ethical hacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that will be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable, that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics, and in advanced topics, what we can ask him is, how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment. And for that thing only, he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he's providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man in the middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt and this ethical hacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyd. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating a comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the ethical hacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you. Today, we will see the starting journey in cybersecurity that is super exciting but can be a bit daunting. So to help you out, we are going to talk about some common mistakes
that beginners often make and how you can avoid them. If you're just getting started or looking to improve your skills, this guide will set you on the right path. So let's dive in and make sure your cybersecurity career gets off to a strong start. So let's get started and we'll see the worst beginner cybersecurity mistakes everyone makes. And we'll start with the number one point, that is ignoring basics. So many beginners rush into advanced topics without mastering the basics, which can lead to confusion and frustration later on. It's essential to build a strong foundation before diving into complex subjects. If we talk about number one is understanding networking. Networking is the backbone of cybersecurity. Learn how data travels across networks, different types of networks like LAN and WAN, and basic networking protocols. Knowing how network protocol functions help you understand how attacks occur and how to defend against them. Then comes mastering operating systems. So operating systems are another critical area, whether it's Windows, Linux or Mac OS. You need to know how different OS work and learn about file systems, user management, and basic command line skills. So this knowledge is crucial for tasks like malware analysis and system hardening. Then comes the basic coding skills. So coding is an invaluable skill in cybersecurity. You can start with a simple language like Python and learn how to write scripts to automate tasks, analyze data, and understand the logic behind software vulnerabilities. So basic coding skills will help you comprehend how attacks are carried out and how to develop countermeasures. So taking the time to master these basics will make advanced topics much easier to understand and will set a solid foundation for your career in cybersecurity. So remember, it's a journey and starting with the basics will ensure you build strong, lasting knowledge. Now we'll come to number second point, that is skipping hands-on practice. So this is also one of the cybersecurity mistakes that beginners make. Cybersecurity isn't just about theory. Practical experience is crucial, and many beginners focus too much on reading and studying without applying what they have learned. This creates a gap between knowledge and real world skills. So, the number one point here is setting up a home lab. So, create a home lab with an old computer or virtual machine to practice what you learn. Install different operating systems, set up networks, and simulate attacks in a controlled environment. Then comes real world scenarios. So, use your home lab to practice real world scenarios like configuring firewalls and detecting intrusions. Platforms like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me offer cybersecurity challenges that mimic real life networks and systems. Then comes building confidence. So, hands on practice builds confidence. So, solving real problems and seeing the results of your actions make you more comfortable with cybersecurity tools and techniques. And this confidence is crucial when making quick, informed decisions in this field. So, gaining practical experience bridges the gap between theory and practice, making you a more effective and confident cybersecurity professional. So, now we'll see the third mistake that cybersecurity beginners make, that is, lack of documentation. So, documenting your work is a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of cybersecurity. Many beginners focus solely on learning new skills and solving problems without keeping track of their progress. However, good documentation practices can significantly enhance your learning experience. And by keeping detailed notes on what you learn, the tools you use, and the methods you apply, you create a valuable resource for future reference. And this habit helps you review and reinforce your knowledge, making it easier to remember complex concepts. Additionally, well documented work allows you to share your insights and solutions with others, whether through blogs, presentations, or team collaborations. It also helps in troubleshooting, as you can quickly revisit your steps to identify where something might have gone wrong. So, in the professional world, documentation is essential for maintaining clear and efficient communication within a team. And by starting this practice early, you will develop a habit that will benefit you throughout your career. And now we'll move to the fourth cybersecurity mistake for beginners, that is waiting too long to start applying for jobs. So, a common mistake many beginners make is waiting until they feel perfectly qualified before applying for cybersecurity jobs. This approach can be counterproductive. The truth is, you might never feel completely ready, and waiting too long can cause you to miss out on an valuable opportunity. So, start applying for jobs early in your learning journey. The process of applying and interviewing is a learning experience in itself. It helps you understand what employers are looking for and it can highlight areas where you need to improve. So, early job applications also provide you with real world feedback and networking opportunities. Remember, many entry-level positions are designed for people who are still learning and growing in this field. So employers often value enthusiasm, willingness to learn, and problem-solving skills as much as they do technical knowledge. So by starting early, you can gain experience and build confidence, even if you are not yet perfectly qualified. And then comes the next mistake, that is trying to qualify for all jobs. So in the vast field of cybersecurity, trying to qualify for every job out, there is a common but misguided approach. Cybersecurity encompasses a wide range of specialties, from network security and ethical hacking to incident response and security analysis. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to learn everything, focus on a key few areas and become proficient in them. Specializing in special fields make you more valuable to potential employers. It's better to be an expert in one or two areas than to have superficial knowledge in many. So by focusing on specific skills, you can develop a better understanding and expertise that sets you apart from others. So this focused approach also makes it easier to stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in your chosen areas. Remember, depth of knowledge often outweighs breadth when it comes to career advancement and job satisfaction. So, this was all about trying to qualify for all jobs. Now, we'll see the biggest mistake, that is IT foundation fallacy. So, many aspiring cybersecurity professionals believe they need a deep IT background to start their career. This is same as the number one point, but this is a misconception. While having a solid foundation in IT can be beneficial, it's not a prerequisite for success in cybersecurity. What you need are the specific skills and practical experience. Focus on learning about networks, operating system, and security tools. Engage in hands-on practice through labs and simulations to build real-world skills. Cybersecurity is a field where practical knowledge and the ability to apply concepts matter more than theoretical IT knowledge. And many successful cybersecurity professionals come from diverse backgrounds, including those with minimal IT experience. So they succeed by continuing learning and adapting to new challenges. So don't let the lack of deep IT foundation hold you back. Concentrate on gaining the skills and experience that are directly relevant to the cybersecurity roles you are interested in. Now moving to number 7, that is not attending cybersecurity events. So attending cybersecurity events is one of the best ways to stay updated and connected in the field. These events, including conferences, webinars, and meetups, offer a wealth of information on the latest trends, tools, and threats in cybersecurity. They provide a platform to learn from experts, gain insights into industry developments, and discover new technologies. Additionally, these events are excellent networking opportunities, meeting other professionals that can lead to job opportunities, collaborations, and mentorship. Building a network within the cybersecurity community can provide support and guidance throughout your career. And many events also offer hands on workshops and training sessions that can enhance your practical skills. So, by actively participating in these events, you can demonstrate your commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Make it a habit to attend cybersecurity events regularly to stay engaged and informed. So, this was all about number 7 point, that is not attending cybersecurity events. Now, moving to number 8, that is obsessing over which specialization to choose. So, when starting a career in cybersecurity, many beginners obsess over which specialization to choose. This can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Instead of stressing about making the perfect choice, allow yourself the freedom to explore different areas of cybersecurity. The field is diverse, with specializations like penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, and more. Take the time to experiment with various topics and see what interests you the most. This exploration phase is valuable for gaining a broad understanding of this field. So, over time, you will naturally gravitate toward areas that align with your strengths and interests. So, remember, your specialization can evolve as you gain more experience and insights. Early in your career, focus on building a solid foundation and gaining exposure to different aspects of cybersecurity. This approach allows you to make an informed decision about your specialization when the time comes, ensuring you choose a path that truly excites and motivates you.
So stay connected with us for more tips, content, and tutorial. So if you like this video, do like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos by Simplilearn. Thank you.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing programs, and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.